"Where's Clay?" Painter asked. "Finishing a cigarette on the stairs," Danny answered. "He found a pack in the kitchen." As if on command, Clay pushed through the door. All eyes turned to him. "What?" he asked. Kara turned to Painter. "What's our next step?" Painter turned to Captain Al-Hafi. "I left the Sultan's horse with Sharif downstairs. Do you think you could sell the stallion and quickly roust up some weapons and a vehicle that could carry us?" The captain nodded with assurance. "I have discreet contacts here." "You have half an hour." "What about Safia?" Omaha pressed. "We're wasting too much time." "Safia is safe for the moment. Cassandra still needs her, or Safia would be sharing that tome with the Virgin Mary's father right now. They took her away for a reason. If we hope to rescue her, the cover of night might be best. We have some time to spare." "How do you know where they're taking Safia?" Kara asked. Painter searched the faces around him, unsure how freely to speak. "Well," Omaha pressed, "how really are we going to find her?" Painter crossed toward the door. "By finding the best coffee in town." 5:10 p.m. Omaha led the way across the Al-Hafa Souk. Only Painter followed. The others were left at the safe house to rest and await the return of Captain Al-Hafi and their transportation. Omaha hoped they had some place to travel to. Dull anger throbbed with each step. Painter had seen Safia, been within yards of her, and he had let the kidnappers ride off with her. The man's confidence in his ability to track her had been shaken back at the safe house. Omaha saw it in Painter's eyes. Worry. The bastard should have attempted to rescue her when he had the chance. To hell with the odds. The man's insufferable caution was going to get Safia killed, and then all their efforts would be too late. Omaha stalked among the booths and stalls of the market, deaf to the chatter of voices, the cries of hawkers, the angry burble of heated bartering, the squawk of caged geese, the braying of a mule. It all blended into white noise. The market was near to closing for the day as the sun sank toward the horizon, stretching shadows. An evening wind had kicked up. Awnings rattled. Dust devils danced amid piles of littered refuse, and the air smelled of salt, spice, and the promise of rain. It was past monsoon season, but the weather reports warned of a December storm, a front moving inland. They would have rain by nightfall. The squall last night had been only the first in a series of storms. There was talk that this weather system would cross the mountains and collide with the sandstorm rolling south, creating the perfect monster storm. But Omaha had larger concerns than wild weather. Omaha hurried across the souk. Their goal lay on the far side, where a modern strip of commercial facilities had sprouted, including a Pizza Hut and a mini-mart. Omaha wound through the last of the stalls, passing shops selling knockoff perfumes, incense burners, bananas, tobacco, handcrafted jewelry, traditional Dofari dresses made of velvet and covered with beads and sequins. At last, they reached the street separating the souk from the modern strip mall. Omaha pointed across the way. "There it is." "Now how is that place going to help you find Safia?" Painter headed across. "I'll show you." Omaha followed. He stared up at the sign, Salala Internet Cafe. The establishment specialized in elaborate coffees, offering an international array of teas, cappuccinos, and espressos. Similar establishments could be found in the most remote places. All it took was a telephone connection, and even the most out-of-the-way corner of the world could be surfing the web. Painter headed inside. He approached the counter person, a blonde-haired Englishman by the name of X, who wore a t-shirt that read "Free Winona," and gave him his credit card number and expiration date. "You have that memorized?" Omaha asked. "You never know when you're going to be attacked by pirates at sea." As the man ran the number, Omaha asked, "I thought you wanted to keep a low profile. Won't using your credit card give away that you're still alive?" "I don't think it really matters anymore." The electronic credit card machine chimed. The man gave him a thumbs up. "How much time do you want? Is it a high-speed connection?" "DSL, mate. No other way to surf." 30 minutes should be enough." "Brilliant. Machine in the corner is free." Painter led Omaha over to the computer, a Gateway Pentium 4. Painter sat down, accessed the internet connection, and typed in a long IP address. "I'm accessing a Department of Defense's server," he explained. "How is that going to help find Safia?" He continued typing, fingers flying, screens flashed, refreshed, disappeared, changed. "Through the DoD, I can gain access to most proprietary systems under the National Security Act. Here we go." On the screen appeared a page with the Mitsubishi logo. Omaha read over his shoulder. "Shopping for a new car?" Painter used the mouse to maneuver through the site. He seemed to have full access, flashing past password-encrypted screens. Cassandra's group was traveling in SUVs, Mitsubishis. They did not make much effort to hide their backup vehicles. It didn't take much to get close enough to read the VIN number off one in the alley. "VIN, the vehicle identification number," Painter nodded.
All cars or trucks with GPS navigation systems are in constant contact with the orbiting satellites, keeping track of their location, allowing the driver to know where he is at all times. Omaha began to understand. And if you have the VIN number, you can access the vehicle's data remotely, find out where they are. That's what I'm counting on. A screen appeared asking for the VIN number. Painter typed it in, not looking at his fingers. He pressed the enter button, then leaned back. His hand had a slight shake in it. He clenched a fist in an attempt to hide it. Omaha could read his mind. Had he remembered the number correctly? What if the kidnappers had disabled the GPS? So many things could go wrong. But after a long moment, a digital map of Omaha appeared, fed from a pair of geosynchronous satellites orbiting far above. A small box scrolled a series of longitude and latitude designation, the moving location of the SUV. Painter sighed with relief. Omaha echoed it. If we could find where they were holding Safia, Painter clicked the zoom feature and zoomed in on the map. The city of Salalah appeared, but the tiny blue arrow marking the truck's location was beyond its borders, heading deeper inland. Painter leaned closer. No, gosh darn it, they're leaving the city. They must have found something at that tomb. Omaha swung away. Then we have to go, now. We don't know where they're going, Painter said, remaining at the computer. I have to track them, until they stop. There is only one highway, the one they're on. We can catch up. We don't know if they'll go overland. They were in four-wheel drives. Omaha felt pulled in two different directions, to listen to Painter's practical advice or to steal the first vehicle he could find and race after Safia. But what would he do if he reached her? How could he help her? Painter grabbed his arm. Omaha balled a fist with the other. Painter stared hard at him. I need you to think, Dr. Dunn. Why would they be leaving the city? Where could they be going? How the hell? Painter squeezed his arm. You're as much an expert in this region as Safia. You know what road they're taking, what lies along the way. Is there anything out there that the tomb here in Salalah might point toward? He shook his head, refusing to answer. They were wasting time. Gosh darn it, Omaha. For once in your life, stop reacting and think. Omaha yanked his arm away. Really? But he didn't leave. He remained trembling in place. What is out there? Where are they going? Omaha glanced over to the screen, unable to face Painter, afraid he'd blacken the man's other eye. He considered the question, the puzzle. He stared at the blue arrow as it wound away from town, up into the foothills. What had Safia discovered? Where were they headed? He ran through all the archaeological possibilities, all the sites peppered across the ancient land. Shrines, cemeteries, ruins, caves, sinkholes. There were too many. Turn over any stone here and you discover a piece of history. But then he had an idea. There was a major tomb near that highway, just a few miles off the road. Omaha moved back to the computer. He watched the blue arrow coursing along the road. There's a turnoff about 15 miles up the highway. If they take that turn, I know where they're headed. That'll mean waiting a bit more, Painter said. Omaha crouched by the computer. It seems we have no choice. 5:32 p.m. Painter bought time on another computer. He left Omaha to monitor the SUV's progress. If they could get a lead on where Cassandra was headed with Safia, they could get a head start. It was a slim hope. Alone with his computer, Painter again accessed the DoD server. There was no reason to feign death any longer. He'd left enough of an electronic trail. Besides, considering the elaborate trap at the safe house, Cassandra knew he was alive, or at least she was acting that way. That was one of the reasons he needed to log back on to the DoD site. He entered his private passcode and accessed his mail system. He typed in the address for his superior, Dr. Sean McKnight, head of Sigma. If there was anyone he trusted, it was Sean. He needed to apprise his commander of the events, let him know the status of the operation. An email window opened, and he typed rapidly, relaying a thumbnail sketch of events. He stressed the role of Cassandra, the possibility of a mole in the organization. There was no way Cassandra could have known about the safe house, the electronic code for the equipment locker, without some inside information. He finished, "I cannot stress enough that matters at your end must be investigated. Success of this mission will depend on cutting off further flow of intelligence. Trust no one. We will attempt to rescue Dr. Al-Maaz this evening. We believe we know where Cassandra's group is taking the doctor. It appears they are headed to—" Painter paused, took a deep breath, then continued typing, "the Yemeni border. We are headed there right now in an attempt to stop the border crossing." Painter stared at the letter, numb at the possibility. Omaha waved to him from the neighboring computer. They made the turnoff on the side road. Painter hit the send button. The letter vanished, but not his guilt. "Come on." Omaha crossed to the exit. "We can close the distance." Painter followed. At the door, he gave one final glance back to his workstation. He prayed he was wrong. Footprints of the Prophet. December 3, 5:55 p.m. Dhafar Mountains. Safia stared out the window as the truck wound up a switchback through the mountainous hills. After they left the highway, asphalt had given way to gravel, which in turn disintegrated into a rutted red dirt path. They proceeded slowly, cautious of the deep gorge that shouldered the road to the left. Below, the valley flowed away in deepening shades of lush green, disappearing into shadows near the bottom as the sun set to the west. A scatter of baobab trees dotted the slope, monstrous trees with tangled, rooted trunks that seemed more prehistoric than specimens of the modern world. Everywhere the land rolled in shades of emerald, striped in shadows. A waterfall glistened between two distant hills, its cataracts sparkling in the last rays of the sun. If Safia squinted, she could almost imagine she was back in England. All the lushness of the high country was due to the annual monsoon winds, the kharif, that swept the foothills and mountains in a continual misty drizzle from June through September. Even now, as the sun set, a steady wind had begun to blow, buffeting the truck. The sky overhead had darkened to slate gray, canopied with frothy clouds that brushed the higher hills. The radio had been tuned to a local news channel during the ride up here. Cassandra had been listening for reports on the ongoing salvage operation on the Shabab Oman. Still, no survivors had been found, and the seas were again kicking up with the approach of a new storm system. But what dominated the weather reports was news of the fierce sandstorm continuing its sweep south across Saudi Arabia, heading like a freight train for the desert of Oman, leaving a swath of destruction. The wild weather matched Safia's mood, dark, threatening, unpredictable. She felt a force building inside her, below her breastbone, a tempest in a bottle. She remained tense, tingling. It reminded her of an impending anxiety attack. But now there was no fear, only determined certainty. She had nothing, so could lose nothing. She remembered her years in London. It had been the same. She had sought comfort by becoming nothing, cutting herself off, isolating herself. But now she had truly succeeded. She was empty, left with only one purpose: to stop Cassandra. Cassandra remained lost in her own thoughts, only occasionally leaning forward to speak in hushed tones to John Kane up front. Her cell phone had rung a few minutes ago. She had answered it tersely, turning slightly away, speaking in a whisper. Safia heard Painter's name.
She had tried to eavesdrop, but the woman kept her voice too low, blocked by the babble of the radio. Then she had hung up, made 2 other calls, and sunk into a palpably tense silence. Anger seemed to radiate in waves from the woman. Since then, Safia kept her attention on the countryside, searching for places where she might hide, mapping the terrain in her head, just in case. After another 10 minutes of slow trekking, a larger hill appeared, its top still bathed in light. The golden bell of a short tower glinted in the sun. Safia straightened. Job's tomb. Is that the place? Cassandra stirred, eyes still narrowed. Sophia nodded, sensing that now was not the time to provoke her captor. The SUV coasted down a final slope, circled the base of the mount, and then began a long climb toward the top, crawling up a switchback. A group of camels lounged beside the road as their vehicle neared the hilltop tomb. The beasts were all couched for a rest, kneeling down atop their knobby knees. A few men sat in the shadow of a baobab, tribesmen from the hills. The eyes of both camels and men followed the passage of the three trucks. After a last switchback, the walled tomb complex appeared, consisting of a small beige building, a tiny whitewashed mosque, and a handsome garden courtyard of native shrubs and flowers. Parking was merely an open stretch of dirt in front, presently empty because of the lateness of the day. As before, Kane settled the truck to a stop, then came around to open Sophia's door. She climbed out, stretching a kink from her neck. Cassandra joined them as the other two SUVs parked and the men unloaded. They were all dressed in civilian clothes, khakis and Levi's, short-sleeved shirts, polos. But all the men wore matching windbreakers with the logo for Sunseeker Tours, all a size too big, hiding their holstered weapons. They quickly dispersed into a loose cordon near the road, feigning interest in the gardens or walls. A pair had binoculars and scanned the immediate area, turning in a slow circle. Except for the road leading here, the remaining approaches were steep, almost vertical cliff faces. It would not be easy to flee on foot. John Kane went among his men, nodding, bowing his head in last-minute instructions, then returned. Where first? Sophia motioned vaguely to the mosque and vault. From one tomb to another. She led the way through the opening in the wall. Place looks deserted, Kane commented. There must be a caretaker somewhere about, Sophia said, and pointed to the steel chain that lay loose beside the entrance. No one had locked the place. Cassandra signaled to two men. Search the grounds. Obeying, the pair took off. Cassandra led the way after them. Sophia followed with Kane at her side. They entered the courtyard between the mosque and small beige vault. The only other feature of the complex was a small set of ancient ruins near the back, neighboring the tomb. An ancient prayer room, supposedly all that was left of Job's original home. Closer by, the door to the tomb lay open, unlocked like the gate. Sophia stared toward the doorway. This may take some time. I don't have the slightest idea where to begin to look for the next clue. If it takes all night, then it takes all night. We're staying here. Sophia couldn't keep the surprise from her voice. Cassandra wore a hard-edged expression. For as long as it takes. Sophia swept the courtyard with her gaze. She prayed the caretaker had been careless in locking the place up and had already left. She feared hearing a gunshot somewhere out there, marking his death. And what if other pilgrims came later? How many more would die? Sophia felt conflicted. The sooner Cassandra had what she wanted, the less chance that other innocent folk would die. But that meant helping her, something she was loath to do. With no other choice, she crossed the grounds and entered the crypt. She had an inkling of what needed to be found, but not where it might be hidden. She stood a moment in the entryway. The crypt here was smaller than Nabi Imran's tomb, a perfect square. The walls were painted white, the floor green. A pair of red Persian prayer rugs flanked the grave mound, which again was draped in silk shawls imprinted with passages from the Quran. Beneath the cloths was the bare dirt in which Job's body was said to have been buried. Sophia made a slow circle around the mound. There was no marble headstone as there had been at Imran's tomb, only a scattering of clay incense burners, scorched black from frequent use, and a small tray for visitors to leave gifts of coins. The room was otherwise unadorned, with the exception of a wall chart listing the names of the prophets, Moses, Abraham, Job, Jesus, and Muhammad. Sophia hoped they wouldn't need to track all these men's tombs on the road to Ubar. She ended back at the entrance, none the wiser. Cassandra spoke at the door. What about that iron heart? Can we use it here? As before, she had brought the silver case and had set it outside the door. Sophia shook her head, sensing that the heart would not be significant here. She exited the chamber, slipping between Cassandra and Kane. As Sophia stepped outside, she realized she had walked through the tomb in her shoes. She had also left her hair uncovered. She frowned. Where was the caretaker? She eyed the grounds, fearful for the man's safety, again hoping he'd already left. The winds had kicked up, scurrying through the yard, bobbing the heads of a row of daylilies. The place appeared deserted, displaced in time. Yet Sophia sensed something she could not name, almost an expectation. Maybe it was the light. It cast everything, the neighboring mosque, the edges of the walls, even the hard-packed gravel of the garden path, in stark, flat detail, a silver negative held over a bright light. She sensed if she waited long enough, all would be revealed in full color and clarity. But she didn't have the time. What now? Cassandra pressed, drawing her back. Sophia turned. Beside the entranceway, a small metal door was affixed to the ground. She bent to the handle, knowing what lay beneath it. "What are you doing?" Cassandra asked. "My job." Sophia let her disdain shine through, too tired to care if she provoked her captor. She tugged up the door. Hidden below was a shallow pit, 16 inches deep, dug from the stone. At the bottom was a pair of petrified prints, a large man's bare footprint and a horse's hoof. "What's all this?" Cain asked. Sophia explained. "If you remember my story of Job, he was afflicted with disease until God ordered him to strike his foot down and a healing spring was called forth." She pointed into the stone pit. "That is supposedly Job's footprint where he struck the ground." She pointed to the hole in the ground. "And there is where the spring bubbled up, fed from a water source at the foot of the hill." "The water traveled uphill?" Cain asked. "It wouldn't be a miracle otherwise." Cassandra stared down. "What does the hoofprint have to do with the miracle?" Sophia's brow crinkled as she stared at the hoof. It was stone, too. "There is no story associated with it," she mumbled. Still, something twicked her memory. Petrified prints of a horse and a man. Why did that sound familiar? Throughout the region, there were countless stories of men or beasts turning to stone. Some even concerned Ubar. She shuffled through her memories. 2 such stories, found in the Arabian Nights collection, the Petrified City and the City of Brass, related the discovery of a lost desert city, a place so evil it was damned and its inhabitants frozen in place for their sins, either petrified or turned to brass, depending on the story. It was a clear reference to Ubar. But in the second story, the treasure hunters hadn't stumbled upon the condemned city by accident. There had been clues and signposts that led them to its gates. Sophia recalled the most significant signpost from this story, a sculpture of brass.
It depicted a mounted horseman who bore aloft a spear with an impaled head atop it. On the head, an inscription had been written. She knew the line from the story by heart, having done extensive research for Kara about Arabian mysteries. "O thou who comest unto me, if thou know not the way that leadeth to the city of brass, rub the hand of the horseman, and he will turn, and then will stop, and in whatsoever direction he stoppeth, thither proceed, for it will lead thee to the city of brass." To Ubar. Sophia pondered the passage. A metallic sculpture turning with a touch to point to the next signpost. She pictured the iron heart, aligning itself like a compass needle atop the marble altar. The similarity was uncanny. And now this. She stared into the pit. A man and a horse, petrified. Sophia noted how both the foot and hoofprint pointed in the same direction, as if the man were walking his knout. Was that the next direction? She frowned, sensing the answer was too easy, too obvious. She lowered the lid and stood. Cassandra kept at her side. "You're onto something." Sophia shook her head, lost in the mystery. She strode in the direction of the prince, walking where the long-dead prophet would have headed with his horse. She ended up at the entrance to the small archaeological site located behind the main tomb, separated from the newer building by a narrow alley. The ruins were a nondescript structure of 4 crumbling walls, no roof, outlining a small chamber 10 feet across. It seemed once a part of a larger home, long gone. She walked through the threshold and into the interior. While John Cain guarded the door, Cassandra followed her inside. What is this place? An ancient prayer room. Sophia stared up at the darkening skies as the sun sank away, then stepped over a kneeling rug on the floor. Sophia walked to where 2 of the walls had crude niches constructed into them, built to orient worshippers about the direction in which to pray. She knew the newer one faced toward Mecca. She crossed to the other, the older niche.
Here is where the prophet Job prayed, Safia mumbled, more to herself than Cassandra. Always facing Jerusalem. To the northwest. Safia stepped into the niche and faced backward, back the way she had come. Through the dimness, she made out the metal lid of the pit. The footsteps led right here. She studied the niche. It was a solid wall of sandstone, quarried locally. The niche was a tumble of loose stone blocks, long deteriorated by age. She touched the inner wall. Sandstone, like the sculpture where the iron heart had been found. Cassandra stepped next to her. What do you know that you're not telling us? A pistol pressed into Safia's side, under her rib cage. Safia had not even seen the woman pull it free. Keeping her hand flat against the wall, Safia turned to Cassandra. It was not the pistol that made her speak, but her own curiosity. I need a metal detector. 6:40 p.m. As night fell, Painter turned off the main highway onto the gravel side road. A green sign with Arabic lettering stated, Jebel Etin, 9 kilometers. The truck bounced from the asphalt surface to gravel. Painter didn't slow down, spitting a shower of stones onto the highway. Gravel rattled in the wheel wells, sounding distinctly like automatic fire. It heightened his anxiety. Omaha sat in the shotgun seat, his window rolled half down. Danny sat behind his brother in the back seat. Remember, this piece of crap doesn't have four-wheel drive. His teeth rattled as much as the vehicle. I can't risk slowing down, Painter called back. Once nearer, I'll have to go more cautiously, with the lights off. But for now, we have to push it. Omaha grunted his approval. Painter punched the accelerator as they reached a steep incline. The vehicle fishtailed. Painter fought it steady. It was not a vehicle suited for backcountry trekking, but they had no other choice. Upon returning from the internet cafe, Painter had found Captain Al-Hafi waiting with a 1988 Volkswagen Eurovan. Crowe was examining his other purchases, 3 Kalashnikov rifles and a pair of Heckler & Koch 9mm handguns, all traded for the Sultan Stallion. And while the weapons were sound, with plenty of extra ammunition, the van would not have been Painter's first choice. The captain hadn't known they'd be leaving the city, and with time running short, they had no time to seek alternate transportation. Still, at least, the van could carry all of them. Danny, Coral, and the 2 Desert Phantoms sat crammed in the back seat. Kara, Clay, and Captain Al-Hafi in the extra third row. Painter had attempted to dissuade them all from accompanying him, but he had little time to state his case. The others wanted to come, and they unfortunately knew too much. Salala was no longer safe for any of them. Cassandra could dispatch assassins at any time to silence them. There was no telling where she had eyes, and Painter didn't know whom to trust, so they stuck together as a group. He bounced the van around a tight switchback. His headlights swung about and blinded a large animal standing in the road. The camel stared at the van as Painter slammed on the brakes. They skidded to a stop. The camel glanced down at the vehicle, eyes shining red, and slowly sauntered the rest of the way across the road. Painter had to creep onto the shoulder in order to edge around it. Once past, he accelerated, only to brake again in another 50 feet. A dozen more camels filled the road, ambling along in no order, free roaming. "Beep your horn," Omaha said. "And alert Cassandra's group that someone's coming?" Painter said with a scowl. "Someone will have to get out and scatter a path through them." "I know camels," Barak said, and slid out. As soon as his feet hit the gravel, a handful of men stepped out from behind boulders and shadowed alcoves. They pointed rifles at the van. Painter caught movement in his rearview mirror. There were another 2 men back there. They wore dusty ankle-length robes and dark headdresses. "Bandits," Omaha spat, reaching to his holstered pistol. Barak stood beside the open van door. He kept his palms bared, away from his weapon. "Not bandits," he whispered. "They're the Beit Kathir." Bedouin nomads could distinguish various tribes at a distance of 100 yards. From the way they tied their headcloths, to the colors of robes, to the saddles of their camels, how they carried their rifles. While Painter did not have this ability, he had educated himself on all the local tribes of southern Arabia: Mahra, Rashid, Awamir, Dam, Sar. He knew the Beit Kathir too, tribesmen of the mountains and desert, a reclusive insular group prone to taking affront at the least slight. They could be dangerous if provoked and very protective of their camels, more so even than they were of their wives. One of the tribesmen stepped forward, a man worn by sun and sand into just bone and skin. "Salam alaikum," he muttered. "Peace be on you." They were strange words coming from someone still holding a weapon aimed at them. "Alaikum assalam," Barak responded, palms still bared. "On you be peace." He continued in Arabic. "What is the news?" The man lowered his rifle a fraction. "What is the news?" was the standard question all tribesmen asked upon meeting. It could not be left unanswered. A flurry of words passed between Barak and the tribesmen. Information about the weather, of the sandstorm threatening the desert, of the predicted megastorm to come, of the many Bedouin fleeing the Arimal, the sands, of the hardships along the way, of the camels lost. Barak introduced Captain Al-Hafi. All desert folk knew of the phantoms. A murmur passed among the remaining men. Rifles were finally slung up. Painter had vacated the van and stood to the side. An outsider. He waited for the ritual of introductions and news to be shared. It seemed, if he followed the discourse correctly, that Sharif's great-grandmother had worked on the film Lawrence of Arabia with the leader of this band's grandfather.
With such a bond, an air of celebration began to arise. Voices grew more excited. Painter sidled to Captain Al-Hafi, asked them if they saw the SUVs. The captain nodded, bringing a serious tone to his voice. Nods answered him. Their leader, Sheikh Emir ibn Ravi, reported that 3 trucks had passed 40 minutes ago. Did they come back down? Painter urged, speaking now in Arabic, slowly infiltrating the conversation. Perhaps his own brown skin, ambiguously ethnic, helped alleviate their suspicion of his foreignness. "No," the sheikh answered, waving a hand toward the rising lands. "They stay at the tomb of Nabi Ayub." Painter stared up the dark road. So they were still up there. Omaha stood by the open passenger door. He had heard the exchange. "Enough already," he urged. "Let's get going." The Beit Kathir had begun to round up their camels and shoo them off the road. The beasts protested with gurgles and angry belches. "Wait," Painter said. He turned to Captain Al-Hafi. "How much money do you have left from the sale of the stallion?" The man shrugged. "Nothing but a handful of reals." "Enough to buy or rent a few camels?" The captain's eyes narrowed. "You want the camels. For what? Cover? To get closer to the tomb, a small group of us." The captain nodded and turned to Sheikh Emir. They spoke rapidly, 2 leaders conferring. Omaha stepped to Painter. "The van is faster. On these roads, not much faster. And with the camels, we should be able to get very close to the tomb without alerting Cassandra's group. I'm sure she noted these tribesmen on her way up. Their presence will not be unexpected. Just a part of the natural landscape. And what do we do when we're up there?" Painter already had a plan in mind. He told Omaha the gist of it. By the time he was done, Captain Al-Hafi had reached some agreement with the sheikh. "He will lend us his camels," the captain said. "How many?" "All of them," the captain answered, Painter's look of surprise. "It is unseemly for a Bedouin to refuse the request of a guest. But there is a condition." "What is that?" "I told them of our wish to rescue a woman from the group up at the tomb. They are most agreeable to help. It would be an honor to them. Plus, they like to shoot their guns," Barak added. Painter was reluctant to put them in danger. Omaha did not share his hesitation. "They do have weapons. If your plan is going to work, the more firepower the better." Painter had to agree. With Painter's acquiescence, the sheikh broke into a broad grin and rallied his men. Saddles were cinched, camels were dropped into crouched positions for easy mounting, and ammunition was spread around like party favors. Painter pulled his own group together, pooled in the headlights of the Eurovan. "Kara, I want you to stay behind with the van." She opened her mouth to protest, but it was a weak effort. Her face shone with a film of sweat, despite the wind and chill of the night. Painter cut her off. "We'll need someone to hide the van off the road, then bring it forward on my signal." Clay and Danny will stay with you with a rifle and a pistol. If we should fail, and Cassandra flees with Safia, you'll be the only ones able to track them." Kara frowned, hard lines creasing her face, but she nodded. "You'd better not fail," she said fiercely. But even this outburst seemed to tax her. To the side, Danny argued with his brother, wanting to come along. Omaha stood firm. "You don't even have your very eyeglasses. You'll just end up shooting me by mistake." Still, he placed a hand on his younger brother's shoulder. "And I'm counting on you here. You're the last line against trouble. I can't risk losing her again." Danny nodded and backed down. Clay had no objection to being left behind. He stood a step away, a burning cigarette in his fingers. His eyes stared at nothing, almost glazed over. He was nearing the end of his ability to handle all this. With matters decided, Painter turned to the waiting camels. "Mount up." Omaha strode beside him. "Have you ever ridden a camel?" "No." Painter glanced at him. For the first time in the past day, Omaha wore a wide grin as he stepped away. "This'll be fun." 7:05 p.m. Bathed in the beams of 2 floodlights, Cassandra watched as one of Kane's men waved the metal detector over the back wall of the niche. Just right of center in the wall, the detector buzzed with discovery. She tightened and turned to Safia. "You knew something would be found. How?" Safia shrugged. The iron heart had been posted by the coastal tomb of Imran, hidden in a sandstone sculpture. It pointed here, up into the mountains. It only made sense that the next marker would be something similar. Another piece of iron, like the heart. The only mystery was where it was located. Cassandra stared at the wall. Despite the frustrated anger she felt for the prisoner, the curator had indeed proven her worth. What now? Safia shook her head. "It will have to be dug out, freed from the stone, like the iron heart from the statue." She faced Cassandra. "We'll have to proceed with caution. A single misstep and the buried artifact could be damaged. It will take days to extract it." "Perhaps not." Cassandra turned and strode away, leaving Safia under Kane's watch. Stepping out of the prayer room, she crossed back toward the trucks, following the white gravel path through the dark gardens. As she marched past the entrance to the main tomb, a flicker of shadow caught her eye. In a fluid motion, Cassandra dropped to a knee, sweeping a pistol from her shoulder holster, fueled by reflex and wariness. She covered the entrance and waited a full 2 breaths. Winds whispered the fronds of a palmetto bush. Her ears strained to listen. Nothing. No movement from the tomb. She rose smoothly, pistol held steady on the opening. She sidled toward the entrance, stepping off the path and onto the bare dirt to avoid the crunch of gravel. She reached the doorway, covered one side of the room, edged in, and swept the other. The back windows allowed in enough reflected glow from the powerful work lights next door. The grave mound was a shadowed hummock. There was no furniture, no place to hide. The tomb was empty. She backed out and holstered her pistol. Just a mirage of shadows and lights. Perhaps someone had stepped in front of one of the work lights. With a final glance around, she swung back to the path. With determined strides, she marched off toward the waiting trucks and silently scolded herself for jumping at shadows. Then again, she had a good reason to be jumpy. She pushed this thought aside as she reached the trucks. The SUVs carried not only Kane's men, but also an array of archaeological gear. Knowing they'd be heading out on a treasure hunt, the guild had supplied her with an assortment of the usual equipment: spades, picks, jackhammers, brushes, sifting screens. But they had also outfitted her with state-of-the-art electronic tools, including a ground-penetrating radar system and an on-the-fly link to the Landsat satellite system. This last was capable of delving up to 60 feet under the sand to produce a detailed topographical map of what lay down below. Cassandra crossed to where one of the trucks had been offloaded to free up the metal detector. She knew what tool she needed now. She used a crowbar to crack open the proper crate. The interior was lined with straw and styrofoam to protect the piece of equipment, a guild design based on a DARPA research project. It looked like a shotgun, but was barreled at the end of the barrel, and its ceramic stock was extra bulky, wide enough to accept the battery block needed to charge the device. Digging in the crate, Cassandra freed the battery unit and locked it in place. The device was heavy in her arms. She hefted it to her shoulder and headed back to the prayer room. Spread along the perimeter, Cain's men remained at full attention. There was no slacking, no joking. Cain had trained them well. Cassandra followed the garden path back to the prayer room. As she entered, Cain noted what she held in her arms.
His eyes glinted. Sophia turned from where she was huddled in front of the wall. She had chalked out a rectangle, a foot wide at the top and about 4 feet tall. "We're getting readings all along this area," the curator said, standing up. She frowned as she caught sight of the device in Cassandra's arms. "A ULS laser," Cassandra explained, "used to dig through rock. But get back." Cassandra lifted the unit to her shoulder and pointed the barreled barrel of the unit at the wall. Sophia stepped aside. Cassandra pressed the button near her thumb, the equivalent of a safety. At her touch, tiny beams of crimson light speared outward, like the spray from a shower nozzle. Each beam was a tiny laser gun, focused through alternating crystals of alexandrite and erbium. Cassandra centered her aim on the chalked section of wall. The tiny dots of the idling laser formed a perfect circle. She pulled the trigger. The device vibrated on her shoulder as the array of tiny lasers began to spin, faster and faster. A sound beyond hearing ached the bones of her ear. She concentrated, staring over the barrel. Where the crimson beam struck the wall, the stone began to disintegrate in a cloud of dust and silica. For decades, dentists had been using ultrasonics to scale tartar from teeth. The same principle was being employed here, only intensified by the concentrated energy of the lasers. The sandstone continued to dissolve under the twin assault. Cassandra slowly swept the beam back and forth over the wall, erasing the sandstone layer by layer. The ULS laser worked only on aggregate material, like sandstone. Harder stone, like granite, was impervious to it. It was even harmless to flesh. The worst it would do was leave a bad sunburn. She continued to work at the wall. Sand and dust filled the prayer room, but the wind gusting through kept it relatively clear. After 3 minutes, she had worn a swath about 4 inches into the wall. "Stop," Sophia called out, holding up an arm. Cassandra released the trigger. She shifted the idling gun upward. Sophia waved sand from her face and moved to the wall. Wind scurried the last of the smoky dust out through the roof as she leaned forward. Cassandra and Cain joined her. Cain shone a flashlight into the cubbyhole worn by the laser. A bit of metal glinted ruddy from the depths of the pocket. "Iron," Sophia said behind her, a trace of awe in her voice, a mix of pride and incredulity. "Like the heart." Cassandra retreated back and lowered her weapon. "Then, let's see what prize is in this really crackerjack box." She pulled the trigger, now concentrating around the iron artifact. Spinning lasers again dissolved sandstone to dust, eroding away layers. More and more of the artifact became clear, lit by the crimson glow. From the stone, details emerged: a nose, a heavy brow, an eye, the corner of a lip. "It's a face," Sophia said. Cassandra continued her careful sweep, wiping stone away as if it were mud, revealing the face beneath. It seemed to be pushing out of the stone toward them. "My God," Cain muttered, bringing his flashlight to bear, bathing it brightly. The likeness was too remarkable for chance. Cain glanced over to Sophia. "It's you." 7:43 p.m. Painter sat atop the camel, staring across the dark valley that separated their party from Jabal-e-Teen. Atop the far hill, the tomb blazed against the moonless night sky. The brightness was enhanced by the night vision goggles he wore, turning the tomb into a lighthouse beacon. He studied the terrain. It was an easily defensible site. There was only one approach, the dirt road winding up the south face of the mount. He adjusted the magnification on his goggles. He had counted 14 hostiles, but no sign of Sophia. She must already be within the tomb complex. At least he hoped so. She had to be alive. The alternative was unthinkable. He pulled off the goggles and attempted to shift into a comfortable position atop his camel. He failed. Captain Al-Hafi sat on a camel to his right, Omaha on his left.
They both seemed as relaxed as if they were sitting on lounge chairs. The saddles, double vices of wood over palm thatch, offered little cushioning, positioned on the animal's withers in front of the hump. To Painter, it was a torture device designed by a sadistic Arab. After only a half hour, he felt as if he were being split slowly in half, like some human wishbone. Grimacing, Painter pointed down the slope. "We'll proceed as a group to the bottom of the valley. Then I'll need 10 minutes to get in position. After that time, everyone will slowly climb the road toward the tomb. Make lots of noise. Once you reach that last switchback, stop and settle in, like you're going to overnight there. Set up a fire. It'll blind their night vision. Let the camels graze. The movement will make it easier to get yourselves into sniping positions. Then wait for my signal." Captain Al-Hafi nodded and passed on the instructions as he slowly worked down the line. Crowe took the captain's place at Painter's side. She leaned forward a bit in her saddle, her face tight. It seemed his partner was not any happier about their mode of transportation than he was. She crossed her arms atop her saddle. "Perhaps I should be the one to take the lead on this op. I've more experience with infiltration than you." She lowered her voice. "And I'm less personally involved." Painter tightened his grip as the camel shifted under him. "My feelings for Sophia will not interfere with my abilities." "I meant Cassandra, your ex-partner." She lifted one eyebrow. "Are you trying to prove something? Is any of that energy going into this operation?" Painter glanced to the tomb blazing atop the neighboring hill. When he had been searching the complex, noting terrain and manpower, a part of him had also been watching for some sign of Cassandra. She had orchestrated everything since the British Museum. Still, he had yet to see her face. How would he react? She had betrayed, murdered, kidnapped, all in the name of what cause? What could make her turn against Sigma, against him? Just money, or was it something more? He had no answers. He stared at the lights. Was that a part of the reason he insisted on taking point on this mission? To see her for himself? To look in her eyes? Crowe broke the silence. "Don't give her any leeway. No mercy, no hesitation. Play it cold, or you'll lose it all." He remained silent as the camels continued their slow, painful trek down to the bottom of the valley. The vegetation grew thicker as they descended along the dirt road. Tall baobab trees cast a thick canopy, while massive tamarinds, heavy with yellow flowers, towered like sentinels. Everywhere, ropey liana vines tangled amid wreaths of jasmine. The party stopped in this patch of dense forest. Camels began to drop and unload their riders. One of the Beit Kathir approached Painter's camel, helping him couch the beast. "Farha, Krr," the man said as he stepped before the animal. Farha was the camel's name, meaning joy. To Painter, nothing could be further from the truth. The only joy he could imagine would be getting off her hump. The camel dropped under him, swaying backward and settling to her hindquarters. Painter held tightly, legs clenching. She then sank to her hocks in front, shuffling her knees down, and came to a rest on the ground. With the camel couched, Painter slid from the saddle. His legs were rubbery, his thighs knotted. He stumbled a few steps away as the tribesman cooed at the camel and kissed her on the nose, earning a soft burble from the beast. It was said the Beit Kathir loved their camels more than their wives. It certainly seemed that way with this fellow. Shaking his head, Painter crossed to join the others. Captain Al-Hafi sat on his haunches beside Sheikh Emir, drawing in the dirt of the road, holding a penlight, outlining how to best distribute the men. Sharif and Barak watched over Omaha and Crowe as the two Americans prepped their Kalashnikov rifles.
Each of them had an Israeli Desert Eagle pistol as a backup weapon. Painter took the moment to check his own guns, a pair of Heckler Koch pistols. In the dark, he slipped out and checked the 9mm magazines, 7 rounds apiece. He had 2 additional magazines loaded and ready in his belt. Satisfied, he holstered the weapons, one at the shoulder, one at the waist. Omaha and Crowe approached him as he cinched the small ditty bag to his belly. He didn't check its contents, having inventoried it all back in Salalah. "When does the 10-minute clock start running?" Omaha asked, exposing his wristwatch as he stopped, pushing a button to illuminate his face. Painter coordinated his own watch with Crowe's Breitlinger. "Now." Crowe caught his gaze, concern in her blue eyes. "Stay cold, Commander." "As ice," he whispered.
Omaha blocked him as he turned to the road leading up to the hilltop tomb. Don't come back without her. This was as much a plea as a threat. Painter nodded, acknowledging both, and headed out. 10 minutes. 8:05 p.m. Working under the glow of a pair of floodlights, Safia used a pick and brush to loosen the artifact from the sandstone's embrace. The winds had kicked up, stirring the sand and dust trapped by the four walls of the roofless prayer room. Safia felt caked in it, a living statue of sandstone. With the fall of night, the temperature dropped precipitously. Heat lightning flickered to the south, getting closer, accompanied by the occasional bass rumble, a clear promise of rain. Wearing gloves, Safia brushed grit from the artifact, afraid of scratching it. The life-size iron bust of a woman shone in the sharp lights, eyes open, staring back at her. Safia feared that gaze and concentrated on the work at hand. Cassandra and Cain whispered behind her. Cassandra had wanted to use her laser gun to finish freeing the iron artifact, but Safia had urged caution, lest it be damaged. She feared the laser might etch the metal, erasing details. Safia picked away the last of the stone. She attempted not to stare at the features, but found herself glancing at it from the corner of her eye. The face was remarkably similar to her own. It could have been a younger version of herself, perhaps at 18. But this was impossible. It had to be just a racial coincidence. It merely depicted a southern Arabian woman, and as a native of the region, Safia would, of course, bear some resemblance, even with her mixed blood heritage. Still, it did unnerve her. It was like staring at her own funereal mask, especially as the bust was impaled atop an iron spear, 4 feet long. Safia leaned back. The artifact occupied the center of the chalked rectangle on the wall of the prayer niche. The red iron spear stood upright, the bust impaled atop it. All one object. Though the sight disturbed her, Safia was not totally surprised. It made a certain historical sense. If this takes any longer, Cassandra interrupted her thoughts, I'm going to pull out the very ULS laser again. Safia reached forward and tested the rock's hold on the iron object. It wobbled with her touch. Another minute. She set to work. Cain shifted, his shadow dancing on the wall. Do we need to remove it? Maybe it's facing the right direction already. It's facing southeast, Safia answered him. Back to the coast. That can't be the way. There's another riddle to solve. With her words, the top-heavy artifact broke free of the rock and fell face forward. Safia caught it on her shoulder. About time, Cassandra mumbled. Safia stood, cradling the bust. She held the spear haft in both of her gloved hands. It was heavy. With the iron head resting near her ear, she heard the slight sloshing sound coming from inside. Like the heart. A molten heaviness lay at its core. Cain took the artifact from her, lifting it like it was a stalk of corn. So what do we do with it? Cassandra pointed a flashlight. Back to the tomb, like in Salalah. No, Safia said, not this time. She slipped past Cassandra and led the way. She thought about delaying the search, dragging it out, but she had heard the jingle of camel bells echoing up from the valley. There was an encampment of Bedouin nearby. If any of them should wander up here, Safia hurried forward and crossed to the covered pit near the entrance to the tomb. She knelt down and hauled it open. Cassandra shone her light down into the hole, illuminating the pair of footprints. Safia remembered the story that had made her follow those footsteps. The tale of the brass horseman who had borne a spear in his hand, a spear impaled with a head. Safia glanced past Cassandra's shoulder to Cain and the artifact. After untold centuries, she had found that spear. What now? Cassandra asked. There was only one other feature in the pit, one that had yet to yield a clue. The hole in the center of the pit. According to the Bible and the Quran, through this hole a magical spring had gushed forth, one that led to miracles. Safia prayed for her own miracle. She pointed to the hole. Plant it there. Cain straddled the pit, positioned the haft end of the spear, and settled it into the hole. Tight fit. He stood back. The spear remained standing, firmly rooted. The bust atop it stared out over the valley. Safia walked around the impaled spear. As she inspected it, rain spattered out of the dark skies, tapping the packed dirt and stone with a sullen beat. Kane grumbled. Bloody brilliant. He pulled out a ball cap and tugged it over his shaved head. In moments, the rain began to fall more heavily. Safia circled the spear a second time, frowning now. Cassandra shared her concern. Nothing's happening. We're simply missing something. Pass me the torch. Safia took off her dirty work gloves and held out a palm for the flashlight. Cassandra relinquished it with clear reluctance. Safia shone it over the length of the spear. Its shaft was striated at regular intervals. Was it decoration or something significant? With no idea, Safia straightened from a crouch and stood behind the bust. Kane had planted the spear with the face still pointing south, toward the sea. Clearly the wrong way. Her eyes drifted to the bust. Staring at the back of the head, she spotted tiny writing on the base of the neck, shadowed by the hairline. She brought the flashlight closer. The lettering must have been partially obscured by the residual dust, but the rain was washing it clean. 4 letters became clear. Cassandra noted her attention in the script. What does it mean? Safia translated, her frown deepening. A woman's name. Belakis. Is it the woman sculpted here? Safia didn't answer, too astounded. Could it be? She stepped around and studied the woman's face. If true, then this is a find of phenomenal significance. Belakis was a woman revered across all faiths, a woman lost in mystery and myth. I never heard of her. Safia cleared her throat, still stunned by the discovery. Belakis is better known by her title, the Queen of Sheba. As in the story of King Solomon, among countless other tales. As rain pattered down and ran in rivulets over the iron face, the statue appeared to be crying. Safia reached and wiped the tears from the queen's cheek. With her touch, the bust moved as if pivoting on slippery ice, swinging from her fingertips. It spun once fully around, then slowed and wavered to a stop, staring in the opposite direction, to the northeast. Safia glanced back to Cassandra. The map, Cassandra ordered Kane. Get the map. Tomb Raider, December 3, 8:07 p.m. Jubal Ilteen. Painter checked his watch. 1 more minute. He lay flat on his belly at the base of a fig tree, sheltered behind an acacia bush. Rain pitter-pattered against the canopy of leaves overhead. He had positioned himself far to the right of the road, carefully picking his way up a nearly sheer cliff face to reach this spot. He had a clear view of the parking lot.
With the night vision goggles fixed to his face, the guards were easy to spot in the darkness, all in their blue windbreakers, now with hoods pulled up against the rain. Most were posted near the road leading here, but a few others slowly circled wider. It had taken precious minutes to creep into position, moving forward as the guards shifted past. Painter took slow, steady breaths, preparing himself. It was a 30-yard dash to the nearest SUV. He fixed the plan, visualizing it, refining it. Once things began to roll, he would have no time to think, only react. He glanced at his watch. Time was up. He slowly raised himself into a crouched position, staying small, compact. He strained to listen, tuning out the rain. Nothing. He glanced at his watch again. 10 minutes had passed. Where were they? Then he heard it. A song, being sung by a handful of voices, rose from the valley behind him. He glanced over his shoulder. Through his night vision lenses, the world was cast in shades of green, but sharp shards of brilliance bloomed below. Torches and flashlights. He watched the Beit Kathir begin a slow, steady climb up the road, singing as they proceeded. Painter swung his attention back to the tomb complex. The guards had noted the stirring of the tribesmen and had slowly shifted positions to concentrate on the road. 2 men fled into the brush flanking the road and continued down the switchback. With the forces pulled away from the parked SUVs, Painter made his move. He swept from his hiding place, stand low, and raced across the 30 yards to the nearest truck. He held his breath as he ran, avoiding the noisy splash of puddles. No alarm was raised. Reaching the first SUV, he ducked behind it while pulling open the oiled zipper of his ditty bag. He removed the pre-wired C4 packages, each wrapped in cellophane, and tucked one into the truck's wheel well near the gas tank. Painter silently thanked Cassandra for the gift of the explosives. It was only fitting that he return what was hers. Staying low, he hurried forward to the next SUV and planted the second package.
He left the third truck untouched, only checked to make sure the keys had been left in the ignition. Such a precaution was a common practice in an op situation. When the mess hit the fan, you didn't want to have to hunt down the driver with the keys. Satisfied, he checked a lot. The guards remained focused on the approaching band of camels and men. Swinging around, he darted toward the low wall that enclosed the tomb complex. He kept the line of SUVs between him and the guards. Behind, he heard shouts rising from below in Arabic, jovial arguing. The singing had ceased. A pair of camels bleated forlornly, accompanied by the jingle of harness bells. The Bedouin were halfway up the hill. He had to hurry. Painter vaulted the low wall. It was only 4 feet high. He had chosen an isolated spot, behind the mosque. He landed with more of a thud than he intended, but the rain covered the noise with a grumble of thunder. He paused. Light flowed down either side of the mosque, coming from the courtyard in front of the building. It shone blindingly bright through his night vision goggles. He heard mumbled voices, but the rain drummed away any distinction. He had no clue how many were out there. Crouching to keep his silhouette below the wall, he fled along the back of the mosque, keeping to the shadows. He came to a back door, checked the knob. Locked. He could force the door, but it would make too much noise. He continued on, looking for a window or another way inside. He would be too exposed if he attempted to reach the central courtyard directly from either side of the building. There was no shelter and too much light. He needed a way through the mosque, a way to get closer. To abduct Safia from under Cassandra's nose, he would need to be close to the action. He reached the far corner of the mosque. Still no windows. Who built a place with no windows in back? He stood in a small, weedy vegetable garden. 2 date palms guarded over it. Painter stared up. One of the palms grew close to the mosque's wall, shadowing the roof's edge. The mosque's roof was flat. If he could scale the palm, reach the roof? He stared at the clumps of dates hanging beneath the fronds. It would not be an easy climb, but he'd have to risk it. With a deep breath, he jumped as high as he could, straddling his arms around the trunk, hitching his feet up on it. The bark offered no purchase. He promptly slid down, landing on his backside in the mud. As he began to push back up, he spotted 2 things, both hidden behind a hedgerow flanking the back wall. An aluminum ladder and a pale hand. Painter tensed. The hand did not move. He crawled forward, parting the bushes. A ladder leaned against the back wall, along with a pair of clipping shears. Of course, there had to be a way to reach those hanging dates. He should have known to search for a ladder. He moved to the figure stretched out on the ground. It was an older Arab man in a dishdasha robe embroidered with gold thread. He was most likely a member of the tomb staff, a caretaker of some sort. He lay in the dirt, unmoving. Painter pressed fingers to the man's throat. He was still warm. A slow pulse beat under Painter's fingers, alive, unconscious. Painter straightened. Had Cassandra darted the man as she had done to Clay? But why drag him back here and hide him? It made no sense, but he had no time to ponder the mystery. He hauled out the ladder, checked to make sure he was still hidden from the guards, and propped it against the back wall of the mosque. The ladder reached just shy of the roof line. Good enough. He quickly scaled the rungs. As he climbed, he glanced over his shoulder. He saw that the guards had moved to block the road completely. Down slope, he spotted the lights and torches of the Beit Kathir clan as they clustered a short way down. They had stopped and began to make camp. He heard occasional snatches of loud voices, all in Arabic, as the men kept up the pretext of nomadic travelers bunking down for the night. Reaching the top of the ladder, Painter grabbed the edge of the roof and hauled himself up, hooking a leg over the lip and rolling out of sight. Staying low, he hurried across the roof, aiming for the minaret near the front. Just a few feet above the roofline, an open balcony encircled the tower, where the call to prayer would be sung for the local worshippers. It was easy to grab the railing and vault over the balustrade. Painter crouched and edged around the balcony. He had a bird's-eye view of the courtyard. It was too bright for his night vision gear, so he pushed the goggles up and studied the layout. Across the way, the small set of ruins blazed with light. A flashlight lay abandoned near the entrance to the neighboring tomb. Its shine illuminated a metal pole planted in the ground. It appeared to be some sculpture, a bust by the looks of it. Voices rose from below, coming from the squat tomb. Its door to the courtyard lay open. Lights glowed from inside. He heard a familiar voice. "Show us on the map." It was Cassandra. Painter's gut clenched, fiery and determined. Then Safia answered her. It makes no sense. It could be anywhere. Painter crouched lower. Thank God she was still alive. A surge of relief and renewed concern swept through him. How many people were with her? He spent a few minutes studying the shadows across the frosted windows. It was hard to say, but it didn't appear that more than 4 were in the room. He watched the courtyard for additional guards. It remained quiet. Everyone seemed to be in the one building, out of the rain. If he moved quickly. As he began to swing away, a figure stepped out of the tomb doorway, a tall, muscular man dressed in black. Painter froze, afraid of being spotted. The man tucked the brim of a ball cap farther over his eyes and shoved into the rain. He crossed and knelt beside the pole.
Painter spied as the man reached to the bottom of the pole and ran his fingers slowly up its length. What the hell was he doing? Reaching the top of the shaft, the man stood and hurried back to the tomb, shaking out his ball cap. 69, he said as he disappeared inside. Are you sure? Cassandra again. Yes, I'm bloody very sure. Painter dared wait no longer. He ducked through the archway to reach the tower stairs that spiraled down into the mosque. He flipped his night vision goggles in place and inspected the dark staircase. It seemed quiet. He pulled free his pistol and thumbed off the safety. Wary of guards, he proceeded with one shoulder near the wall, gun pointed forward. He continued down the short spiral, sweeping the mosque's prayer room as he descended. Highlighted in green, the room was empty, prayer mats stacked in back. He stepped out and moved toward the entryway in front. The outer doors were open. He pushed the goggles back up and sidled to the entrance. He crouched to one side. A covered porch spread along the front. Directly ahead, 3 steps led down to the courtyard. To either side, a short stucco wall framed the porch, topped by arched openings. Painter waited and checked the immediate area. The courtyard remained empty. Voices murmured across the way. If he dashed across to the tomb, hid outside the doorway, Painter calculated in his head, unblinking. For this to work, speed was essential. He straightened, pistol held steady. A slight noise froze him in place. It came from behind. An electric thrill of terror lanced through him. He wasn't alone. He swept around in a crouch, pistol pointing into the depths of the mosque. Out of the gloom, a pair of dark shadows stalked toward him, eyes glowing in the reflected light of the courtyard. Feral and hungry. Leopards. As silent as the night, the 2 cats closed in on him. 8:18 p.m. Show me on the map, Cassandra said. The curator knelt on the floor of the tomb. She had spread out the same map as before. A straight blue line led from the first tomb on the coast to this one in the mountains. Now a second line, this one in red, branched away, heading northeast, crossing out of the mountains and into a great blank expanse of the desert, the Rub al-Khali, the vast empty quarter of Arabia. Safia shook her head, running a finger along the line out into the sands. It makes no sense. It could be anywhere. Cassandra stared down at the map for several breaths. They were looking for a lost city in the desert. It had to be somewhere along that line. But where? The line crossed through the center of the vast expanse. It could be anywhere. We're still missing something, Safia said, leaning back on her heels. She rubbed her temples. Cannon's radio buzzed, interrupting them. He spoke into his throat mic. How many? A long pause. Okay, just keep a bloody close eye on them. Keep them away. Let me know if anything changes. Cassandra eyed him as he finished. He shrugged. Those sand rats we saw on the side of the road have returned. They're setting up camp where we spotted them earlier. Cassandra noted the concern in Safia's face. The woman feared for her countrymen's safety. Good. Order your men to shoot anyone who gets close. Safia tensed at her words. Cassandra pointed to the map. The sooner we solve this mystery, the sooner we're out of here. That should light a fire under the curator. Safia stared sullenly at the map. There must be some distance marker built into the artifact, something we missed. A way to determine how far down this red line we must travel. Safia closed her eyes, rocking a bit. Then she suddenly stopped. What? Cassandra asked. The spear, she said, glancing to the door. I noticed striations along its shaft, marks scored into it. I thought them merely decoration.
But back in the ancient past, measurements were often recorded as notches on a stick. So you think the number of marks could signify a distance? Safia nodded and began to stand. I have to count them. Cassandra distrusted the woman. It would be easy to lie and lead them astray. She needed accuracy. Cain, go out and count the number of marks. He grimaced but obeyed, slapping on his sodden ball cap. After he left, Cassandra crouched by the map. This has to be the final location. First the coast, then the mountain, now the desert. Safia shrugged. You're probably right. The number 3 is significant to ancient faiths. Whether it's the Trinity of the Christian God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, or the ancient celestial Trinity, the moon, the sun, and the morning star. Cain appeared in the doorway, shaking rain from his cap. 69? Are you sure? He scowled at her. Yes, I'm bloody very sure. 69, Safia said. That has to be right. Why? Cassandra asked, turning her attention back to the curator as she bent over the map. 6 and 9, Safia explained to the map. Multiples of 3. Just like we were talking about. Sequential, too. A very magical number. Seemingly deaf to the man, Safia continued to work, measuring with a protractor and tapping a calculator. Cassandra watched over her. This is 69 miles along the red line. Safia circled the spot. It ends up here in the desert. Cassandra knelt down, took the protractor and rechecked her measurements. She stared at the red circle, noting the longitude and latitude in her head. So, this may be the location of the lost city? Safia nodded. She continued to stare at the map. As best I can tell. Cassandra's brow crinkled, sensing the woman was keeping something from her. She could almost see the woman calculating something in her head. She grabbed Safia's wrist. What are you holding back? A shot rang out nearby, clipping away any further words. It could be a misfire. It could be one of the Bedouins shooting off his rifle. But Cassandra knew better. She swung around. Painter. 8:32 p.m. Painter's first shot went wild as he fell backward out the mosque's doorway and onto the porch. A corner of a wall blasted away in a shower of plaster. Inside, the leopards parted, vanishing into the shadows of the mosque. Painter flung himself to the side, sheltering behind the half-wall of the porch. Stupid. He shouldn't have shot. He had reacted out of instinct, self-preservation. That wasn't like him. But some terror beyond the leopards had gripped him, as if something had jangled the deepest root of his brain. And now he had given away the element of surprise. "Painter!" The shout came from the direction of the tomb. It was Cassandra. Painter dared not move. Leopards prowled on the inside, Cassandra on the outside. The lady or the tiger. In this case, both meant death. "I know you came for the woman," Cassandra shouted into the rain. A rumble of thunder punctuated her words. Painter remained quiet. Cassandra couldn't know for sure in which direction his gunshot had come from. Sound traveled oddly among these mountainous hills. He imagined her hiding in the tomb, calling out from the doorway. She dared not move into the open. She knew he was armed, but she didn't know where he was. How could he use that to his advantage? If you don't show yourself, arms up, hands empty, in the next 10 seconds, I'm going to shoot the prisoner. He had to think quickly. To reveal himself now would only mean his death, along with Safia's. "I knew you'd come, Crowe. Did you really think that I'd believe you were heading to the border of Yemen?" Painter flinched. He had sent out the email only hours ago, planted with false information, delivered through a secure server to his boss. It had been a test balloon. As he feared, word had reached Cassandra intact. A sense of despair settled over him. That could only mean one thing. The betrayal of Sigma started at the very top. Sean McKnight, his own boss. Was that why Sean had paired him with Cassandra to begin with? It seemed impossible. Painter closed his eyes and took a deep breath, sensing his isolation. He was now alone out here, cut off. He had no one to contact, no one to trust.
Oddly, this thought only helped energize him. He felt a giddy sense of freedom. He had to rely on himself and his immediate resources. That would have to be enough.
Painter reached into his ditty bag and palmed the radio transmitter. Thunder growled, throatier, guttural. Rain fell harder. 5 seconds, Crowe, all the time in the world. He stabbed the transmitter's button and rolled toward the stairs. 8:34 p.m. From 70 yards away, Omaha jolted as the twin explosions rocketed the 2 SUVs into the air, as bright as lightning strikes. The dark night went brilliant. The concussion squeezed his ears, thundered in his rib cage. It was Painter's signal. He had secured Safia. A moment ago, Omaha had heard a single gunshot, terrifying him. Now flames and debris rained down across the parking lot. Men lay sprawled in the dirt. 2 were on fire, bathed in burning gasoline. It was time to move, now. Omaha shouted, but his yell sounded tinny in his own ears. Still, rifle fire spat out of the forest to either side of Omaha. Additionally, a few flashes of muzzle fire sparked from a high shoulder that overlooked the parking lot, coming from a pair of Beit Kathir snipers. Up at the tomb, 2 guards had been picking themselves off the ground. They suddenly jerked, bodies thrown backward. Shot. Other guards sought cover, reacting with well-honed skill. These were no amateurs. They retreated over the compound walls, seeking fast cover. Omaha lifted his binoculars. Atop the hill's plateau, the 2 burning SUVs lit the parking lot. The 3rd vehicle had been shoved a few feet by the concussion. Pools of flaming gasoline dotted the dirt and hood, steaming in the rain. Painter was supposed to use the vehicle as an escape vehicle. He should have been there by now. Where was he? What was he waiting for? An ululating cry rose to Omaha's right. Bells jangled. A dozen camels scattered uphill. Amid them ran more of the Beit Kathir. Cover fire rained from out of the tree line. A few shots now answered. A camel bellowed, dropping to one knee, skidding in the dirt. An explosion ripped into the hillside off to Omaha's left. A flash of fire and torn tree limbs, smoking leaves and dirt flumed upward. A grenade. And then a new sound. It came from the deep gorge to the right. Gosh, 5 small helicopters rose into view, as swift as gnats and as tiny. One-man vehicles, just blades, engine, and pilot. They looked like flying sleds. Spotlights swept the grounds, peppering the area with automatic gunfire. Camels and men fled in all directions. Omaha clenched a fist. The difficult person had been expecting them. She'd had a backup force lying in wait, an ambush. How had she known? Coral and Barack appeared at Omaha's elbow. "Painter's gonna need help," Coral hissed. "He can't reach the escape vehicle now. It's too exposed." Omaha glanced up to the lot, now a bloodbath of bodies and camels. From the forest, shots fired up at the helicopters, driving them higher. But they continued a zigzagging pattern over the compound, guarding it tightly. The entire plan had fallen to gosh. But Safia was up there. Omaha was not leaving her again. Coral freed her pistol. "I'm going in." Omaha grabbed her arm. Her muscles were cords of steel. He held tight, brooking no argument. "This time, we're all going in." 8:35 p.m. Kara stared down at the Kalashnikov rifle on her lap. Fingers twitching uncontrollably on the stock, she found it hard to concentrate. Her eyes felt too large for her head, threatening a migraine, while nausea lapped at her belly. She dreamed of a little orange pill. To her side, Clay fought to get the engine started. He cranked it again, but it failed to turn over. Danny sat in the back seat with the lone pistol. The explosion had lit up the northern hills like a rising sun. It was Painter's signal. Across the intervening 2 valleys, echoing spatters of gunfire sounded like fireworks. "Piece of gosh!" Clay swore and struck his hand on the steering wheel. "You flooded it," Danny said sourly from the back. Kara stared out the passenger window. A ruddy glow persisted to the north. It had started. If all went well, the others would be racing downhill in one of the kidnappers' SUVs. The remainder of the party would scatter into the hills. The Beit Kathir knew many paths through the forested mountains. But something felt wrong. Maybe it was just an edgy frazzle in Kara's head. It grew more acute with each breath. Pain lanced behind her eyes. Even the light of the dashboard stabbed painfully bright. "You're going to wear the battery down," Danny warned as Clay engaged the engine again. "Let it rest, 5 minutes at least." A buzzing filled Kara's skull as if her body were an antenna, tuning in on static. She had to move. She could no longer sit still. She pulled open the latch and half fell out the door, bobbling her rifle. "What are you doing?" Clay called to her, frightened. She didn't answer. She stepped into the road. The van had been pulled under the branches of a tamarind tree. She crossed out into the open and wandered a short distance up the road, out of sight of the van. Gunfire continued to echo. Kara ignored it, her attention focused closer at hand. An old woman stood in the roadway, facing Kara, as if waiting for her. She was dressed in a long desert cloak, her face hidden behind a black veil. In her bony fingers, she carried a staff of gnarled wood, worn smooth and shiny. Kara's head throbbed. Then the static in her head finally tuned to a proper station. Pain and nausea drained from her. She felt momentarily weightless, unburdened. The woman merely stared. Numbness filled the empty spaces inside her. She didn't fight it. The rifle dropped from Kara's limp fingers. "She will need you," the woman finally said, turning away. Kara followed after the stranger, moving as if in a dream. Back by the tamarind tree, she heard the van's engine crank and fail. Kara continued walking, leaving the road behind and heading down into the forested valley. Kara did not resist, even if she had been able to. She knew who needed her. 8:36 p.m. Safia had been forced to her knees, hands on top of her head. Cassandra crouched behind her, a pistol pressed at the base of her skull, another pointed toward the entrance. They both faced the doorway, poised tensely on the far side of the chamber. The grave mound stood between them and the exit. With the explosion, Cassandra had extinguished the lights and sent Kane out a back window, to circle around, to hunt down Painter. Safia clenched her fingers together. Could it be true? Could Painter still be alive? Be somewhere out there? If that was so, had the other survived? Tears wailed. No matter what, she was not alone. Painter had to be out there. Gunfire still rattled from beyond the compound. Fires cast the night in crimson and shadow. She heard the beat of helicopters, spatters of automatic fire. "Just let us go," Safia pleaded. "You have Ubar's location." Cassandra remained silent in the dark, her full attention on the door and windows. Safia didn't know if she had even heard her plea. From beyond the door, a shuffling sound reached them. Someone was coming. Painter or Kane? Across the doorway, a large shadow passed, lit momentarily by the lone flashlight still out in the courtyard. A camel. It was a surreal sight as it sauntered past, soaked by the rain. In its wake, a woman stood framed in the doorway. She seemed to shimmer in the crimson glow of the nearby fires. "You!" Cassandra gasped. In one hand, the stranger carried the silver case containing the iron heart. It had been resting just outside the door. "No, you don't, difficult person." Cassandra fired her pistol, 2 rounds, deafeningly close to Safia's left ear. Crying out from the painful sound of the blast, Safia fell forward onto one of the prayer rugs. She rolled a step away, toward the grave mound. Cassandra followed, still firing at the door. Safia craned up, her head ringing. The doorway was empty again.
She glanced sidelong to Cassandra, who'd assumed a shooter's stance, both pistols pointed toward the open door. Safia saw her chance. She grabbed the edge of the prayer rug, which she now shared with Cassandra. In a swift motion, she lunged up, dragging the rug with her. Caught by surprise, Cassandra toppled, her feet going out from under her. A pistol fired. Plaster shattered from the ceiling. As Cassandra fell backward, Safia dove over the grave mound and rolled toward the door. At the entrance, she leaped headlong over the threshold. Another blast. In midair, Safia felt a kick in her shoulder, shoving her around. She hit the ground and skidded in the mud. Her shoulder burned. Shot. Panicked, reacting on pure instinct, she rolled to the side, away from the doorway. Rain washed over her. She scrambled around the corner, pushing through a hedgerow to enter the narrow alley between the tomb and the ruins of the prayer room. As she reached cover, a hand from behind reached out of the darkness and clamped over her mouth hard, bruising her lips. 8:39 p.m. Painter held tight to Safia, clinging to her. "Stay quiet," he whispered in her ear, leaning against the wall of the ruins. She quaked in his grip.
He had been hiding here for the past few minutes, watching the courtyard, attempting to ascertain some way to draw Cassandra out. But his ex-partner seemed entrenched, patient, letting her team do the work for her while she guarded the prize. Spotlights from the hovering helicopters crisscrossed the yard, keeping them pinned down. Again, Cassandra had outwitted him, hiding an aerial force, probably sent here in advance. All seemed hopeless. Then, a moment ago, he had watched a camel stroll by through the rain, seemingly unconcerned by the gunfire, moving with steady determination to pass his hiding place and disappear in front of the tomb. Next, a spatter of shots, and Sophia came tumbling out. "We have to reach the back wall of the complex," he whispered, motioning down the alleyway. There was too much gunfire coming from out front. They'd have to take their chances on the steep slopes out back, try to reach cover. He released his grip on her, but she still clung to him. "Keep behind me," he urged. Twisting around, Painter led the way in a low crouch, heading back toward the rear of the complex. The shadows lay thicker there. He kept a keen watch through his night vision glasses, wary and tense. Pistol pointed forward. Nothing moved. The world was defined in shades of green. If they could reach the far wall that encircled the complex. Taking another step, he saw the alleyway bloom with light, blindingly bright through the goggles, burning the back of his eye sockets. He tore away the scopes. "Don't move." Painter froze. A man lay flat atop the wall of the ruins. He held a flashlight in one hand, a pistol in the other, both aimed at Painter. "Don't even twitch," the man warned. "Cain," Sophia moaned behind him. Painter cursed silently. The man had been lying in wait atop the wall, spying from on high, waiting until they had moved into his line of sight. "Drop your weapon." Painter had no choice. If he refused, he'd be shot where he stood. He let the pistol fall from his fingers. A new voice called sharply from behind him, coming from the entrance to the alleyway. "Cassandra, just shoot him." 8:40 p.m. Omaha crouched beside Coral as she finished checking the body on the ground. Barak covered them with his rifle. They were hidden at the edge of the parking lot, awaiting a chance to make a run across the open space. Clutching his desert eagle, Omaha fought to keep his heart from hammering out of his chest. He seemed incapable of getting enough oxygen. A minute ago, he had heard pistol blasts from within the complex. Sophia. Ahead, the parking lot was still lit by flaming pools of gasoline. A pair of helicopters swept by overhead, searchlights crisscrossing in a deadly pattern. Both sides had settled into a standoff. Only occasional spates of gunfire shattered the stillness. "Let's go," Coral said, standing up, still shadowed by the limbs of the wild fig tree. Her eyes were on the skies. She watched a second pair of helicopters swoop overhead. "Be ready to run." Omaha frowned, then saw the grenade resting in her palm, taken from the dead guard at her feet. She pulled the pin and stepped out into the open, her full attention on the skies. She pulled her arm back, leaning like a pitcher onto one leg. She held that stance for a breath. "What are you doing?" Omaha asked. "Physics," she answered. "Vector analysis, timing, angle of ascent." She threw the grenade with a wicked fling of her entire body. Omaha immediately lost sight of it in the darkness. "Run!" Coral dove ahead, following the momentum of her toss. Before Omaha could even move, the grenade exploded overhead in a brilliant flash, lighting up the underbelly of the one-man craft. Its spotlight swung wildly as the concussion hit it. Shrapnel ripped into the belly. A piece must have struck its fuel tank. The copter blew up in a fiery bloom. "Run!" Coral called again, urging Omaha to move. Barak was already on Coral's heels. Omaha ran. Debris rained down off to the right. A piece of rotor impacted the ground with a thunk and twang. Then the flaming bulk smashed into the tree line, casting up backwash of fire and black smoke. He continued his flight across the lot. The other helicopters had swung away, scattering like a flock of startled crows. Ahead, Coral reached a lone SUV. She flew into the driver's seat. Barak hauled open the back door, leaving the front passenger seat to Omaha. As his fingers closed on the door, the truck's engine roared to life. Omaha had barely gotten the door open when Coral shifted into gear and hit the accelerator. Omaha's arm was wrenched. He had to run and leap inside. Coral had no time for stragglers. He fell into the seat as a rifle blast exploded. Omaha ducked, but the shot was not from the enemy. From the back seat, Barak had shot out the truck's moonroof. He used an elbow to crack away the shattered safety glass, then shoved his body up through the opening along with his rifle. He immediately began firing as Coral fought the steering wheel, spinning tires in the mud. The truck slipped as she made a sharp turn toward the open gate in the compound wall. Wheels mired. The SUV struggled to move. Another helicopter hoved into view, blades angled steeply. Automatic fire flashed from its nose, chattering and digging a trough toward their mud-bogged vehicle. It would slice them in half. Coral grabbed a stick, shoved the SUV into reverse, and jammed the accelerator. The SUV found traction again, barreled backward as the guillotine of bullets sliced just inches in front of the bumper. A second helicopter dove toward them. Barak opened fire skyward. The copter searchlight shattered away, but it kept coming. Still going in reverse, Coral spun the wheel. The car fishtailed in the mud. "Omaha, your left." While Barak was busy with the helicopter, one of the guards had decided to take advantage of his inattention. The man rose with his rifle on his shoulder. Omaha leaned back in his seat. The SUV swung to face the man. No choice. Omaha fired his Desert Eagle through the windshield. He squeezed 2 more shots. The safety glass held, but fractured into spider webs. The guard ducked away. The SUV caught traction in the fresh mud and sped across the lot, still in reverse. Craned around, Coral expertly maneuvered the vehicle, aiming for the gate to the compound, going backward, pursued by the helicopters. Hold on. 8:40 p.m. Pinned in the alley, Sophia stood between Painter and Cassandra. Ahead, Kane pointed his gun. Everyone had frozen for half a breath as the helicopter exploded behind them. "Shoot him," Cassandra repeated, staying focused. "No," Sophia attempted to step around Painter, to shield him. Every movement flamed her shoulder. Blood ran down her arm.
"Kill him, and I won't help you. You'll never discover the secret at Ubar." Painter held her back, protecting her from Kane. Cassandra pushed through the hedge. "Kane, you have your order." Sophia glanced between the 2 armed assailants. She spotted a shift of shadows behind the man. Something rose from a crouch, sharing the crest of the wall. Eyes shone a feral red. Painter tensed beside her. With a growled roar, the leopard pounced on Kane. His pistol fired. Sophia felt the shot whistle past her ear and strike the dirt with a thud. Man and cat tumbled off the wall, into the prayer room beyond. Painter ducked, grabbed Sophia's arm, and swung her behind him as he turned to face Cassandra. He had a second pistol in his free hand. He fired. Cassandra leaped backward, crashing through the bushes. The bullet missed, clipping the corner of the tomb. She ducked to the side. Next door, screams arose bloody and sharp. It was impossible to discern man from beast. Bullets ricocheted off the sandstone walls as Cassandra returned fire, staying low around the corner, shooting through the bushes. Painter pushed Sophia against the tomb's wall, out of direct line of fire, at least for the moment. "Make for the outer wall," he urged, and shoved her down the alley. "What about you?" "She'll follow us. The slope's too exposed." He intended to hold Cassandra at bay. "But you, gosh, go!" He pushed her harder. Sophia stumbled down the alley. The sooner she reached safety, the sooner Painter could make his own escape. So she justified it in her head. But a part of her knew she was simply running for her own life. With each step, her shoulder throbbed, protesting her cowardly flight. Still, she kept going. The exchange of gunfire continued. In the neighboring ruins of the prayer room, all had gone deathly quiet, the fate of Kane unknown. More gunfire erupted from the parking lot. A helicopter flashed low overhead, whipping up the rain with its rotor wash. Reaching the end of the alleyway, Sophia lunged across the wet gardens toward the far wall. It was only 4 feet high, but with her wounded shoulder, she feared she'd never make it over. Blood soaked through the shirt. From beneath a baobab tree, a camel appeared on the far side of the wall. It moved to meet her. It seemed to be the same camel that had sauntered past the tomb's door earlier. In fact, it had the same companion, the naked woman. Only now she rode atop the camel. Sophia didn't know whether to trust the stranger or not, but if Cassandra shot at her, then the woman had to be on her side. The enemy of my enemy. The stranger offered her arm as Sophia reached the wall.
then spoke. It wasn't Arabic or English, yet Sophia understood it, not because she had studied the language, which she had, but because it seemed to translate through her skull on its own. "Welcome, sister," the stranger said in Aramaic, the dead language of this land. "Be at peace." Sophia reached for the woman's hand. Fingers gripped hers, hard and strong. She felt herself pulled up effortlessly. Pain lanced out, shooting down her wounded arm. A cry escaped her. Blackness closed her vision to a pinpoint. "Peace," the woman repeated softly. Sophia felt the word wash over her, through her, taking pain and the world with it. She slumped and slipped away. 8:47 p.m. Painter pulled the screen off the window beside his head. It was a flimsy affair. With his back pressed against the tomb's wall, he fired his pistol twice, keeping Cassandra at bay. He used his palm to slide open the window. Thankfully, it was unlocked. He glanced down the alleyway and watched Sophia vanish around the corner. Dropping to a knee, Painter fired another shot, ejected his clip, grabbed another from his belt, and slammed it home. Cassandra fired again. The slug struck the wall by his leg. Where was another gosh darn leopard when you needed one? Painter returned a shot, then holstered his weapon. Without a second glance, he leapt up, boosted himself through the window, and fell in an undignified tumble into the tomb. Inside, he rolled to his feet. His eyes discerned a central shrouded mound. He kept to the wall and circled the gravesite, his pistol back in his hand, aimed at the door. Crossing past the back window, he felt a wet breeze through it. So that was how that jerk got the jump on me. Painter glanced through the window, noting movement outside. Beyond the wall, a camel turned away, heading down the far slope. A naked woman sat astride it, seemingly guiding it with her knees. In her arms, she cradled another woman, limp, unmoving. Sophia, the camel and its riders descended out of sight. A pair of leopards bounded from the dark gardens to the wall, then away, following the camel. Before he could decide to pursue or not, Painter heard a scuff by the door. He dropped and turned. A shadow lay draped across the entry. "This isn't over, Crowe," Cassandra called into him. Painter kept his pistol trained. A new roar reached his ears. A truck. Barreling his way. Shots fired. He recognized the retort of a Kalashnikov. Someone from his own group. Cassandra's shadow vanished, sweeping out of sight, retreating. Painter hurried to the door, keeping his weapon ready. He spotted a discarded map on the floor. He reached down and crumpled it in a fist. Out in the courtyard, one of the Mitsubishi trucks bounced through the gardens, digging ragged furrows. A figure protruded through the moonroof. A muzzle, pointed skyward, flashed. Barak. Painter checked the rest of the yard. It appeared empty. Cassandra had retreated into hiding, outgunned for the brief moment. He stepped out of the tomb and waved the crumpled map. Spotting him, the driver of the Mitsubishi swung sharply. Its back bumper aimed for him. He fell back inside to avoid getting hit. The SUV skidded to a stop, scraping paint off its side panels. Its back seat door landed abreast of the tomb. He spotted Coral in the driver's seat. "Get in," Barak called. Painter glanced back to the tomb's back window. Sophia, whoever had taken her, they had at least been heading away, out of immediate harm. That would have to do for now. Turning back, he popped the handle, dove inside, and slammed the door. "Go," he called to the front. Coral jostled the SUV into forward gear, and the truck sped away. A pair of helicopters gave chase. Barak shot at them from his topside vantage. The SUV raced toward the open gate. Coral leaned forward to peer through the cracked windshield. They swept out of the complex, bounced over a muddy rut, momentarily airborne, then jammed back down. Wheels spun, caught, and the SUV sped toward the road and the cover of the heavy forest. From the front, Omaha stared back at him, eyes lost. Where's Sophia? Gone. Painter shook his head, unblinking. She's gone. Mountain trek, Dhofar Mountains. Sophia woke from slumber. Falling. She threw her arms out, panic racking her body, as familiar as her own breath. Agony speared her shoulder. "Calm yourself, sister," someone said near her ear. "I have you." The world swirled into focus, midnight dark. She was propped against a couched camel who chewed its cud with indifference. A woman loomed at her side, an arm under her good shoulder, holding her up. "Where?" she mumbled, but her lips seemed glued together. She tried to find her legs, but failed. Memory slowly returned. The fight at the tomb. Gunfire filled her head. Flashes of images. One face. Painter. She shuddered in the woman's arms. What had happened? Where was she? She finally found enough strength to stand, leaning heavily on the camel. Sophia noted that her wounded shoulder had been crudely bandaged, wrapped to slow the bleeding. It ached with every movement. The woman at her side, shadowy in the gloom, appeared to be the one who had rescued her. Only now she wore a desert cloak. "Help comes," the other whispered. "Who are you?" she forced out, suddenly noting the cold of the night. She was in some jungle grotto. The rain had stopped, but drops still wept from the canopy overhead.
Palm and tamarind trees rose all around her. Tangles of lianas and hanging gardens of jasmine draped everywhere, perfuming the air. The woman remained silent. She pointed an arm. A bit of fiery light pierced the jungle ahead, glowing brightly through the ropey vines. Someone was coming, bearing aloft a torch or lamp. Sophia had an urge to flee, but her body was too weak to obey. The arm around her shoulders squeezed as if the woman had heard her heart, but it didn't feel like she was attempting to hold Sophia captive, only to reassure her. In moments, Sophia's eyes acclimated to the gloom enough to recognize that the jungle immediately before her hid a rocky limestone cliff, thick with vines, creepers, and small bushes. The approaching light came from a tunnel in the face of the cliff. Such caverns and passages riddled the Dhofar Mountains, formed from the trickles of monsoon flows melting through the limestone. As the light reached the tunnel entrance, Sophia spotted 3 figures: an old woman, a child of perhaps 12, and a second young woman who could have been the twin of the one beside her. All were identically dressed in desert cloaks, hoods thrown back. Additionally, each bore an identical bit of decoration: a ruby tattoo at the outer corner of the left eye, a single teardrop. Even the child who carried the glass oil lantern. She who was lost, the woman at her side intoned. "Has come home," the elder said, leaning on a cane. Her hair was gray, tied in a braid, but her face, though lined, looked vital. Sophia found it hard to meet those eyes, but also impossible to turn away. "Be welcome," the elder said, speaking English, stepping aside. Sophia was assisted through the entrance, supported by the woman. Once she was through, the child led the way, lantern held high. The elderly woman kept behind them, thudding with a walking stick. The third woman left the tunnel and strode to the couched camel. Sophia was led onward. No one spoke for several steps. Sophia, edgy with questions, could not hold her tongue. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Her voice sounded petulant even to her own ears. "Be at peace," the elderly woman whispered behind her. "You are safe." "For now," Sophia added silently. She had noted the long dagger carried in the belt of the woman who had left the tunnel behind them. "All answers will be given by our Haja." Sophia startled. A Haja was a tribal shaman, always female. They were the keepers of knowledge, healers, oracles. Who were these people? As she continued, she noted a continual wisp of jasmine in the air. The scent calmed her, reminding her of home, of mother, of security. Still, the pain in her wounded shoulder kept her focused. Blood had begun to flow anew, through the bandage and down her arm. She heard a scuffing sound behind her. She glanced over her shoulder. The third woman had returned. She bore 2 burdens, collected from the camel. In one hand she carried the silver suitcase, battered now, that held the ironed heart. And on her shoulder leaned the iron spear with its bust of the Queen of Sheba. They had stolen the 2 artifacts from Cassandra. Sophia's heart thudded louder, vision tightening. Were they thieves? Had she been rescued or been kidnapped again? The tunnel stretched ahead, continuing deep under the mountain. They had passed side tunnels and caves, angling this way and that. She was quickly lost. Where were they taking her? Finally, the air seemed to freshen, growing stronger, the scent of jasmine richer. The passage lightened ahead. She was led forward. A wind flowed down the throat of the tunnel,
coming from up ahead. As they rounded a bend, the tunnel dumped into a large cavern. Safia stepped into it. No, not a cavern, but a great bowl of an amphitheater, the roof of which, high overhead, bore a small opening to the sky. Water flowed through the hole in a long, trickling waterfall, draining into a small pond below. 5 tiny campfires circled the pool, like the points of a star, illuminating the flowering vines that wreathed the room and hung in long tangles from the roof, some reaching the shallow bowl of the floor. Safia recognized the geology. It was one of the countless sinkholes that peppered the region. Some of the deepest were found in Oman. Safia gaped. More cloaked figures moved or sat about the chamber, some 30 or so. Faces turned toward her as the party entered. The illuminated cavern reminded Safia of the thieves' cave from the story of Ali Baba. Only these 40 thieves were all women, all ages. Safia stumbled into the room, suddenly weak from the trek, blood running hot down one arm, the rest of her body shivering. A figure rose by one of the fires. Safia? She focused on the speaker. The woman was not dressed like the others. Safia could make no sense of her presence here. Kara? Thumrait Air Base, Oman. Cassandra leaned over the chart table in the captain's office. Using a satellite map of the region, she had recreated the curator's map. With a blue Sharpie marker, she had drawn a line from the tomb in Salalah to the one in the mountains, and with a red marker, a line from Job's tomb to the open desert. She had circled their destination in red, the location of the lost city. Her present position, Thumrait Air Base, lay only 30 miles away. "How quickly can you have the supplies ready?" she asked. The young captain licked his lips. He was the leader of the Harvest Falcon Depot, the USAF's source of supplies and war materials for its bases and troops throughout the region. He carried a clipboard and tapped items off with the tip of a ballpoint pen. Tents, shelters, equipment, rations, fuel, water, medical supplies, and generators are already loaded into transport helicopters. You'll be supplied on site at 0700 as instructed. She nodded. The man still wore a frown as he studied their place of deployment. This is the middle of the desert. Refugees are funneling into the airbase hourly. I don't see how placing an advance camp out there will help. A gust of wind rattled the asphalt shingles atop the building. "You have your orders, Captain Garrison." "Yes, sir." But his eyes looked a little settled, especially when he glanced out the window to the 100 men lounging on packs, checking weapons, wearing dun-colored sand fatigues, no insignia. Cassandra let him have his doubts as she headed to the door. The captain had received his orders, passed through the chain of command from Washington. He was to aid her in outfitting her team. Guild Command had orchestrated the cover story. Cassandra's team was a search and rescue unit sent to help refugees fleeing the coming sandstorm and to aid in any rescue during the storm itself. They had 5 all-terrain trucks with giant sand tires, an 18-ton M4 high-speed desert tractor, a pair of transport Hueys, and 6 of the one-man Vito copter sleds, each fitted and lashed to open-bed four-wheel drive trucks. The overland team would leave within the half hour. She would be accompanying them. Exiting the command depot for Harvest Falcon, Cassandra checked her watch. The sandstorm was due to slam into the region in another 8 hours. Reports were coming in of winds gusting to 80 miles per hour. Already the winds here, where the mountains met the desert, were kicking up, and they were heading into the teeth of the storm. They had no choice. Word had come from Guild Command, some hint that the source of the antimatter could be destabilizing, that it could self-destruct before it was discovered. That must not happen. Timetables had been accelerated. Cassandra searched the dark airfield. She watched a lumbering British VC-10 tanker touch ground off in the distance, illuminated by landing lights. Guild Command had shipped in the men and additional equipment yesterday. The minister had coordinated with her personally after the firefight last night. It was very lucky she had learned the location of the lost city before losing Safia. "The onsen will be given." Safia startled. A Haja was a tribal shaman, always female. They were the keepers of knowledge, healers, oracles. Who were these people? As she continued, she noted a continual wisp of jasmine in the air. The scent calmed her, reminding her of home, of mother, of security. Still, the pain in her wounded shoulder kept her focused. Blood had begun to flow anew through the bandage and down her arm. She heard a scuffing sound behind her. She glanced over her shoulder. The third woman had returned. She bore 2 burdens collected from the camel. In one hand she carried the silver suitcase, battered now, that held the iron heart, and on her shoulder leaned the iron spear with its bust of the Queen of Sheba. They had stolen the 2 artifacts from Cassandra. Safia's heart thudded louder, vision tightening. Were they thieves? Had she been rescued or been kidnapped again? The tunnel stretched ahead, continuing deep under the mountain. They had passed side tunnels and caves, angling this way and that. She was quickly lost. Where were they taking her? Finally, the air seemed to freshen, growing stronger, the scent of jasmine richer. The passage lightened ahead. She was led forward. A wind flowed down the throat of the tunnel, coming from up ahead. As they rounded a bend, the tunnel dumped into a large cavern. Safia stepped into it. No, not a cavern, but a great bowl of an amphitheater, the roof of which, high overhead, bore a small opening to the sky. Water flowed through the hole in a long, trickling waterfall, draining into a small pond below. 5 tiny campfires circled the pool, like the points of a star, illuminating the flowering vines that wreathed the room and hung in long tangles from the roof, some reaching the shallow bowl of the floor. Safia recognized the geology. It was one of the countless sinkholes that peppered the region. Some of the deepest were found in Oman. Safia gaped. More cloaked figures moved or sat about the chamber, some 30 or so. Faces turned toward her as the party entered. The illuminated cavern reminded Safia of the thieves' cave from the story of Ali Baba. Only these 40 thieves were all women, all ages. Safia stumbled into the room, suddenly weak from the trek, blood running hot down one arm.
With such a significant discovery, the minister had been grudgingly satisfied with her performance. She was not. She pictured Painter crouched in the alley between the ruins and the tomb. The sharpness of his eyes, the crinkles of concentration, the way he moved so swiftly, pivoting on one leg, sweeping out his gun. She should have shot him in the back when she had the chance. She risked hitting Safia, but she had lost the woman anyway. Still, Cassandra hadn't shot. Even when Painter swung on her, she had paused a fraction of a second, falling back instead of pushing forward. She clenched a fist. She had hesitated. She cursed herself as much as she cursed Painter. She would not make that mistake a second time. She stared across the acres of tarmac and gravel. Would he come? She had noted that he had stolen her map during his escape, along with one of the vehicles, her own truck. They found it abandoned and stripped of gear, buried in the forest a few miles down the road. But Painter had the map. He would definitely come. Yet not before she was ready for him. She had plenty of manpower and firepower to hold off an army out there. Let him try. She would not hesitate a second time. A figure appeared from a small outbuilding near the parked trucks, her temporary command center. John Kane strolled toward her, his left leg stiff in a splint. He scowled as he stomped to his side. The left side of his face was sealed with surgical glue, giving his features a bluish tint. Beneath the glue, claw marks slashed across his cheek and throat, blackened with iodine. His eyes glinted brighter than usual in the sodium lights, a slight morphine haze. He refused to be left behind. "Cleanup was completed an hour ago," he said, tucking back his radio mic. "Assets have all been cleared out." She nodded. All evidence of their involvement with the firefight at the tomb had been removed. Bodies, weapons, even the wreckage of the Vito copter sled. Any word on Crowe's crew? Vanished into the mountains, scattered. There are side roads and camel trails throughout the mountains, and heavy patches of forest in all the deep valleys. He and those sand rats have took their tails and gone into hiding. Cassandra had expected as much. The firefight had left her team with limited manpower for a proper pursuit and search. They had to take care of their own wounded and clear the site before local authorities responded to the fiery attack. She had evacuated in the first airlift, radio and guild command of the operation, playing down the chaos, highlighting their discovery of the true site of Ubar. The information had bought her life, and she knew to whom she was indebted for that. "What about the museum curator?" she asked. "I have men patrolling the mountains. Still no trace of her signal." Cassandra frowned.
the micro-transceiver she had implanted on the woman had a range of 10 miles. How was it possible that they hadn't picked up her signal? Maybe interference from the mountains. Maybe it was the storm system. Either way, she'd eventually expose herself. She'd be found. Cassandra pictured the small pellet of C4 incorporated into the transceiver. Safia might have escaped, but she was dead already. "Let's move out," she said. 1:32 a.m., Dhofar Mountains. "Good girl, Saf," Omaha mumbled. Painter stirred from his post by the road. What had the man discovered? With his night vision glasses, he had been watching the dirt track. The Volkswagen Eurovan stood parked under a stand of trees. Omaha and the others gathered at the back of the van, the tailgate ajar. Omaha and Danny were bent over the map he had stolen from the tomb site. Next to them, Coral had been inventorying their supplies, pilfered from the back of Cassandra's SUV. Downslope from the tomb, they had run into Clay and Danny, frantic about Kara's disappearance. They had found her rifle in the road, but no sign of the woman herself. They had called and called for her, but no answer. And with Cassandra on their tail and helicopters in the air, they could not wait long. While Painter and Omaha searched for Kara, the others had hurriedly shoved all the supplies from the SUV into the Eurovan, then drove the SUV over a steep slope. Painter feared Cassandra would track them with its GPS feature, just as he had. Additionally, the Eurovan was unknown to her, a small advantage. So they had taken off, hoping Kara had kept her head low. Painter paced the road now, less settled with his decision. They had found no body. Where had Kara gone? Did her disappearance have something to do with her withdrawal from the drug? He took a deep breath. Maybe it was best. Away from them, Kara might have a better chance of surviving. Still, Painter paced. Off to the side, Barak shared a smoke with Clay, the two men a contrast in size, form, and philosophy, bonded by the lure of tobacco. Barak knew the mountains and had led them through a series of rutted roads, well camouflaged. They ran with their lights off, going as fast as safety allowed, stopping at times whenever the sound of helicopters approached. It was just 6 of them now, he and Coral, Omaha and Danny, Barak and Clay. The fate of Captain Al-Hafi and Sharif remained unknown, scattered to the winds with the fleeing Beit Kathir. They could only hope for the best. After 3 hours of harried driving, they had stopped to rest, regroup, plan what to do next. All they had to guide them from here were the inked marks on the map. At the van, Omaha straightened a kink in his back with a pop that was heard all the way to the road. She tricked the difficult person. With the mountain valley quiet and dark, Painter walked back to join the others. "What are you talking about?" Omaha waved him over. "Come see this." Painter joined him. At least Omaha's belligerence toward him had lessened. En route, Painter had related his story of the leopards, the firefight, the intervention of the strange woman. Omaha finally seemed to settle on the belief that as long as Safia was away from Cassandra, it was an improvement. Omaha pointed to the map. "See these lines? The blue one clearly leads from the tomb in Salalah to Job's tomb here in the mountains. Safia must have found some clue at the first tomb to lead to the second." Painter nodded. "Okay, what about the red line?" "Safia found some clue at Job's tomb, too. The metal post with a bust on it? I suppose. It doesn't matter any longer. See here. She's marked a circle along this red line, out in the desert, like this is where to go next, the location of Ubar." Painter felt a sick, sinking feeling. If Cassandra already knew where it was. "No, it's not the location," Danny said. Omaha nodded. "I measured it. The circle is marked 69 miles from Job's tomb, along this red line." Painter had debriefed him on all the details, including overhearing the tall man call out the number 69, measuring something along the pole. "So it matches the number I heard," Painter said. "But they figured miles," Omaha said. Omaha gave him a look as if it were obvious. If that artifact they found at Job's tomb was dated the same as the Iron Heart, and why wouldn't it be, then it goes back to sometime around 200 BC. "Okay," Painter said, accepting the fact. "Back then, a mile was defined by the Romans. A mile was calculated as 5,000 Roman feet, and a Roman foot is only 11.5 inches. Safia would know this. She let Cassandra believe it was modern miles.
She sent the difficult person on a wild goose chase. So, what's the real distance? Painter asked, moving closer to the map. At his side, Omaha chewed the edge of his thumb, clearly doing a calculation in his head. After a moment, he spoke. 69 Roman miles is equivalent to just over 63 modern miles. He's right, Coral said. She had been doing her own calculation. So Safia sent Cassandra 6 miles past the true location. Painter frowned. That's not too far. In the desert, Omaha countered, 6 miles is more like 600.
Painter didn't squash the man's pride in Safia, but he knew the ruse would not fool Cassandra for long. As soon as she realized that nothing was at that false site, she'd start consulting. Someone would solve the mystery. Painter estimated Safia's ruse bought them a day or two at most. So where on the map is the true location? Painter asked. Omaha bobbed his head, excited. Let's find out. He quickly adjusted his strings and pins, measuring and rechecking. A frown crinkled his brow. That doesn't make sense. He stuck a pen in the map. Painter leaned over and read the name pinned there. Shisur. Omaha shook his head, dismay in his voice. It's been a freaking wild goose chase all along. What do you mean? Omaha continued to frown at the map as if it were to blame. Danny answered for him. Shisur is where the old ruins of Ubar were originally discovered, back in 1992 by Nicholas Clapp and a few others. Danny glanced to Painter. There's nothing there. All this running around just leads to a place that's already been discovered and scoured. Painter could not accept that. There has to be something. Omaha slammed a fist on the map. I've been there myself. It's a dead end. All this danger and bloodshed for nothing. There has to be something everyone has missed, Painter persisted. Everyone thought those 2 tombs we were at before had been thoroughly examined, but in a matter of days, new discoveries were made. Discoveries made by Safia, Omaha said sourly. No one spoke for a long stretch. Painter focused on Omaha's words. Realization slowly dawned. She'll go there. Omaha turned to him. What are you talking about? Safia. She lied to Cassandra to stop her from getting to Ubar. But like us, she knows where the clues truly pointed. To Shisur. To the old ruins. Exactly. Omaha frowned. But like we said, there's nothing there. And like you said, Safia discovered clues where no one found them before. She'll think she can do the same at Ubar. She'll go there for no other reason but to keep whatever might be there from Cassandra's grasp. Omaha took a deep, begrudging breath. You're right. That's if she's allowed to go, Coral said from the side. What about the woman who took her away, the one with the leopards? Barak answered her, his voice somewhat embarrassed. I've heard tales of such women, spoken around campfires out in the desert, spoken among all tribes of the sands, warriors of the desert, more jinn than flesh, able to speak to animals, vanish on command. Yeah, right, Omaha said. There was indeed something strange about that woman, Painter conceded, and I don't think this is the first time we've had a run-in with her. What do you mean? Painter nodded to Omaha. Your kidnappers, in Muscat. It was a woman you saw in the market. What? You think she's the same woman? Painter shrugged. Or perhaps one of the same group. There's another party involved in all this. I know it. I don't know if it's Barak's warrior women or just some group looking to make a buck. Either way, they've taken Safia for a reason. In fact, they may have even attempted to kidnap you, Omaha, because of Safia's affection for you. To use you as leverage. Leverage for what? To get Safia to help them. I also spotted the silver case tied on the camel's back. Why take the artifact unless there's a good reason? Everything keeps pointing back to Ubar. Omaha pondered his words, nodding his head. Then that's where we'll go. With that difficult person distracted, we'll wait and see if Safia shows up. And search the place in the meantime, Coral said. She nodded to the stacked gear. There's a ground-penetrating radar unit in here, good for looking under sand. And we've a box of grenades, additional rifles, and I don't know what this is. She held up a weapon that looked like a shotgun with a belled end to it. From the glint in her eyes, she was dying to try it out. Everyone turned to Painter, as if waiting for his agreement. Of course we're going, he said.
Omaha clapped him on the shoulder. Finally, something we agree on. 1:55 a.m. Safia hugged Kara. What are you doing here? I'm not sure. Kara trembled in her grip. Her skin felt clammy, moist. The others? I saw Painter. What about Omaha, his brother? As far as I know, everyone's okay. But I was away from the fighting. Safia had to sit down, her legs weak, knees rubbery. The cavern swam a bit around her. The tinkling of the waterfall through the hole in the roof sounded like silver bells. Firelight from the 5 campfires dazzled her eyes. She sank to a rumpled blanket by the fire. She couldn't feel the heat of the flames. Kara followed her down. Your shoulder, you're bleeding. Shot. Safia didn't know if she'd spoken aloud or not. 3 women approached, arms full. They carried a steaming basin, folded cloths, a covered brazier, and, oddly out of place, a box with the red cross of an emergency medical kit. An elderly woman, not the same as the one who had led her here, followed with a tall walking stick, fiery in the glow of the campfire. She was ancient, shoulders hunched, hair white but neatly combed and braided back over her ears. Rubies adorned her lobes, matching her teardrop tattoo. Lie down, daughter, the old woman intoned. English again. Let us see to your injuries. Safia had no energy to resist, but Kara guarded over her. She had to trust that her friend would protect her if necessary. Safia's blouse was stripped from her. The soiled bandage was then soaked in a steaming poultice of aloe and mint and slowly peeled back. It felt as if they were flaying the skin off her shoulder. She gasped, and her vision darkened. You're hurting her, Kara warned. One of the 3 women had knelt and opened the emergency medical kit. I have 1 ampule of morphine, Hoja, the woman said. Let me see the wound. The elder leaned down, supported by her staff. Safia shifted so her shoulder was bared. The bullet passed cleanly through. Shallow. Good. Will not have to operate. Sweet myrrh tea will ease her pain. Also 2 tablets of Tylenol with codeine. Hook an IV to her good arm. Run in a liter of warmed LRS. What of the wound? The other woman asked. We'll cauterize, pack, and wrap the shoulder, then sling the arm. Yes, Hoja. Safia was propped up. The 3rd woman poured a steaming mug of tea and handed it to Kara. Help her drink. It will give her strength. Kara obeyed, accepting the mug with both hands. You'd best sip, too, the old woman told Kara, to clear your head. I doubt this is strong enough. Doubt will not serve you here. Kara sipped the tea, grimaced, then offered it to Safia. You should drink. You look like gosh. Safia allowed a bit to be dribbled between her lips. The warmth flowed down into the cold pit that was her stomach. She accepted more. 2 pills were held in front of her. For the pain, the youngest of the 3 women whispered. All 3 looked like sisters, only a few years apart. Take them, Safi, Pora urged, or I'll take them myself. Safia opened her mouth, accepted the medication, and swallowed them down with a bit more of the tea. Now lie back while we minister to your wounds, the Hoja said. Safia collapsed to the blankets, warmer now. The Hoja slowly lowered to the blanket beside her, moving with a grace that belied her age. She rested her walking stick over her knees. Rest, daughter. Be at peace. She placed one hand atop Safia's. A gentle, bleary feeling swelled through her, fading all the ache from her body, leaving her floating. Safia smelled the jasmine wreathed about the cavern. Who are you? Safia asked. We're your mother, dear. Safia flinched, denying the possibility, offended. Her mother was dead. This woman was too old. She must be speaking metaphorically. Before she could scold, all sight dissolved away. Only a few words followed her away. All of us, we're all your mother. 2:32 a.m. Kara watched the group of women attend to Safia as her friend lolled on the blankets.
A catheter was inserted into a vein in her right hand and hooked to an intravenous drip attached to a warm bag of saline held aloft by one of Safia's nurses. The other 2 rinsed and daubed the bullet wound in Safia's shoulder. The injury was smaller than a dime. A cauterizing powder was sprinkled generously over the site, which was then painted with iodine, packed with cotton gauze, and expertly wrapped. Safia thrashed slightly but remained asleep.
Make sure she keeps her arm in a sling, the older woman said, watching the work of the others. When she is awake, make sure she drinks a cup of the tea. The Hoja lifted her staff, posted it on the ground, and pulled herself up. She faced Kara. Come, let my daughters care for your sister. I won't leave her. Kara moved closer to Sophia. She will be well cared for. Come, it is time for you to find what you have sought. What are you talking about? Answers to your life. Come or stay. It makes no matter to me. The old woman thumped off. I will not argue with you. Kara glanced to Sophia, then to the elder. Answers to your life. Kara slowly rose. If anything happens, but she didn't know whom she was threatening. The nurses seemed to be taking good care of her friend. With a shake of her head, Kara set off after the Hoja. Where are we going? Ignoring Kara, the Hoja continued. They left the trickling waterfall and fires behind and crossed into the deeper gloom that rimmed the chamber. Kara stared around. She barely remembered entering this cavern. She had been conscious of it, but it was as if she had moved in a pleasant fog, plodding behind a similarly clad older tribeswoman. After leaving the van, they had walked for well over an hour, through a shadowy forest to an ancient dry well, accessed via a narrow cut in the rock. They had spiraled down into a mountainside, walking for some time. Once they reached the cavern here, Kara had been abandoned by the fire, told to wait, the fog lifting from her. With its dissipation, her headache, tremors, and nausea had returned like a leaden blanket. She felt barely able to move, let alone find her way out of this warren of tunnels. Questions she asked were ignored, and she had many. She stared at the back of the elder ahead of her now. Who were these women? What did they want with her and Sophia? They reached a tunnel opening in the wall. A child waited at the entrance, bearing a silver oil lamp, like something you'd rub to raise a genie. A tiny flame lapped the tip of the lamp. The girl, no more than 8, wore a desert cloak that appeared too large for her, the hem bunching slightly at her toes. Her eyes were huge upon Kara, as if she were staring at some alien being. But there was no fright, only curiosity. The Hoja nodded the child forward. Go, Yakut. The child turned and shuffled forward down the tunnel. Yakut was Arabic for ruby. It was the first time she had heard a name spoken here. She stared at the Hoja at her side. What is your name? The old woman finally glanced at her. Green eyes flashed brightly in the lamp's flame. I am called many names, but my given name is Lulu. I believe in your language that means pearl. Kara nodded. Are all your women named after jewels? There was no answer as they continued walking behind the child in silence, but Kara sensed the woman's acknowledgement. In Arabic tradition, such jeweled names were given to only one caste of folk, slaves. Why did these women pick such names? They certainly seemed freer than most Arab women. The child turned off the tunnel into a limestone chamber. It was cold, the walls damp, scintillating in the lamplight. A prayer rug lay on the cave's floor, cushioned by a bed of straw. Behind it stood a low altar of black stone. Kara felt a thrill of fear ice through her. Why had they brought her here? Yakut walked to the altar, circled behind it, and bent out of sight. Suddenly flames crackled brighter behind the stone. Yakut had used her oil lamp to light a small stack of wood. Kara smelled incense and kerosene from the pile, scented and oiled for easy lighting. The kerosene burned away quickly, leaving only the sweet fragrance of frankincense. As the flames licked higher, Kara saw her mistake. The dark altar was not opaque, but crystalline, like a chunk of black obsidian, only more translucent. The glow of the flame shone through the stone. Come, Lulu intoned, and led Kara to the prayer rug. Kneel. Kara, exhausted from lack of sleep and shaky from the drain of adrenaline from her system, both naturally and artificially induced, gratefully sank to the soft rug. The Hoja stood behind her. This is what you have come so far and searched so long to find. She pointed her stick toward the altar. Kara stared at the block of translucent stone. Her eyes widened as the stack of wood blazed behind the altar, shining through it. Not opaque stone, raw glass. Flames lit the interior, illuminating the heart of the glass block. Inside, embedded like a fly in amber, rested a figure, plainly human, blackened to bone, legs curled fetally, but arms out in agony. Kara had seen a similar stricken figure. In the ruins of Pompeii. A form turned to stone, buried and petrified under hot ash from the ancient eruption of Vesuvius. The same posture of tortured death. But worst of all, Kara knew why she had been brought here, shown this. Answers to her life. She collapsed to her hands on the rug, her body suddenly too heavy. No. Tears burst to her eyes. She knew who lay buried in the heart of the glass, preserved in agony. A cry escaped her, wrenching everything from her body. Strength, sight, hope, even the will to live, leaving her empty. Papa. 3:12 a.m. Safia woke to music and warmth. She lay on a soft blanket, instantly awake, but she languished in the moment. She listened to the soft stringed chords from a lute, accompanied by the soft piping from a reed instrument, haunting and lonely. Firelight danced across the roof overhead, limning the drapes of vines and flowers. The tinkling water added counterpoint to the music. She knew where she was. There was no slow waking back to the present, only a vague muzzy-headedness from the coding she had ingested. She heard voices speaking softly, occasional dazzling flashes of laughter, a child playing. She slowly sat up, earning a grumpy complaint from her shoulder. But the pain was dull, more a deep ache than a sharp twinge. She felt inordinately rested. She checked her watch. She had been asleep only a little more than an hour, but she felt as if she had slept for days. Relaxed and rested. A young woman stepped toward her, kneeling down. A mug warmed between her hands. "The Hoja wishes you to drink this." Safia accepted the tea with her good arm. The other lay in a sling across her belly. She sipped gratefully and noticed a conspicuous absence. "Kara? My friend? When you finish your tea, I'm to take you to the Hoja. She waits with your sister." Safia nodded. She sipped her tea as quickly as its steaming heat would allow. The sweet tea warmed through her. She placed the mug on the ground and crawled to her feet. Her escort offered a hand to help, but Safia declined, feeling steady enough. "This way." Safia was led to the far side of the sinkhole and down another tunnel. With a lantern in one hand, her guide walked her assuredly through the maze of passages. Safia addressed her guide. "Who are you all?" "We are the Rahim," she answered stiffly. Safia translated. Rahim was the Arabic word for womb. Were they some Bedouin tribe of women? Amazons of the desert? She pondered the name. It also held an undercurrent of divinity, of rebirth and continuity. Who were these women? Ahead, a light appeared, glowing from a side cavern. Her escort stopped a few steps away and nodded Safia forward. She continued, feeling for the first time since waking a tingle of unease. The air seemed to grow thicker, harder to breathe. She concentrated on inhaling and exhaling, riding through the moment of anxiety.
As she stepped nearer, she heard sobbing, heart deep, broken Kara. Safia pushed aside her fears and hurried to the cavern. She found Kara collapsed on a rug in the cavern. The elder Haja knelt at her side, cradling Kara. The old woman's green eyes met Safia's. Safia rushed over. "Kara, what's wrong?" Kara lifted her face, eyes swollen, damp-cheeked. She was beyond words. She pointed an arm toward a large stone with a fire behind it. Safia recognized the chunk as slag glass, molten sand that had hardened. She had found such pieces around lightning strikes. They were revered by ancient peoples, used as jewelry, sacred objects, prayer stones. She didn't understand until she spotted the figure in the glass. "Oh, no," Kara croaked. It's my father." "Oh, Kara." Tears welled up in Safia's eyes. She knelt on Kara's other side. Reginald Kensington had been like a father to Safia, too. She understood her friend's grief, but confusion shattered through. How? Why? Kara glanced at the old woman, too overwhelmed to speak. The Haja patted Kara's hand. "As I've already explained to your friend, Lord Kensington is not unknown to our people. His story leads here as much as the story of you two. He had entered sands forbidden on the day he died. He had been warned, but chose to dismiss it. And it was not chance that brought him to those sands. He sought Ubar, like his daughter. He knew those same sands were near its heart, and could not stay away. What happened to him? To tread the sands around Ubar is to risk the wrath of a power that has reigned hidden for millennia, a power and place we women guard. He heard of the place, was drawn to it. It was his doom." Kara sat up, clearly having heard all this already. "What is this power?" The Haja shook her head.
That we don't know. The gates of Ubar have been closed to us for 2 millennia. What lies beyond those gates has been lost to the ages. We are the Rahim, the last of its guardians. Knowledge passed from mouth to ear, from one generation to another. But 2 secrets were never spoken after Ubar was destroyed, never passed to our line by the surviving queen of Ubar. So great was the tragedy that she sealed the city, and with her death those 2 secrets died. Where the gate's keys were hidden, and what power lies under the sand, at the heart of Ubar. Each word spoken by the old woman raised 1,000 questions in Safia's mind. The gates of Ubar, the last of its guardians, the heart of the lost city, hidden keys. But some inkling reached through to her. The keys, she muttered, the iron heart. The Haja nodded, to lead to Ubar's heart. And the spear with the bust of Bilikas, the queen of Sheba. The elder bowed her head, she who was the mother of us all, the first of the royal house of Ubar. It is only right she adorns the second key. Safia reviewed the known history of Ubar. The city had indeed been founded around 900 BC, the same period during which the historical Queen of Sheba lived. Ubar prospered until the collapse of a sinkhole destroyed the city around AD 300. It had a long reign, but the existence of the ruling house was well documented. Safia questioned this fact. I thought King Shaddad was the first ruler of Ubar, the great-grandchild of Noah. There was even a reclusive clan of Bedouin, the Shara, who claimed to be descendants of this same king. The old woman shook her head. The line of Shaddad were administrators only. The line of Bilikas were the true rulers, a secret hidden from all but the most trusted. Ubar gave its powers to the queen, chose her, allowed her to birth her line strong and sure, a line that continues to this day. Safia remembered the visage on the bust. The young women here bore a striking resemblance. Could such a line remain pure for over 2 millennia? Safia shook her head, incredulous. Are you saying your tribe can trace their lineage all the way back to the Queen of Sheba? The Haja bowed her head. It is more than that, much more. She lifted her eyes. We are the Queen of Sheba. 3:28 p.m. Kara felt sick, nauseous, but not from withdrawal. In fact, since her arrival here in these caves, she felt less jagged, the shakes slowly subsiding, as if something had been done to her head. But what she now suffered was 1,000-fold worse than the lack of amphetamines. She felt crushed, heartsick, worn thin, devastated. All this talk of secret cities, mysterious powers, ancient lineages meant nothing to her. Her eyes stared at the remains of her father, his mouth frozen in a rictus of agony. Words of the Haja had locked up her brain. He had sought Ubar like his daughter. Kara recalled the day of her father's death, the hunt on her 16th birthday. She had always wondered why they had traveled all the way out to that section of the desert. There was good hunting much closer to Muscat. Why fly out to Thromrite Air Base, travel overland in rovers, then start their pursuit on sand cycles? Had he used her birthday as an excuse to hunt those lands? Anger built in her chest, shining out of her like the flames behind the chunk of glass. But it had no focus. She was angry at these women who had held this secret for so long, at her father for throwing his life away on a deadly quest, at herself for following in his footsteps, even at Safia for never making her stop, even when the search was destroying Kara from the inside. The fire of her fury burned away the dregs of her sickness. Kara sat back and turned to the old Haja. She interrupted her history lesson with Safia, her words bitter. Why was my father searching for Ubar? Kara, Safia said in a consoling tone, I think that can wait. No. Anger put command in her voice. I want to know now. The Haja remained unimpressed, bowing before Kara's fury like a reed in the wind. You are right to ask. That is why you are both here. Kara frowned from lips to brow. The woman glanced between Kara and Safia. What the desert takes, it also gives back. What does that mean? Kara snapped back. The Haja sighed. The desert took your father. She waved toward the gruesome stone. But it gave you a sister. She nodded to Safia. Safia has always been my dearest friend. Despite her anger, Kara's voice flared with emotion. The truth and depth of her words, spoken aloud, struck her bruised heart with more impact than she would have imagined. She tried to shake them away, but she was too raw. She is more than your friend. She is your sister, in both spirit and flesh. The Hajja raised her staff and pointed it at the body entombed in glass. There lies your father and Safia's. The Hajja faced the two stunned women. You are sisters. 3:33 a.m. Safia's mind could not grasp what the woman was saying. Impossible, Kara said. My mother died when I was born. You share a father, not a mother, the Hajja clarified. Safia was born from a woman of our people. Safia shook her head. They were half-sisters. The peace she had experienced upon waking moments ago had shattered. For ages, she had known nothing about her mother, only that she had died in a bus accident when Safia was 4. Nothing was known about her father. Even among the vague memories of her childhood before the orphanage, foggy glimpses, scents, a whisper in the ear, there had never been a male figure, a father. All she had left from her mother was her name, El-Ma'az. Calm yourself, both of you. The woman raised her hands, one palm toward each. This is a gift, not a curse. Her words drained some of the wild beating in Safia's heart, like a palm placed on a thrumming tuning fork. Still, she could not bring herself to glance toward Kara, too ashamed, as if her presence somehow fouled the good memory of Lord Kensington. Safia's mind went back to the day she was taken from the orphanage, a terrifying, hopeful day. Reginald Kensington had chosen her above all the other girls, a mixed-blood child, taken her home, put her in her own room. Kara and Safia had instantly bonded.
Had they, even at that young age, recognized a secret bond, an easy comfort of family? Why hadn't Reginald Kensington ever told them of their secret sisterhood? If only I'd known, Kara gasped out, reaching out to Safia. Safia looked up. She read no blame in her friend's eye. The anger of a moment ago had been snuffed. All she saw was relief, hope, and love. Maybe we did know, Safia mumbled and leaned into her sister's embrace. Maybe we always knew down deep. Tears flowed. And just like that, they were no longer just friends. They were family. They hugged for a long moment, but questions eventually pulled them apart. Kara kept Safia's hand in her own. The Hojah finally spoke. Your shared story goes back to Lord Kensington's discovery of the statue at the tomb of Nabi Imran. His remarkable find was significant to us. The statue dated from the founding of Ubar, buried at a tomb tied to a woman of miracles. The Virgin Mary? Safia asked. A nod answered her. As guardians, one of our number had to get close to examine the funerary object. It was said that the keys to the gates of Ubar would reveal themselves when the time was right. So Almaz was sent. Almaz, Safia said, noting the pronunciation was slightly off. Almaz, the Hojah repeated more firmly. Kara squeezed her hand. All the women here are all named after jewels. The Hojah's name is Lulu, Pearl. Safia's eyes widened. Almaz. My mother's name was Diamond. The orphanage thought it was her family name, Almaz. So what happened to her? The Hojah, Lulu, shook her head with a weary frown. Like many of our women, your mother fell in love. In investigating the discovery of the statue, she allowed herself to get too close to Lord Kensington, and he to her. They both were lost to each other. And after a few months, a child grew in her womb, seeded the natural way of all women. Safia frowned at the strange choice of words, but didn't interrupt. The pregnancy panicked your mother. It was forbidden for one of us to bear a child from a man's loins. She fled Lord Kensington, back to us. We cared for her until she gave birth. But after you were born, she had to leave. Almaz had broken our rule. And you, a child of mixed blood, were not pure Rahim. The old woman touched her teardrop tattoo, the ruby symbol of the tribe. Safia had no tattoo. Your mother raised you as best she could in Kaluf on the Omani coast, not far from Muscat. But the accident left you an orphan. During all this time, Lord Kensington never gave up his search for your mother and the possible child she carried. He scoured Oman, spent fortunes, but when one of our women wished to be unseen, we are not found. The blood of Bilikas has blessed us in many ways.
The old woman glanced down to her staff. "When we learned you were orphaned, we could not abandon you. We found where you were taken and passed the information to Lord Kensington. He was heartsick to hear of Almaz, but as the desert takes, it also returns. It gave him back a daughter. He collected you and pulled you into his family. I suspect he planned on waiting until you both were old enough to understand the complexities of the heart before revealing your shared blood." Kara stirred. "On the morning of the hunt, my father told me that he had something important to tell me. Something that, on my 16th birthday, I was woman enough to hear." She swallowed hard, voice cracking. "I thought it was only something about school or university. Not. Safia squeezed her hand. "It's all right. Now we know." Kara glanced up, her eyes full of confusion. "But why did he still pursue Ubar? I don't understand." The Hoja sighed. "It is one of many reasons we are forbidden from men. Perhaps it was a whisper across a pillow, a bit of history shared between lovers. But your father learned of Ubar. He sought the lost city, maybe as a way of being closer to the woman he lost. But Ubar is dangerous. The burden of its guardianship is a heavy one." As if demonstrating, the old woman hauled herself up with considerable effort. "And what of us now?" Safia asked, standing with Kara. "I will tell you along the way," she said. "We have far to travel." "Where are we going?" Safia asked. The question seemed to surprise the Hoja. "You are one of us, Safia. You brought us the keys." "The heart and the spear?" A nod. She turned away. "After 2 millennia, we go to unlock the gates of Ubar." The gates of Ubar. Crossroads, December 4, 5:55 a.m. Dhofar Mountains. As the skies brightened to the east, Omar slowed the van at the top of the pass. The road continued down the far side, if the rutted stone-plagued track could be called a road. His lower back ached from the constant bump and rattle of the last 10 miles. Omar braked to a halt. Here the road crested the last pass through the mountains. Ahead, the highlands dropped to salt flats and gravel plains. In the rear-view mirror, fields of green heather spread, dotted with grazing cattle. The transition was abrupt. To either side of the van lay a moonscape of red rock, interrupted by patches of straggly red-barked trees, bent by the winds flowing over the pass. Boswellia sacra, the rare and precious frankincense trees, the source of wealth in ages past. As Omar braked, Painter's head snapped up from a light drowse. "What is it?" he asked, blearily. One hand rested on the pistol in his lap. Omar pointed ahead. The road descended through a dry riverbed, a wadi. It was a rocky, treacherous course, meant for 4-wheel drive vehicles. "It's all downhill from here," Omar said. "I know this place," Barak said behind them. The fellow never seemed to sleep, whispering directions to Omar as they wound through the mountains. "This is Wadi Dikar, the Vale of Remembrance. The cliffs to either side are an ancient graveyard." Omar popped the van into gear. "Let's hope it doesn't become ours." "Why did we come this way?" Painter asked. In the third row of seats, Coral and Danny stirred, slumped against each other. They sat straighter, listening. Clay, seated beside Barak, merely snored, head craned back, lost to the world. Barak answered Painter's question. "Only the local Shara tribe know of this route down the mountains to the desert. They still collect frankincense from the trees around here in the traditional manner." Omar had never met anyone from the Shara clan. They were a reclusive bunch, almost Stone Age in their technology, frozen in tradition. Their language had been studied at length. It was unlike modern Arabic, almost a reedy sing-song, and contained 8 additional phonetic syllables. Over time, most languages lose sounds, becoming more refined as they mature. With the additional syllables, the Shari language was considered to be one of the most ancient in all of Arabia. But more particularly, the Shara called themselves the people of Ad, named after King Shaddad, the first ruler of Ubar. According to oral traditions, they descended from the original inhabitants of Ubar, those who fled its destruction in AD 300.
In fact, Barak might be leading them down the very path to Ubar that the people of Ad had once used to flee its destruction. A chilling thought, especially shadowed by the entombed graves. Barak finished. At the bottom of the wadi, it is only 30 kilometers to reach Shishor. It is not far. Omar began their descent in the lowest gear, creeping at 5 miles per hour. To go any faster risked sliding out in the loose shale and rocky scree. Despite the caution, the van skidded all too often, as if traveling on ice. After half an hour, Omar's hands were damp on the wheel. But at least the sun was up, a dusty rose in the sky. Omar recognized that hue. A storm was coming, due to strike the area in a few more hours. Already winds off the sands blew up the wadi, blustering against the less aerodynamic van. As Omar rounded a blind bend in the riverbed, 2 camels and a pair of robed Bedouin appeared ahead.
He hit the brakes too hard, fishtailed the rear end, and struck broadside into a precariously stacked set of stone slabs alongside the road. Metal buckled. The slabs toppled. Clay startled awake with a snort. "There goes our collision deposit," Danny griped. The 2 camels, loaded and strapped with bales and overflowing baskets, gurgled at them, tossing their heads as they were walked past the stalled van. It looked like they were carrying an entire household on their backs. "Refugees," Painter said, nodding to other similarly laden camels, mules, and horses moving up the dry watercourse. "They're fleeing the storm." "Is everyone okay?" Omaha asked as he fought the gearshift knob, punching the clutch. The van lurched, rocked, and finally began to roll again. "What did we hit back there?" Coral asked, staring at the toppled stones. Danny pointed to other similar stone piles that peppered the graveyard. "Triliths," he answered, "ancient prayer stones." Each was composed of 3 slabs leaned against one another to form a small pyramid. Omaha continued down the road, wary of the stacked stones. This was made more difficult as traffic grew thicker the lower down the riverbed they traveled. Folks were fleeing the desert in droves. "I thought you said no one knew about this back door out of the mountains," Painter asked Barak. The Arab shrugged. "When you're facing the mother of all sandstorms, you run toward higher ground. Any ground. I wager every riverbed is being climbed like this. The main roads are surely worse." They had heard periodic reports over the radio as reception came and went. The sandstorm had grown in size, as large as the eastern seaboard, whipping up 80-mile-per-hour winds, packed by scouring sands. It was shifting sand dunes around like they were whitecaps on a storm-swept sea. And that was not the worst. The high-pressure system off the coast had begun to move inland. The 2 storm systems would meet over the Omani Desert, a rare combination of conditions that would whip up a storm unlike any seen in ages before. Even as the sun dawned, the northern horizon remained cloaked in a smoky darkness. As they descended the mountain road, the storm ahead grew taller and taller, a tidal wave cresting. They finally reached the bottom of the wadi. The cliffs fell away to either side, spilling out into the sandy salt flats. "Welcome to the Rub al-Khali," Omaha announced, the empty quarter. The name could not be more fitting. Ahead stretched a vast plain of gray gravel, etched and scoured with pictographic lines of blue-white salt flats. And beyond, a red ridge marked the edge of the endless roll of dunes that swept across Arabia. From their vantage, the sands glowed in pinks, browns, purples, and crimsons. A paint pot of hues. Omaha studied their fuel gauge. With luck, they'd have just enough gas to reach Shishor. He glanced over to the Desert Phantom, their only guide. 30 kilometers, right? Barak leaned back and shrugged. Thereabouts. Shaking his head, Omaha turned forward and set off across the flatlands. A few straggling folks still trudged toward the mountains. The refugees showed no interest in the van heading toward the storm. It was a fool's journey. No one in the van spoke, eyes fixed forward on the storm. The only sound, the crunch of sand and gravel under their tires. With the cooperative terrain, Omaha risked pushing the van up to 30 miles per hour. The winds unfortunately seemed to pick up with every half mile, blowing streams of sand from the dunes. They would be lucky to have any paint on the van when they reached Shishor. Danny finally spoke.
It's hard to believe this used to be a vast savanna. Clay yawned. What are you talking about? Danny shifted forward. This wasn't always desert. Satellite maps show the presence of ancient riverbeds, lakes, and streams under the sand, suggesting Arabia was once covered by grasslands and forests, full of hippos, water buffalo, and gazelle. A living Eden. Clay stared at the arid landscape. How long ago was this? Some 20,000 years. You can still find Neolithic artifacts from that time. Axe blades, skin scrapers, arrowheads. Danny nodded to the wastelands. Then began a period of hyper-aridity that dried Arabia into a desert wasteland. Why? What triggered such a change? I don't know. A new voice intervened, answering Clay's question. The climatic change was due to Milankovitch forcing. Attention turned to the speaker, Koronovak. She explained. Periodically, the Earth wobbles in its orbit around the Sun. These wobbles or orbital forcings trigger massive climatic changes, like the desertification of Arabia and parts of India, Africa, and Australia. But what could cause the Earth to wobble? Clay asked. Coral shrugged. It could be simple precession, the natural periodic changes in orbits. Or it could be something more dramatic, a flip-flop of the Earth's polarity, something that's occurred 1,000 times in geologic history. Or it might have been a burp in the rotation of the Earth's nickel core. No one can really say. However it happened, Danny concluded, this is the result. Before them, the dunes had grown into massive hummocks of red sand, some stretching 600 feet high. Between the dunes, gravel persisted, creating winding, chaotic roadways, nicknamed dune streets. It was easy to get lost in the maze of streets, but the more direct route over the dunes could bog the hardiest vehicle, something they could not chance. Omaha pointed ahead, directing his question to Barack, meeting the Desert Phantom's eyes in the rearview mirror. You know your way through there, right? The giant of an Arab shrugged again, his usual response to everything. Omaha stared at the towering dunes, and beyond them, a wall of churning dark sand rising from the horizon, like the smoky edge of a vast grass fire sweeping toward them. They had no time for wrong turns. 7:14 a.m. Safia marched beside Kara down another tunnel. The Rahim clan spread out ahead and behind them, traveling in groups, carrying oil lanterns in the darkness. They had been walking for the past 3 hours, stopping regularly to drink or rest. Safia's shoulder had begun to ache, but she didn't protest. The entire clan was on the move, even the children. A nursing mother strode a few steps ahead, accompanied by 6 children, whose ages ranged from 6 to 11. The older girls held the younger ones' hands. Like all the Rahim, even the children were bundled in hooded cloaks. Safia studied the young ones as they sneaked glances back at her. They all appeared to be sisters. Green eyes, black hair, burnished skin. Even their shy smiles carried the same dimpled charm. And while the adult women varied in minor ways, some were wiry, others heavier built, some long-haired, others shorn short, their basic features were strikingly similar. Lulu, the tribal Hoja, kept pace with them. After announcing their journey to the gates of Ubar, she had left to organize the clan's departure. As guardians of Ubar for centuries, none of the Rahim would be left out of this momentous occasion. Once they were underway, Lulu had gone silent, leaving Kara and Safia plenty of time to discuss the revelation of their sisterhood. It still seemed unreal. For the past hour, neither had spoken, each lost to her own thoughts. Kara was the first to interrupt the silence. "Where are all your men?" she asked. "The fathers of these children? Will they be joining us along the way?" Lulu frowned at Kara. "There are no men. That is forbidden." Safia remembered the Hoja's comment earlier about how Safia's birth had been forbidden. Did permission have to be granted? Was that why they all looked so identical? Some attempt at eugenics, keeping their bloodline pure? "It's just you women?" Kara asked. "The Rahim once numbered in the hundreds," Lulu said quietly. "Now we number 36. The gifts granted to us through the blood of Bilichis, the Queen of Sheba, have weakened, grown more fragile. Stillborn children trouble us.
Others lose their gifts. The world has grown toxic to us. Just last week, Mara, one of our elders, lost her blessings when she went to the hospital in Muscat. We don't know why. Safia frowned. What gifts are these that you keep mentioning? Lulu sighed. I will tell you this because you are one of us. You have been tested and found to harbor some trace of Ubar's blessing. Tested? Kara asked, glancing to Safia. Lulu nodded. At some point, we test all half-bred children of the clan. Almaz was not the first to leave the Rahim, to lie with a man, to forsake her lineage for love. Other such children have been born. Few have the gift. She placed a hand on Safia's elbow. When we heard of your miraculous survival of the terrorist bombing in Tel Aviv, we suspected that perhaps your blood bore some power. Safia stumbled at the mention of the bombing. She remembered the newspaper reports heralding the miraculous nature of her survival. But you left the country before we could test you, never to return. So we thought you lost. Then we heard of the keys discovery, in England, at a museum you oversaw. It had to be a sign. A bit of fervor entered the woman's voice, so full of hope. When you returned here, we sought you out. Lulu glanced down the tunnel, voice lowering. At first, we attempted to collect your betrothed, to use him to draw you to us. Kara gasped. You were the ones who tried to kidnap him? He is not without talents of his own, the old woman conceded with half a smile. I can see why you pledged your heart to him. Safia felt a twinge of embarrassment. After you failed to kidnap him, what did you do? Since we couldn't draw you to us, we came to you. We tested you in the old manner. She glanced to Safia. With the snake. Safia stopped in the tunnel, remembering the incident in the bath at Kara's estate. You sent the carpet viper after me? Lulu halted with Kara. A few of the women continued past. Such simple creatures recognize those with the gift, those blessed by Ubar. They will not harm such a woman, but find peace. Safia could still feel the viper draped over her naked chest, as if sunning on a rock, content. Then the maid had walked in and screamed, triggering it to strike at the girl. You could have killed someone. Lulu waved them onward. Nonsense. We're not foolish. We don't stick to the old traditions in that regard. We had removed the snake's fangs. You were at no risk. Safia slowly continued down the tunnel, too stunned to speak. Kara was not. What is all this about a gift? What was the snake supposed to sense about Safia? Those who bear the blessing of Ubar have the ability to project their will upon other minds. Beasts of the field are especially susceptible, bowing to our wishes, obeying our command. The simpler the beast, the easier to control. Come see. Lulu stepped to the wall, where a small hole opened in the sandy floor. She opened her hands. A gentle buzzing floated about Safia's head. From the hole, a small vole emerged, blind, whiskers twitching. It climbed, as docile as a kitten, into the Hoja's palm. Lulu caressed it with a finger, then let it go. It dashed back into its hole, surprised to be out. Such simple creatures are easy to influence. Lulu nodded to Kara as she continued down the tunnel. As are those minds weakened by abuse. Kara glanced away. Nevertheless, we have little control over the wakened mind of man. The best we can manage is to cloud and dull their perceptions when we are close at hand, to hide our presence for a short time and then only of our own form. Even clothes are difficult to whisper away. It is best done naked and in shadows. Kara and Safia glanced at each other, too amazed for words. It was some form of telepathy, mind-bending. Lulu adjusted her cloak. And of course, the gift can be used on oneself, a concentration of will directed inward. This is our greatest blessing, securing our line back to Queen Bellikas, she who was our first and last. Safia remembered tales of the Queen of Sheba, stories found throughout Arabia, Ethiopia, and Israel. Many involved fanciful embellishments, magic carpets, talking birds, even teleportation. And the most significant man in her life, King Solomon, was said to be able to speak to animals, like the Hoja claimed now. Safia pictured the leopard that attacked John Cain. Could these women truly control such beasts? Was such talent the source of all the wilder tales surrounding the Queen of Sheba? Kara spoke into the stunned silence. What happens when you direct your gift inward? The greatest blessing, Lulu repeated with a wistful edge to her voice. We ripen with child. A child born of no man. Kara and Safia shared a look of disbelief. A virgin birth? Kara whispered. Like the Virgin Mary? Safia pondered this revelation. Is that why the first key, the iron heart, had been hidden at Mary's father's tomb? An acknowledgement of some sort. One virgin to another. Lulu continued, but our births are not any birth. The child of our body is our body, born afresh to continue the line. Safia shook her head. What do you mean? Lulu raised her staff and passed it forward and backward, encompassing all the clan. We are all the same women. To speak in modern terms, we are genetically identical. The greatest blessing of all is the gift to keep our line pure, to produce a new generation out of our own womb. Clones? Kara said. No, Safia said. She understood what the Hoja was describing. It was a reproductive process found in some insects and animals, most notably bees. Parthenogenesis, Safia said aloud. Kara looked confused. It's a form of reproduction where a female can produce an egg with an intact nucleus containing her own genetic code, which then grows and is born. An identical genetic duplicate of the mother. Mother! Safia's breath caught in her throat. She stopped and searched the faces around her. If what Lulu said was true, if her mother was from this clan, then all around her stood her mother. She was seeing her in all her possible incarnations, from newborn babe suckling on a teat to the mother who nursed that child, from the young girl walking hand in hand with her older sister to the elder at her side. All her mother. Safia now understood the cryptic words of the Hoja earlier. All of us. We're all your mother. It wasn't metaphor, it was fact. Before Safia could move or speak, two women marched past. One carried the silver case holding the iron heart. The next bore the iron spear with the bust of the Queen of Sheba. Safia noted the iron countenance on the statue. The face of Sheba. The face of these women. Sudden understanding struck Safia, almost blinding her. She had to lean against the tunnel wall. Sheba, Lulu nodded. She is the first and the last. She is all of us. An early exchange with the Hoja echoed in Safia's mind. We are the Queen of Sheba. Safia watched the cloaked women march past. These women had been reproducing themselves asexually far back into history, tracing their genetic code to one woman, the first to produce a child in this manner, to regenerate herself. Bellicus, the Queen of Sheba. She stared into the face of Lulu, into the green eyes of the long-dead queen. The past living in the present. The first and the last.
How was this possible? A shout rose from the front of the line. We're through the mountains, the Hoja said. Come, the gates of Ubar await. 7:33 a.m. Painter shielded his eyes as he stared at the stalled van, at the rising sun, at the walls of sand all around. This would not be a good place to be trapped when the coming sandstorm struck. He imagined those mountainous dunes spilling over them like crashing waves against rocks. They had to get moving again. A few minutes ago, the van had been careening along a stretch of flat sand, riding along the edges of dunes, a Volkswagen surfboard. The graveled streets they had been following had finally vanished completely, requiring them to furrow through hard-packed sand. Only not all of the sand was packed. Camel wallow, Barak commented, on his knees, staring at the back end of the van. Its front and rear tires were mired to the axle. Sand here is very loose and deep, like quicksand. Camels roll in them to clean their bodies. Can we dig the van out? Omaha asked. There's no time, Painter said. Barak nodded. And the deeper you dig, the deeper the van will sink. Then we'll have to unload what we can, travel on foot. Danny groaned from his seat in the sand. We really have to be choosier with our means of transportation. First the flatbed truck, now this junker. Painter stepped away, too full of nervous energy.
Or maybe it was the electricity in the air, some cloud of static charge pushed ahead of the sandstorm. I'm going to climb that dune, see if I can spot Chisor. It can't be more than a mile. In the meantime, clean out the van. Weapons, equipment, everything. Painter set off up the hill. Omaha trudged after him. I can check by myself, Painter said, waving him off. Omaha kept climbing, every step pounded deep, as if he were punishing the sand. Painter didn't feel like arguing with him, so the pair trudged up the dune face. It was more of a trek than Painter had imagined down below. Omaha drew a step nearer. I'm sorry? Painter's brow crinkled in confusion. About the van, Omaha mumbled. I should have spotted the wallow. Don't worry about it. I would have hit it too. Omaha continued upward. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. Painter sensed a man's apology covered more than the mired vehicle. At last, they reached the knife-edged crest of the dune. It crumbled underfoot. Runnels of sand coursed down the far side. The desert held a perfect crystal stillness. No bird song, no chirp of insect. Even the wind had subsided momentarily, the calm before the storm. Painter gaped at the expanse before them. Dunes stretched to all horizons. But what held his attention was the roiling wall to the north, a hurricane of sand. The dark clouds reminded Painter of stacked thunderclouds. He spotted even a few bluish flashes, static discharges, like lightning. They needed to reach cover. There, Omaha said, and pointed his arm. That cluster of date palms. Painter made out a tiny patch of greenery about half a mile away, buried among the dunes, easy to miss. The oasis of Chisor, Omaha said. They were not far. As he turned away, movement caught his eye. In the sky to the east, a black net flew, limned in the morning sunlight. He lifted his night vision goggles over his eyes, flipping up the ordinary lenses rather than the low-light feature. He telescoped closer. What is it? A transport helicopter. United States Air Force. Probably from Thumrite. It's circling to land out there. A rescue mission because of the storm? No, it's Cassandra. Painter heard her voice in his head. Did you really think that I'd believe you were heading to the border of Yemen? Here was more confirmation of how high up Cassandra's group had its teeth and claws in Washington. How could Painter hope to win out here? He had only 5 people with him, few with military training. Are you sure it's her? Painter watched the helicopter rotor down to the sands, vanishing among the dunes. Yes, that's the spot on the map, 6 miles off course. Painter lowered his goggles. Cassandra was too close for comfort. We have to get moving, he said. Painter fixed the bearings and headed back downhill. The 2 men slid their way down, making faster time. Reaching the bottom, Painter eyed the stacked gear. It was a load. But they dared not leave anything they might need. How far? Coral asked. Half a mile, Painter said. Looks of relief spread among the others. But Coral stepped to his side, noting his tension. Cassandra's already here, he said. Off to the east. Coral shrugged. That's good. When the sandstorm hits, she'll be pinned down. It might buy us another day or 2 out here, especially if that coastal high-pressure system crashes on top of us. The predicted megastorm. Painter nodded, taking a deep breath. Coral was right. They could still pull this off. Thanks, he mumbled to her. Any time, Commander. They quickly divided the gear. The largest crate held the ground-penetrating radar unit. Painter and Omaha hauled it between them. It was monstrously heavy, but if they were to search the ruins for buried treasure, they might need such a tool. So they set off, winding around a vast dune that crested 2 football fields in height, then slogged up and over smaller ones. The sun continued its climb, heating the sand and the air. Soon, their pace became a crawl as they were drained of adrenaline, bone-tired and exhausted. But at last, they climbed a low dune and discovered a cluster of modern cinder-block buildings, wooden structures, and a small mosque in the valley beyond. The village of Chisor. Down in the valley, the endless red of the Rub al-Khali was interrupted by green. Acacia bushes grew alongside the buildings, Stretches of yellow flowering tribulus spread across the sand, along with thickets of palmetto. Larger mimosa-like trees trailed flowering fronds to the ground, creating shaded arbors, and the ubiquitous date palms climbed high. After the desert trek, where the only vegetation had been a few straggly salt bushes and wan patches of tasseled sedge, the oasis of Chisor was Eden. In the village, nothing moved. It appeared deserted. The winds had kicked up again as the forward edge of the storm pushed toward them. Bits of refuse spun in dust devils. Cloth curtains flapped out open windows. "No one's here," Clay noted. Omaha stepped forward, scanning the tiny township. Evacuated. Then again, the place is pretty much abandoned during the off-season. Chisor is mostly a way station for the wandering Beit Musan tribe of Bedouin. They come and go all the time. With the discovery of the ruins just outside the town and the beginning of tourism here, it has grown into a somewhat more permanent village. But even that's pretty seasonal. "So where exactly are the ruins?" Painter asked. Omaha pointed off to the north. A small tower of crumbling rock poked above the flat sands. Painter had thought it a natural outcropping of limestone, one of the many flat-topped mesas that dotted the desert. Only now he noted the stacked stones that composed the structure. "It looks like some watchtower." "The citadel of Ubar," Omaha said, "its highest point. More of the ruins are hidden below, out of sight." He set off toward the empty township. The others began the final push to shelter, leaning against the stubborn wind, faces turned from the gusts of sand. Painter remained a moment longer. They'd made it to Ubar at last. But what would they find? He stared at the danger looming to the north. The sandstorm filled the horizon, erasing the rest of the world. Even as he stared, Painter watched more of the desert being eaten away. Again, crackles of static electricity danced where the storm met the sands. He watched the particularly large discharge roll down a dune face, like a balloon cast before a stiff wind. It faded in moments, seeming to seep into the sand itself and vanish. Painter held his breath. He knew what he had just witnessed: ball lightning. The same as had ignited the meteorite at the British Museum. They had come full circle.
A voice spoke at his shoulder, startling him. "The blue djinn of the sands," Barak said, having noted the same natural phenomenon. "Storms always bring out the djinn." Painter glanced to Barak, wondering if the man believed they were evil spirits or just a story to explain such phenomenon. Barak seemed to sense his question. Whatever they are, they're never good. He set off down the hill after the others. For a moment longer, Painter studied the monstrous storm, eyes stinging from the blowing sand. It was just beginning. As he headed down the slope, his gaze cast off to the east. Nothing moved. The roll of dunes hid everything. A vast sea. But Cassandra and her team waited out there. Sharks circling. 8:02 a.m. Sophia had not expected this mode of transportation, not from an ancient clan whose bloodline ran back to the Queen of Sheba. The dune buggy wamped up the sandy face, its huge knobby tires finding good traction. They shot over the crest, flew airborne for an extended breath, then landed solidly on the downward slope. Tires and shock absorbers cushioned their impact. Still, Sophia clung with her one good arm to the roll bar in front of her, like the security latch on a roller coaster car. Kara held fast in the same manner, white-knuckled. Both women wore matching desert cloaks, hoods pulled up and secured with a sand scarf over their lower face, protecting skin from the scouring wind. They also wore polarized sun goggles, pinched over their eyes. In the passenger seat up front, Lulu rode next to the Rahim driver, a young woman of 16 named Jed. The driver, or pilot, as the case was at times, held her lips in a firm, determined line, though a glint of girlish excitement lit her eyes. Other dune buggies followed, each loaded with 5 of the clan women. They crisscrossed one another's paths to avoid the sand cast up by the vehicles in front. To either side, flanking the buggies, rode a dozen sand bikes, motorcycles with ballooned wheels, chewing through the larger vehicles' wakes, making huge leaps over the crests of dunes. The caravan's speed was born of necessity.
To the north, the sandstorm barreled toward them. Upon leaving the subterranean warren of tunnels, Sophia found herself on the far side of the Dhofar Mountains, at the edge of the Rub al-Khali. They had crossed under the entire mountain range. The passages they had traversed were old river channels, worn through the limestone bedrock. Free of the tunnels, the buggies and bikes awaited them. Kara had commented on the choice of vehicles, expecting camels or some other less sophisticated means of transportation. Lulu had explained, "We may trace our lineage into the past, but we live in the present." The Rahim did not live their entire lives in the desert, but like the Queen of Sheba herself, they wandered, educated themselves, prospered even. They had bank accounts, stock portfolios, real estate holdings, traded in oil futures. The group now raced towards Shisur, trying to beat the storm. Sophia had not argued against such haste. She did not know how much longer the ruse she had used to deceive Cassandra would last. If they were to gain the prize before Cassandra did, they would need every advantage. Lulu and the others were counting on Sophia to lead the way. In the Hoja's words, "The keys revealed themselves to you. So will the gates." Sophia prayed the woman was right. She had used intuition and knowledge to lead them this far. She hoped her expertise would carry her the rest of the way. In the front seat, Lulu lifted a Motorola walkie-talkie and listened, then spoke into it. All words were lost to the growl of motors and torrents of winds. Once done, she swung around in her seatbelt restraints. "There may be trouble," Lulu yelled. "The scouts we sent ahead report a small band of armed strangers entering Shisur." Sophia's heart leaped to her throat. Cassandra. Perhaps they are just seeking shelter. The scouts found a vehicle, an old van stuck in a camel wallow. Kara leaned forward, intense. A van? Was it a blue Volkswagen? Why? It may be our friends, those who were helping us. Kara glanced to Sophia, eyes hopeful. Lulu lifted her walkie-talkie and carried on a brief conversation. She nodded, then turned to Kara and Sophia. "It was a blue Eurovan. That's them!" Kara exclaimed. "How did they know where to find us?" Sophia shook her head. It seemed impossible. "We should still be careful. Maybe Cassandra or her men captured them." And even if it was their friends, a new fear clutched Sophia's heart. Who had survived? Painter had attempted to rescue her, risked all, stayed behind to cover her retreat. Had he made it out? The exchange of gunfire she had heard as she fled the tomb echoed in her head. All answers lay at Shisur. After another 10 minutes of dune racing, the small township of Shisur appeared over a ridge, in a slight valley, surrounded by the rolling desert. The village's tiny mosque poked its minaret above the tumble of shacks and cinderblock buildings. The buggies all stopped below the ridgeline. A few of the women climbed out and up to the sandy crests. They dropped flat, their cloaks matching the sands, clutching sniper rifles. Fearing a volley of accidental gunfire, Sophia exited the buggy. Kara followed. She crossed up to the ridge. Caution drew her to hands and knees. Across the village, she saw no sign of movement. Had they heard the approach of the dune buggies and gone into hiding, fearing the unknown group? Sophia surveyed the area. To the north, ruins covered 15 acres, surrounded by crumbling walls, excavated from the sands and reconstructed. Guard towers interrupted the walls at regular intervals, roofless stony circles, a story high. But the most dramatic feature of the ruins was its central citadel, a 3-story structure of stacked stone. The castle perched atop a low hill that overlooked a deep, ragged cleft in the ground. The whole encompassed most of the land within the walls. Its bottom lay in shadows. Sophia knew that the ruins of the hilltop fortress were only half of the original structure. The other half lay at the bottom of the hole, destroyed when the sinkhole opened up under it, taking down sections of walls and half the castle. The tragedy was explained by the continual drop of the land's water table. A natural limestone cistern lay underneath the city. As the water inside it dropped from drought and overuse, it left behind a hollow subterranean cavern that eventually collapsed on itself, taking out half the city. Movement drew Sophia's attention back to the village 50 yards away. From a doorway below, a figure appeared, dressed in a dishdasha robe, his head wrapped in a traditional Omani headdress. He lifted a mug into the air. "I just put a fresh pot on. If you want a cup of joe, you'd best get your butts down here." Sophia stood. She recognized that flash of a rakish grin. Omaha! A flush of relief washed through her. Before she knew it, she was running down the slope toward him, eyes blurry with tears. Even as she ran, the depth of her reaction surprised her. She stumbled across the gravel roadway. "Hold it right there," Omaha warned, backing up a step. From windows and neighboring doorways, rifles suddenly bristled. A trap. Sophia stopped, stunned, wounded. Before she could react, a figure swept out of hiding from behind a low wall, grabbed her, swung her around. A fist snatched a handful of hair and yanked back, baring her neck. Something cold touched her flesh. A long dagger glinted, pressed. A voice whispered with an icy ferocity. It chilled her more than the knife at her throat. "You took a friend of ours." Omaha stepped to her shoulder. "We spied you coming. I wouldn't forget the face of someone who tried to kidnap me." "What have you done with Dr. Al-Ma'az?" the voice hissed at her ear as the dagger pressed harder. Sophia realized her face was still covered by scarf and goggles. They thought her one of the women, bandits perhaps.
Breathless from fright, she reached up and pulled down her scarf and goggles. Omaha did a double take. He gaped at her face, then lunged and pushed the man's arm away, freeing her. "Oh my God, Safi!" He hugged her tightly. Fire flared in her shoulder. "Omaha, my arm!" He dropped back. Others appeared in doorways and windows. Safia glanced behind her. A man stood there, the dagger in his hands. Painter! She had not even recognized his voice. She had a hard time reconciling this man with her image of him. She still felt the blade against her skin, the fist twisted in her hair. Painter backed up a step. His face shone with relief, but his blue eyes also glowed with an emotion almost too raw to read: shame and regret. He glanced away to the neighboring slope. Cycles and buggies now lined the ridge, engines revving. The Rahim had been preparing to come to her rescue. Women, all dressed and cloaked like Safia, appeared around nearby corners of buildings, rifles on shoulders. Kara stomped down the slope, arms in the air. "Everyone back down," she called loudly. "It was only a misunderstanding." Omaha shook his head. "That woman doesn't need to remove her mask. I'd recognize that screech of command anywhere." "Kara," Painter said, stunned. "How?" Omaha turned to Safia. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she managed to squeak out. Kara joined them. She removed her scarf. "Leave her be," she waved them off. "Give her some room to breathe." Omaha pushed back. He nodded to the slope. Warily, the Rahim had begun to march down. "So who are your friends?" Kara shrugged. "That may take some explaining." 8:22 a.m. Open desert. Cassandra stepped up to her tent, a U.S. Army desert survival model, meant to withstand winds up to 80 miles per hour. She had reinforced it with a wind and sand shield on the windward side of the tent. The team here had similar accommodations. The larger transport trucks had also been positioned as a windbreak. At her tent, Cassandra shook sand from her fatigues. She wore a wide-brimmed hat, tied down around her ears, a scarf over her face. The winds gusted now, snapping tent lines, causing sheets of sand to course underfoot. The sandstorm rumbled like a passing freight train. They didn't have much time. Safia faced the group assembled in the plain room. Most buildings in Chasseur were left open or unlocked. The seasonal residents simply stripped the place to the plaster before moving on, leaving nothing to steal except for a few broken bits of pottery, a dirty cracked dish in the kitchen sink, and a handful of pale green scorpions. Even the curtains had been taken. "You all have your assigned places to search," Safia said. She had a map nailed to one wall. She had divided the site into 5 sections, one for each of their metal detectors scrounged from the ruins work shack. They had Motorola radios to keep in contact. Everyone, except the youngest children, had an assigned grid to help search, armed with pickaxes, shovels, and spades. If you detect something, mark it. Let your companions dig it out. Keep moving.
Keep searching. Nods met her orders. All the searchers were outfitted in reddish-brown desert cloaks supplied by Lulu. Faces were muffled, eyes shielded by goggles. It was like they were preparing to go underwater. If anything of significance is found, radio it in. I'll come see. And remember, she tapped the watch on the wrist of her slung arm. After 45 minutes, we all return here. The storm's full brunt is due to hit in just under an hour. We'll weather the worst of the storm in here, examine anything we find, and move on from there as the winds die down. Any questions? No one raised a hand. Let's go then. The 30 searchers set off into the storm. As the citadel was the most likely spot to search for the gates of Ubar, Safia led a majority of the team members to the ruins of the fortress to concentrate attention there. Painter and Clay lugged the ground-penetrating radar sled. Barak held the metal detector over his shoulder like a rifle. Behind him, Coral and Kara carried excavating tools. Trailing last, Lulu and the dun buggy driver Jed followed. All the other Rahim had broken up into teams to search the other grids. Safia stepped around the corner of the cinder block building. She was immediately blown back a step by a gust. It felt like the hand of God shoving her, rough-palmed and gritty. She bent into the wind and set off toward the entrance gates to the ruins. She noted Painter studying the Haja. They had all exchanged their respective stories upon meeting, catching everyone up. Safia's story was, of course, the most shocking and seemingly fanciful. A secret tribe of women whose bloodline ran back to the Queen of Sheba, a line granted strange mental powers by some source at the heart of Ubar. Though Painter's face was goggled and wrapped in a muffler, his very posture expressed doubt and disbelief. He kept a wary pace between Safia and the Haja. They crossed out of the village proper and through the wooden gates to the ruins. Each party dispersed to its grid assignments. Omaha and Danny lifted their arms in salute as they headed toward the sinkhole below the citadel. With their field experience, the two men would oversee the search of the sinkhole. The chasm was another likely spot for a possible significant find, as a corner of the towering fortress had collapsed into the hole. Still, Omaha had not been happy about his assignment. Since Safia's arrival, he had followed her every step, sat next to her, his eyes seldom leaving her face. She had felt a flush at his attention, half embarrassment, half irritation. But she understood his relief at discovering her alive and didn't rankle against his attention. Painter, on the other hand, held back from her, dispassionate, clinical. He kept busy, listening to Safia's story without any reaction. Something had changed between them, become awkward. She knew what it was. She forced her hand not to rub her neck where he had held the dagger. He had shown a side of himself, a fierce edge, sharper than the dagger. Neither knew how to react. She was too shocked, unsettled. He had closed off. Focusing on the mystery here, Safia led her team up a steep trail to the hilltop fortress. As they climbed, the entire system of ruins opened out around them. It had been a decade since Safia had last laid eyes upon the ruins. Before, there had only been the citadel, in disrepair, just a mound of stones, and a short section of wall. Now, the entire encircling ramparts had been freed from the sands, partially rebuilt by archaeologists, along with the stump-like bases of the 7 towers that once guarded its walls. Even the sinkhole, 30 feet deep, had been excavated and sifted through. But most of the attention had been devoted to the citadel. The piled stones had been fitted back together like a jigsaw puzzle. The base of the castle was square in shape, 30 yards on each side, supporting its round watchtower. Safia imagined guards pacing the parapets, wary of marauders, watchful of approaching caravans. Below the fortress, a busy town had prospered. Merchants hawked wares of handcrafted pottery, dyed cloths, wool rugs, olive oil, palm beer, date wine. Stonemasons labored to build higher walls, and throughout the town, dogs barked, camels brayed, and children ran among the stalls, bright with laughter. Beyond the walls, irrigated fields spread green with sorghum, cotton, wheat, and barley. It had been an oasis of commerce and life. Safia's eyes drifted to the sinkhole. Then one day, it all came to an end. A city destroyed. People had fled in superstitious terror. And so Ubar vanished under the sweep of sands and years. But all that was all on the surface. Stories of Ubar went deeper. Tales of magical powers, tyrant kings, vast treasures, a city of 1,000 pillars. Safia glanced at the two women, one old, one young, identical twins separated by decades. How did both stories of Ubar hang together, the mystical and the mundane? The answers lay hidden here, Safia was sure of it. She reached the gateway into the citadel and stared up at the fortress. Painter flicked on a flashlight and shone a bright beam into the dark interior of the citadel. We should begin our search. Safia stepped over the threshold. As soon as she entered the fortress, the winds died completely, and the distant rumble of the sandstorm dimmed. Lulu joined her now. Barak followed them, turning on the metal detector. He began to sweep behind her as if wiping away her footprints from the sand. 7 steps down the hall, a windowless chamber opened, a man-made cavern. The back wall was a collapsed ruin of tumbled stone. "Sweep the room," Safia directed Barak. The tall Arab nodded and began his search for any hidden artifacts. Painter and Clay set up the ground-penetrating radar as she had instructed. Safia swung her flashlight over the walls and ceiling. They were unadorned. Someone had lit a campfire at one time. Soot stained the roof. Safia paced the floor, eyes searching for any clue. Barak marched back and forth, intent on his metal detector, searching floor and walls. As the room was small, it didn't take long. He came up empty, not even a single ping. Safia stood in the center of the room. This chamber was the only inner sanctum still remaining. The tower overhead had collapsed in on itself, destroying whatever rooms lay above. Painter activated the ground-penetrating radar, flicking on its portable monitor. Clay entered the room, slowly dragging the red sled over the sandy stone floor, pulling it like a yoked ox. Safia came over and studied the scan, more familiar with reading the results. If there were any secret basement rooms, they would show up on the radar. The screen remained dark. Nothing. Solid rock. Limestone. Safia straightened. If there was some secret heart to Ubar, it had to lie underground. But where? Maybe Omaha was having better luck with his team. Safia lifted her radio. "Omaha, can you hear me?" A short pause. "Yeah, what's up? Did you find anything?" "No." "Anything down in the pit?" "We're just finishing with the sweep, but so far, nothing." Safia frowned. These were the two best spots to expect to find answers. Here was the spiritual center of Ubar, its royal house.
The ancient queen would have wanted immediate access to the secret heart of Ubar. She would have kept its entrance close. Safia turned to Lulu. "You mentioned that after the tragedy here, the queen sealed Ubar and scattered its keys." Lulu nodded. "Until the time was ripe for Ubar to open again. So the gate wasn't destroyed when the sinkhole opened. That was a bit of luck. Too much luck." She pondered this, sensing a clue. "Maybe we should bring the keys here," Painter said. No, she dismissed this possibility. The keys would only become important once the gate was found. But where, if not at the citadel? Painter sighed, arms crossed. What if we tried recalibrating the radar, heightened the intensity, searched deeper? Safia shook her head. No, we're looking at this all wrong. Too high tech. That's not going to solve this puzzle. Painter had a slightly hurt look. Technology was his bailiwick. We're thinking too modern. Metal detectors, radar, grids, mapping things out. This has all been done before. The gate, to survive this long, undisturbed, must be entrenched in the natural landscape, hidden in plain sight, or else it would have been found before. We need to stop leading with our tools and start thinking with our heads. She found Lulu staring back at her. The Haja wore the face of the queen who had sealed Ubar. But did the two share the same nature? Safia pictured Reginald Kensington frozen forever in glass, a symbol of pain and torment. The Haja had remained silent all these years. She must have dug up the body, taken it to their mountain lair, and hidden it away. Only the discovery of Ubar's keys had broken the woman's silence, loosened her tongue to reveal her secrets. There was a pitiless determination in all this. And if the ancient queen had been like the Haja, she would have protected Ubar with that same pitiless determination, a mercilessness that bordered on the ruthless. Safia felt a well of ice rise around her, remembering her initial question. How did the gate conveniently survive the sinkhole's collapse? She knew the answer.
She closed her eyes with dawning dismay. She had been looking at this all wrong, backward. It all made a sick sense. Painter must have sensed her sudden distress. "Sophia, I know how the gate was sealed." 9:32 a.m. Painter hurried back from the cinder block building. Sophia had sent him running to fetch the Radex scanner. It had been a part of the equipment taken from Cassandra's SUV. Apparently, Cassandra had even demonstrated it to Sophia back in Salava, showing her how the Iron Heart bore a telltale sign of antimatter decay, to convince Sophia of the true reason for this search. Along with the Radex scanner, Painter had discovered an entire case of analyzing equipment, more sophisticated than anything he was acquainted with. But there was a hungry gleam in Coral's eye as she had looked at the equipment. Her only comment, "Nice toys." Painter hauled the entire case. Sophia was on to something. The storm fought him as he passed through the wooden gate and into the ruins. Sand peppered every exposed inch of skin. Wind tore at his scarf and cloak. He leaned into the wind. The day had turned to twilight, and this was only the front edge of the storm. To the north, the world ended in a wall of darkness, flashing in spidery crackles of blue fire. Static charges. Painter smelled the electricity in the air. NASA had done studies for a proposed Mars mission to judge how equipment and men would fare in such sandstorms. It wasn't the dust and sand that most threatened their electronic equipment, but the extreme static charge to the air, formed from a combination of dry air and kinetic energy, enough to fry circuits in seconds, create agonizing static bursts on skin. And now, this storm was swirling up a giant squall of static, and it was about to roll over them. Painter ducked toward the low hill, burrowing through the wind and blowing sand. As he reached the area, he headed down instead of up, following the steep trail that descended into the sinkhole. The deep pit stretched east to west along its longer axis. On the west end, the citadel sat atop its hill, maintaining a vigil over the sinkhole. Sophia and her team crouched on the other side, at the eastern end of the chasm. By now, the Rahim had gathered too, around the rim of the pit. Most lay flat on their bellies to lessen their exposure to the wind. Ignoring them, Painter slipped and slid down the sandy path. Reaching the bottom, he hurried forward. Sophia, Omaha, and Kara were bent over the monitor of the ground-penetrating radar unit. Sophia was tapping at the screen. "Right there. See that pocket? It's only 3 feet from the surface." Omaha leaned back. "Clay, drag the radar sled back 2 feet. Yeah, right there." He bent over the monitor again. Painter joined them. "What did you find?" "A chamber," Sophia said. Omaha frowned. "It's only a remnant of the old well, long gone dry. I'm sure it's already been documented by other researchers." Painter moved closer as Omaha clicked a button on the monitor. A vague, three-dimensional cross-section of the terrain under the radar sled appeared on the monitor. It was conical in shape, narrow at the top and wider at the bottom. "It's only 10 feet at its widest," Omaha said. "Just an uncollapsed section of the original cistern." "It does look like a blind pocket," Kara agreed. Sophia straightened up. "No, it's not." She faced Painter. "Did you bring that radiation detector?" Painter lifted the case. "Got it. Run the scanner." Painter opened the case, snapped the detection rod on the Radex scanner's base, and activated it. The red needle swept back and forth, calibrating. A blinking green light steadied to a solid glow. "All ready." He slowly turned in a circle. What was Sophia suspecting? The red needle remained at the 0 point. "Nothing," he called back. "I told you," Omaha started. He was cut off. "Now check the cliff face." Sophia pointed to the rock wall. "Get close." Painter did as she directed. The scanner held out before him like a divining rod. Sand swirled around inside the pit, a mini dust bowl, stirred by the winds overhead. He hunched over the scanner as he reached the cliff face. He ran the detection rod over the rock face, mostly limestone. The needle shimmied on the dial. He held the scanner more steadily, shielding it from the wind with his own body. The needle settled to a stop. It was a very weak reading, barely shifting the needle, but it was a positive reading. He shouted over his shoulder, "I got something here." Sophia waved back. "We have to dig where the sled is positioned, 3 feet down. Open the pocket." Omaha checked his watch. "We only have another 20 minutes. We can do it.
It's just packed sand and small rocks. If several people dig at the same time. Painter agreed, feeling a surge of excitement. Do it. In less than a minute, a ring of diggers set to work. Sophia stood back, cradling her arm in the sling. Are you ready to explain yourself? Omaha said. Sophia nodded. I had to be sure. We've been thinking about this all wrong. We all know the sinkhole opened under Ubar's township and destroyed half the town, driving folks away in superstitious fear of God's wrath. After this disaster, the last queen of Ubar sealed its heart to protect its secrets. So, Kara asked, standing beside the Haja, doesn't it strike you as odd that the gate was conveniently spared during the devastation here? That as the city folk fled, the queen stayed behind and performed all these secret acts, sealed the gate in such a manner that it has never been discovered, forged and hid keys at sacred sites of that time? I suppose, Kara said. Omaha brightened visibly. I see what you're getting at. He glanced to the diggers, back to Sophia, grabbing her good arm. We've been looking at this ass backward. Would someone care to explain it to us layfolk? Painter asked, irritated at Omaha's understanding. Omaha explained. The chronology has to be wrong. Chicken and egg scenario.
We've believed the sinkhole was the reason Ubar was sealed. Now think about it in a new light, Sophia added, as if you were the queen. What would such a disaster matter to the royal house anyway? The true wealth of Ubar, the source of its power, lay elsewhere. The queen could have simply rebuilt. She had the wealth and the power. Omaha chimed in, the pair working as an experienced team. The town was not important. It was only a mask hiding the true Ubar, a facade, a tool. One turned to a new use, Sophia said, a means of hiding the gate. Kara shook her head, clearly as confused as Painter. Omaha sighed. Something truly terrified the queen, enough to drive her from the wealth and power of Ubar, force her and her descendants to live a nomadic existence, existing on the fringe of civilization. Do you really think a simple sinkhole like this would have done it? I guess not, Painter said. He noted the excitement growing between Sophia and Omaha. They were in their element. He was excluded, on the outside looking in. A flare of jealousy prickled through him. Sophia picked up the thread. Something terrified the royal family, enough that they wanted Ubar locked from the world. I don't know what that event was, but the queen did not act rashly. Look at how methodical her preparations were afterward. She prepared keys, hid them in places sacred to the people, wrapped them in riddles. Does this sound like an irrational response? It was calculated, planned, and executed, as was her first step in sealing Ubar. Sophia glanced to Omaha. He filled in the final blank. The queen deliberately caused the sinkhole to collapse. A stunned moment of silence followed. She destroyed her own town? Kara finally asked. Why? Sophia nodded. The town was only a means to an end. The queen put it to its final use, to bury Ubar's gate. Omaha glanced all around the rim. The act also had a psychological purpose. It drove folks away, frightened them from ever approaching. I wager the queen herself spread some of the stories about God's wrath. What better way to hang a religious do not trespass sign on these lands? How did you figure all that out? Painter asked. It was only a conjecture, Sophia said. I had to test it. If the sinkhole was used to bury something, then there must be something down here. Since the metal detectors discovered nothing, either the object was too deep or it was some type of chamber. Painter glanced at the diggers. Sophia continued. As with the tomb sites, the queen cloaked clues in symbols and mythology. Even the first key, the iron heart. It symbolized the heart of Ubar. And in most towns, the heart of their community is the well. So she hid the gate of Ubar in the well, buried them in sand, as the iron heart was sealed in sandstone, then dropped the sinkhole on top of them. Driving people away, Painter mumbled. He cleared his throat and spoke more clearly. What about the radiation signature? It would take dynamite to drop this sinkhole, Omaha answered. Sophia nodded.
Or some form of an antimatter explosion. Painter glanced at Lulu. The Hoja had remained stoically quiet the entire time. Had her ancestors really utilized such a power? The old woman seemed to note his attention. She stirred. Her eyes were hidden by goggles. No, you cast aspersions. The queen, our ancestor, would not kill so many innocent people just to hide Ubar's secret. Sophia crossed to her. No human remains were ever found in or around the sinkhole. She must have found some way to clear the city, a ceremony or something, then sank the hole. I doubt anyone died here. Still, the Hoja was unconvinced, even taking a step back from Sophia. A shout rose from the diggers. "We found something!" Danny yelled. All their faces turned to him. "Come see before we dig further." Painter and the others all shifted over. Coral and Clay stepped aside for them. Danny pointed his shovel. In the center of the trench-like hole, the dark red sand had turned to snow. "What is that?" Kara asked. Sophia hopped down, dropped to a knee, and ran her hand over the surface. "It's not sand," she glanced up. "It's frankincense." "What?" Painter asked. "Silver frankincense," Sophia elaborated, and stood up. "The same as what was found plugging the iron heart. An expensive form of cement. It stoppered the top of the hidden chamber like a cork in a bottle." "And below it?" Painter asked. Sophia shrugged. "There's only one way to find out." 9:45 a.m. Cassandra clutched her laptop as the M4 high-speed tractor mashed over another small dune. The transport vehicle looked like a brown Winnebago balanced on a pair of tank treads. And despite its 18-ton weight, it chewed across the landscape with the efficiency of a BMW down the Autobahn. She kept the pace reasonable, respecting the terrain and weather. Visibility was poor, only yards ahead. Wind-blown sand flumed all around, whipping off the tops of dunes in vast sails. The sky had darkened, cloudless, the sun no more than a wan moon above. She dared not risk bogging down the tractor. They'd never drag it free. So they proceeded with sensible caution. Behind her, the other 5 all-terrain trucks traveled in the tracks of the larger tractor as it blazed a trail through the desert. In the rear were the flatbeds with the cradled VTOL copters. She glanced to the clock in the corner of the laptop screen. While it had taken a full 15 minutes to get the caravan moving, they were now making good time. They'd reach Shishur in another 20 minutes. Still, she kept an eye on the screen. 2 display windows were open on it. One was a real-time feed from an NOAA satellite that tracked the path of the sandstorm. She had no doubt they'd reach the shelter of the oasis, but just barely. And of even greater concern, the coastal high-pressure system was on the move inland, due to collide with this desert storm in the next few hours. It would be hell out here for a while. The other screen on the monitor displayed another map of the area, a topographic schematic of this corner of the desert. It diagrammed every building and structure in Shishur, including the ruins. A small blue spinning ring, the size of a pencil eraser, glowed at the center of the ruins. Dr. Sophia Al-Ma'az. Cassandra stared at the blue glow. "What are you up to?" The woman had led her off course, away from the prize. She thought to steal it out from under Cassandra's nose, using the cover of the storm. Smart girl. But intelligence carried you only so far. Strength of arm was just as important. Sigma had taught her that, pairing brawn and brain. The sum of all men. Sigma's motto. Cassandra would teach that lesson to Dr. Al-Ma'az. "You may be smart, but I have the strength." She glanced to the side mirror, to the trail of military vehicles. Inside, 100 men armed with the latest in military and guild hardware. Directly behind, in the tractor's transport bed, John Kane sat with his men. Rifles bristled as they performed the deadly sacrament of a final weapons inspection. They were the best of the best, her Praetorian guards. Cassandra stared ahead as the tractor ground its way inevitably forward. She attempted to pierce the gloam and wind-swept landscape. Dr. Al-Ma'az might discover the treasure out there, But in the end, Cassandra would take it. She glanced back to the laptop screen. The storm ate away the map of the region, consuming all in its path. On the other display window, the schematic of the town in ruins glowed in the dim cabin. Cassandra suddenly tensed. The blue ring had vanished from the map. Dr. Almaaz was gone. 9:53 a.m. Sophia hung from the caving ladder. She stared up at Painter above. His flashlight blinded her. She flashed on the moment in the museum when she hung from the glass roof and he was below her, encouraging her to wait for security. Only now their roles were reversed. He was on top, she was below. Yet once again, she was the one hanging above a drop. "Just a few more steps," he said, his scarf whipping about his neck.
She glanced to Omaha below. He held the ladder steady. "I got you." Bits of crumbling frankincense cascaded around her. Boulders of it lay around Omaha's feet, and the air in the subterranean chamber was redolent with its aroma. It had taken only a few minutes with pickaxes to perforate into the conical-shaped cave. Once they had broken through, Omaha had lowered a candle into the cave, both to check for bad air and to light the interior. He then went down the collapsible ladder, inspecting the chamber himself. Only when he was satisfied did he let Safia climb down. With her injured shoulder, she had to loosen her left arm from her sling and carry most of her weight with her right. She struggled the rest of the way down. Omaha's hand found her waist, and she leaned into his grip gratefully. He helped her to the floor. "I'm all right," she said when he kept a hand on her elbow. He lowered his hand. It was much quieter out of the wind, making her feel slightly deaf. Already Painter had mounted the ladder, coming down, moving swiftly. Soon 3 flashlights shone across the walls. "It's like being inside a pyramid," Painter said. Safia nodded. 3 rough walls tilted up to the hole at the top. Omaha knelt on the floor, running his fingers across the ground. "Sandstone," Safia said. "All 3 walls and floor." "Is that significant?" Painter asked. "This is not natural. The walls and floor are hewn slabs of sandstone. This is a man-made structure. Built atop bedrock of limestone, I imagine. Then sand was poured around the outside. Once it was covered, they plugged the hole at the top and covered it with more loose sand." Omaha stared up. "And to make sure no one found it by accident, they dropped the sinkhole atop it, frightening everyone away with ghost stories." "But why do all that?" Painter asked. "What's this supposed to be? Isn't it obvious?" Omaha grinned at him, looking suddenly striking to Safia. His goggles lay draped under his chin, his scarf and hood thrown back. He had not shaved in a couple of days, leaving a bronze stubble over cheek and chin, his hair stuck up in odd places. She had forgotten how he looked in the field, half wild, untamed. He was in his natural element, a lion on the veldt. All that came to her with only the flash of his grin. He loved all this, and once she had too. She had been as wild and uninhibited, his companion, close friend, and colleague. Then Tel Aviv. "What's obvious?" Painter asked. Omaha flung an arm. "This structure. You saw one of these today." Painter frowned. Safia knew Omaha was teasing this out, not from malice, but simply from pure enjoyment and awe. "We banged into one of these, a much smaller one, as we descended out of the mountains." Painter's eyes widened, his gaze swept the space. "Those prayer stones." "A trilith," Omaha said. "We're standing inside a giant trilith." Safia suspected Omaha wanted to jump up and down, and truth be told, his excitement was contagious. She could not stand still herself. "We need to bring the keys down here." "What about the storm?" Painter cautioned. "Screw the storm," Omaha said. "You and the others can go and hide out in town. I'm staying here." His eyes fell on Safia. She nodded. "We've good shelter here. If someone could lower the iron artifacts, water, a few supplies, let Omaha and me figure out what to do with them. We might have the riddle solved by the time the worst of the storm blows itself out. Otherwise, we'll lose a whole day." Painter sighed. "I should stay here too." Omaha waved him off. "Crowe, you're not much use to us. To use your own words from earlier, this is my area of expertise. Guns, military ops, that's you. Here, you're simply taking up space." Storm clouds built behind Painter's blue eyes.
Safia placed a conciliatory hand on the man's arm. Omaha's right. We've got radios if we need anything. Someone has to make sure everyone stays safe when the storm hits. With clear reluctance, Painter stepped to the ladder. His eyes lingered on her, glanced to Omaha, then away. He climbed up and called back, "Radio what you'll need." He then shooed everyone away, herding them back to the shelter of the cinder block homes. Safia suddenly became acutely aware of how alone she was with Omaha. What had seemed so natural a moment ago now seemed strange and uncomfortable, as if the air had suddenly soured in here. The chamber felt too cramped, claustrophobic. Maybe this wasn't such a brilliant idea. "Where do we start?" Omaha asked, his back to her. Safia lifted her arm back into her sling. "We look for clues." She stepped away and shone her light up and down each wall. Each appeared to be the identical size and shape. The only mark was a small square hole cut halfway up one wall, perhaps a place to rest an oil lamp. Omaha lifted a metal detector from the floor. Safia waved him to put it down. "I doubt that's going to—" As soon as he flipped on his power, the detector pinged. Omaha's eyebrows rose. Talk about beginner's luck. But as he swept the device over more of the floor, the detector continued its pinging, as if the metal lay everywhere. He lifted it to the sandstone walls. More pinging. "Okay," Omaha conceded, dropping the detector, getting nowhere. "I'm beginning to really hate that old queen. She's hidden a needle in a haystack. All this must have been too deep for the surface detectors. Time to go low-tech." Omaha pulled free a notepad and pencil. With compass in hand, he began mapping out the trilith. "So what about those keys? What about them? If they're from the time of Ubar's downfall, how did they end up in a statue from 200 BC or at Job's tomb? Ubar fell in AD 300. "Look around you," Safia said. "They were skilled artisans in sandstone. They must have found those holy sites, balanced whatever energy source lies within these keys, antimatter or whatever, and burrowed the artifacts into elements already at the tombs. The statue in Salalah, the prayer wall at Job's tomb. Then they sealed them over again with sandstone with a skill that left their handiwork undetectable." Omaha nodded, continuing his sketching. The bark of the radio startled them both. It was Painter. "Safia, I have the artifacts. I'll be returning with water and a couple MRE rations. Anything else you need? The winds are becoming fierce." She considered, staring at the walls around her, then realized something that might come in handy. She told him, "Roger that. I'll bring it." As she signed off, she found Omaha's eyes on her. He glanced too quickly to his notepad. "Here's the best I could sketch," he mumbled, and showed her his diagram. "Any thoughts?" she asked. "Well, traditionally, the 3 stones of the trilith represent the celestial trinity, Sada, Hird, and Haba. The moon, the sun, and the morning star," Safia said, naming them as they were known today. A trinity revered by the early religions of the region. Again, the queen was showing no preferential treatment between the faiths. "But which stone slab represents which celestial body?" Omaha asked. She nodded. "Where to begin? In the morning, I'd say. The morning star appears at dawn in the southeast sky." Omaha patted the appropriate wall. "So, that seems obvious enough. Which leaves us 2 other walls," Safia said, taking over. "Now the northern wall is aligned along the east-west axis, straight as an arrow. The path the sun takes across the sky." Safia brightened. Even that little hollow square in the north wall could represent a window to let sunlight inside. Then that leaves this last wall to be the moon. Omaha stepped to the southwest wall. "I don't know why this one represents the moon, but Sada was the predominant deity to the desert tribes of Arabia, so it must be significant." Safia nodded. In most cultures, the sun was the major divinity, paramount, life-giving, warming. But in the searing deserts, it was deadly, merciless, unforgiving. So instead, the moon, Sada, was most worshipped for its cooling touch. The moon was the bringer of rain, represented by the bull with its crescent-shaped horns.
Each quarter phase of the moon was named Il or Ila, which over the years came to be known as a term for God. In Hebrew, El or Elohim. In Arabic, Allah. The moon was paramount. "Still, the wall appears blank," Omaha said. Safia neared him. "There must be something." She joined the search.
The surface was rough, pocked in places. A crunch of sand announced Painter's arrival. Omaha climbed halfway up the ladder and passed supplies to Sophia below. "How are things going in there?" Painter called as he lowered a plastic gallon of water. "Slow," Sophia said. "But we're making progress," Omaha interjected. Painter leaned into the wind. Unburdened as he was, it looked like the next strong gust might kite him away. Omaha climbed back down. Skitters of wind-blown sand followed him. "You'd better get back to the shelter," Sophia called up, worried for Painter's safety. He gave her a salute and pushed away into the sandy gale. "Now, where were we?" Omaha asked. 10:18 a.m. Out of the sinkhole, Painter thought through the storm. An eerie night had fallen. Dust covered the sun, casting the world in crimson. Visibility shut down to mere feet in front of his face. He had his night vision goggles fixed in place, but even they gained only another yard of sightline. He barely saw the gates as he hunched through them. Among the village buildings, sand flowed underfoot with the winds, as if he were walking along a stream bed. His clothes spat with static electricity. He tasted it in the air. His mouth felt chalky, his lips brittle and dry. Finally, he ducked around into the lee of their shelter. Out of the direct teeth of the storm, he felt capable of taking full breaths. Sand flumed in wild eddies, streaming over the roofline. He walked with one hand along the cinder block wall. Feet in front of him, a figure folded out of the swirls of darkness, a ghost taking form. A ghost with a rifle. It was one of the Rahim scouts, on guard. He hadn't seen her until he was on top of her. He nodded to her as he passed. No acknowledgement. He marched by her to the doorway. Stopping, he glanced back. She was gone again, vanished. Was it just the storm, or was it a part of her ability to blend into the background, to cloud perception? Painter stood in front of the door. He had heard the story from Sophia, but it seemed too wild to believe. As a demonstration of their mental abilities, the Hoja had placed a pale green scorpion on the floor and made it do figure eights in the dust, over and over again, seeming to control it. Was it some trick, like snake charming? As he reached to the knob, the winds took a slightly different keen. The roar had grown so constant that he barely heard it anymore. But for a moment, a deeper rumble arose, a sound carried on the wind rather than the wind itself. He remained still, listening for it again, trying to pierce the veil of sweeping sand. The storm continued its steady growl. The grumble was not repeated. Was it just the storm? He stared out to the east. He was certain the sound had come from that direction. He yanked open the door and twisted inside, half pushed by the winds. The room was crowded with bodies. He heard a child crying upstairs. He had no trouble picking Coral out from among the women, an iceberg in a dark sea. She rose from a cross-legged position. She had been cleaning one of her pistols. Recognizing his worry, she met him in quick strides. "What's wrong?" 10:22 a.m. All the trucks gathered in the lee of a dune, lined up as if awaiting the beginning of a parade. Men hunched in the relative shelter of the vehicles, but details were murky in the gloom. They were a quarter-mile outside of Chasseur. Cassandra strode with Kane down the ranks. She wore night vision goggles, khaki fatigues, and a hooded sand poncho, belted at the waist. Kane marched with one hand covering the earpiece of his radio, listening to a report. A company of 20 soldiers had left 10 minutes ago. Roger that. Hold for further orders. He lowered his hand and leaned toward Cassandra. The team reached the town's outskirts. Have them circle the area, both town and ruins. Pick vantages from which to snipe. I don't want anything or anyone leaving that place. Aye, Captain. He returned to speaking into the throat mic, relaying orders. They continued to the rear of the line, to where 6 flatbed trucks carried the VTOL copter sleds. The helicopters were covered in tarps and lashed to their transport cradles. They continued to the last 2 trucks. Men tugged free the ropes securing the copters. A tarp went flying into the wind, billowing high. Cassandra frowned at this. "These are your best 2 pilots?" Cassandra asked Kane as he finished with the radio. The bastards had better be. Kane's eyes were on the storm. Both Cassandra and Kane's lives were now staked on the success of this mission. The screw-up at the tomb had cast both of them in a bad light. They needed to prove themselves to the guild command. But more than that, Cassandra noted an idiosyncratic quality in the man, a new savageness, less humor, more deep-seated fury. He had been bested, maimed, scarred. No one did that to John Kane and lived to tell about it. They reached the group of flatbed trucks. Cassandra found the two pilots waiting. She strode toward them. They had helmets tucked under one arm, trailing electronic cords that would feed radar data. To fly in this weather would be to fly by instruments only. There was no visibility. They straightened once they recognized her, difficult with everyone muffled up and bundled in ponchos. Cassandra eyed them up and down. "Gordon, Fowler, you two think you can get these birds in the air? In this storm?" "Yes, sir," Gordon acknowledged. Fowler nodded. "We've attached electrostatic sand filters over the engine intakes and uploaded sandstorm software into our radar array. We're ready." Cassandra saw no fear in their faces. In fact, they both looked flushed, excited, two surfers ready to tackle big waves. "You're to keep in constant contact with me personally," Cassandra said. "You have my comm channel." Nods. "One will scout the town, the other the ruins. Kane has a software patch to load into your onboard computers. It will let you pick up the signal of the primary target. The target is not, and let me repeat, not to be harmed." "Understood," Gordon mumbled. "Any other hostiles," Cassandra finished, "are to be shot on sight." Nods again. Cassandra swung away. "Then let's get these birds in the air." 10:25 a.m. Omaha watched Sophia crawl on her knees, sweeping sand off the floor with one hand. He found it hard to concentrate. He had forgotten how wonderful it was to work alongside her. He noted the tiny beads of perspiration on her brow, the way her left eye crinkled when she was intrigued, the dab of dirt on her cheek. This was the Safia he had always known, before Tel Aviv. Sophia continued sweeping. Was there any hope for them? She glanced up to him, noting that he'd stopped. He stirred and cleared his throat. "What are you doing?" he asked, and motioned to her sweeping of the floor. "The maid comes tomorrow." She sat back and patted the wall tilted above her head. "This is the southeast side, the slab of the trilith that represents the morning star, rising each day in the southeastern skies." "Right, I told you that." "So?" Safia had been working in silence for the past 10 minutes, laying out the supplies Painter had lugged here, very methodically, her usual way of doing things. She had spent most of this time examining the keys. Whenever he tried to interject a question, she would hold up a palm. Safia went back to her sweeping. "We've already determined which wall corresponds to which celestial body, moon, sun, or morning star. But now we have to figure out which keys match those celestial bodies." Omaha nodded. "Okay, and what are you figuring?" "We have to think in a context of ancient times, something Cassandra failed to do, accepting modern miles for Roman ones. The answer lies in that fact." Sophia glanced back to him, testing him. He stared at the wall, determined to solve this riddle. The morning star is actually not a star, it's a planet, Venus to be specific, identified and named by the Romans. Omaha straightened, then twisted to look at the artifacts. Venus was the Roman god of love and beauty. He knelt and touched the iron spear with the bust of the Queen of Sheba atop it. "And here's a definite beauty. That's what I figured. So like at Job's tomb, there must be a place to insert it, a hole in the ground." She continued her search. He joined her but searched elsewhere. "You have it wrong," he said. "It's the wall that's significant, not the floor." He ran his palm over the surface and continued his reasoning, enjoying the match of wits in solving this riddle. "It's the slab that represents the morning star, so it is in the slab you'll find." His words died as his fingers discovered a deep pock in the wall, waist-high up the slab. It looked natural, easy to miss in the shadowy darkness. His index finger sank fully into it. He crouched there like the Dutch boy at the dike. Sophia rose up beside him. "You found it. Get the artifact." Sophia stepped over, grabbed the iron spear. Omaha pulled his finger free and helped her insert its end in the hole. It was an ungainly process with the wall angled, but they wiggled it into place. It kept sinking farther and farther. The entire haft of the spear was swallowed away until only the bust was left, now hanging on the wall like some human trophy. Sophia manipulated it further. Look how the wall is indented along this side. It matches her cheekbone. She turned the bust and pushed it flush. A perfect fit. She stepped back. Like a key in a lock. And look where our Iron Queen is staring now. Sophia followed her gaze. The moon wall. Now the heart, Omaha said. Does it belong to the sun wall or the moon? I would guess the sun wall. The moon was the predominant god of the region. Its soft light brought cooling winds and the morning dew. I think whatever we're looking for next, the final key or clue, will be associated with that wall. Omaha stepped to the north wall. So the heart belongs to this wall. The sun, the harsh mistress. Sophia glanced to the artifact. A goddess with an iron heart. Omaha lifted the artifact up. There was only one place to rest it, in the small window cut into the northern slab face. But before settling it in place, he ran his fingers along the sill, having to stretch on his toes to feel the floor of the niche. There are vague indentations in here, like on the wall. A cradle for the heart, a lock and key. It took a bit of rolling around to find the match between the iron heart's surface and the indentations in the sandstone. He finally settled it in place. It rested upright. The end plugged with frankincense pointed at the moon wall. Okay, I'd say that's an important slab, Omaha said. What now? Sophia ran her hands along the last wall. Nothing's here. Omaha slowly turned in a circle. Nothing that we can see in the dark. Sophia glanced back at him. Light. All the celestial bodies illuminate. The sun shines, the morning star shines. Omaha squinted. But upon what do they shine? Sophia backed up. She noted again the abnormally rough surface of the wall, its pocked moonscape. Flashlights, she mumbled. They each retrieved one from the floor. Sophia took a post by the mounted bust. Omaha moved to the heart in the window. Let there be light. Holding the flashlight over his head, he positioned its beam as if it were sunlight pouring through the window, angled to match the position of the plugged end. The sun shines through a high window, and the morning star shines low on the horizon, Sophia said, kneeling by the bust, aiming her beam in the direction of the bust's gaze. Omaha stared at the moon wall, lit askance by their two light sources from two different angles. The imperfections of the wall created shadows and crevices. A form took shape on the wall, painted with these shadows. Omaha squinted. It looks like a camel's head. Or maybe a cow's. It's a bull. Sophia stared at Omaha, her eyes bright embers. Sada, the moon god, is depicted as a bull because of the beast's crescent-shaped horns. Omaha studied the shadows. But then where are the bull's horns? The animal on the wall had nothing between its ears. Sophia pointed to the supplies. Get me that while I hold the light. Omaha placed his flashlight in the window, resting it beside the iron heart. He crossed to the gear and grabbed the device that looked like a shotgun, only with one end belled out like a satellite dish. Sophia had specifically asked Painter to bring it. He was anxious to see how this worked. He passed it to her, taking her post with the flashlight. She strode to the center of the room and pointed the laser excavator. A circle of red light appeared on the wall. She fixed it above the shadow figure, between the ears. She pulled the device's trigger. The red light spun, and sandstone immediately began to crumble as the laser energy vibrated the crystalline structure. Sand and dust billowed out, also shinier bits, flakes of metal, red. Iron shavings, Omaha realized, understanding now why the metal detector was constantly abuzz. The architects of this puzzle had mixed iron shavings with the sand in the rock. Back at the wall, the beam acted like a tornado, furrowing through the sandstone as if it were soft dirt. With his flashlight held steady, Omaha watched. Slowly, a brighter glitter revealed itself within the stone, a mass of iron. Sophia continued to work, moving the laser up and down. In a matter of minutes, an arch of horns appeared, seated atop the shadowy image.
Definitely a bull, Omaha agreed. Sada, Sophia mumbled, lowering the gun. The moon. She walked over and touched the rack of embedded horns, as if making sure they were real. A shower of blue sparks erupted with the contact. Youch! Are you all right? Yes, she said, shaking her fingers. Just a static shock. Still, she backed a step away, studying the mounted horns on the wall. The horns certainly appeared as a sharp crescent, protruding from the rock. Sand and dust cast from the excavation swirled into the chamber as the winds above grew suddenly more stiff, seeming to blow directly down through the hole in the roof. Omaha glanced up. Above the sinkhole, the skies were dark. But something even darker stirred the air, sweeping downward. A light suddenly speared from it. Oh no. 10:47 a.m. Sophia found herself grabbed around the waist and tackled to the side. Omaha dragged her into the shadows below the tilted slabs. What are you? Before she could finish, a beam of bright light slammed through the hole overhead, casting a pillar of brilliance through the center of the trilithic chamber. Helicopter, Omaha yelled in her ear. Sophia now heard the vague beat of rotors against the dull roar of the storm. Omaha held her tightly. It's Cassandra. The light blinked off as the floodlight swept away, but the thump of the copter's rotors persisted. It was still out there, searching in the storm. Sophia knelt with Omaha. With the floodlight gone, the chamber seemed darker. I have to alert Painter, Sophia said. She crawled to the Motorata radio. As her fingers reached to its surface, another electric spark arced from radio to fingertips, stinging like a wasp. She jerked her hand back. Only now did she notice the escalation of static electricity. She felt it on her skin, crawling like ants. Her hair crackled with sparks as she glanced at Omaha. Sophia, come back here. Omaha's eyes were wide. He circled toward her, keeping to shadows. His attention was not on the helicopter, but fixed to the center of the chamber. Sophia joined him. He took her hand, shocking them both, hairs tingling. In the center of the chamber, a bluish glow billowed where the helicopter's beam had once shone. It shimmered, roiling in midair, edges ghostly. With each breath, it coalesced, swirling inward. Static electricity, Omaha said. Look at the keys.
The three iron artifacts, heart, bust, and horns, shone a dull, ruddy hue. They're drawing the electricity out of the air, acting like some lightning rods for the static charge of the storm above, feeding power to the keys. The blue glow grew into a scintillating cloud in the room's center. It stirred to its own winds, churning in place. The keys shone even brighter. The air crackled. Traceries of charge coruscated from every fold of cloak or scarf. Sophia gaped at the sight. Sandstone was a great non-conductive insulator. Freeing the horns from the stone must have completed some circuit among the three, and the chamber was acting like a magnetic bottle, trapping the energies. We have to get out of here, Omaha urged. Sophia continued to stare, entranced. They were witnessing a sight set in motion millennia ago. How could they leave? Omaha grabbed her elbow, fingers digging. Saf, the keys. They're like the iron camel at the museum, and now a ball of lightning is forming in here. Sophia flashed back to the video feed from the British Museum. The ruddy glow of the meteorite, the cerulean royal of the lightning ball. Omaha was right. I think we just activated a bomb down here, Omaha said, pulling Sophia to her feet and shoving her to the collapsible ladder. And it's about to explode. As she set her foot on the first rung, the world flashed blindingly bright. She flinched, tightening in place, a deer in headlights. The helicopter had returned, hovering directly overhead. Death waited above as surely as it did below. Down the Rabbit Hole, December 4, 11:02 a.m. Sir Painter lay flat on the roof of the cinder-block building. He had bundled his cloak tightly under his legs, the ends of his scarf tucked away. He didn't want any telltale flapping of material to reveal his position. He waited for the helicopter to make another pass over the town. He would get one shot. He had to assume the copter was outfitted with night vision. The muzzle flash would give away his position. He waited, the Galil sniping rifle at his cheek resting on a bipod.
The Israeli weapon, borrowed from one of the Rahim, had the capability to deliver a headshot at 300 yards. But not in this storm, not with visibility so low. He needed the helicopter close. Painter lay in wait. The copter was up there somewhere, searching. An aerial hunter hidden in the storm. Any movement and it would open fire with its double guns. Painter noted the glow deeper in the storm, in the direction of the ruins. The second helicopter. He prayed that Sophia and Omaha had kept their heads down. He had tried to radio them earlier when he first suspected the danger, but something blocked the signal. Perhaps interference from the static charge of the storm. He attempted to reach them on foot, but the helicopters had swooped in, targeting anything that moved. If there were birds in the air, then this was no small scouting party. Cassandra had somehow learned of her mistake and moved full forces in. The radio in his ear whispered with static, the channel left open. Words formed out of the white noise. "Commander." It was Coral, reporting in from the field. "As you suspected, I've hostiles coming in on all sides. They're doing a building-by-building search." Painter touched his transmitter, trusting that the storm kept their words private. "The children and older women? Ready. Barack awaits your signal." Painter searched the skies. "Where are you?" He needed to take out the helicopter if they were to have any hope of breaking through the noose around the town. The plan was to strike out west of the ruins, collecting Sophia and Omaha along the way, risking the wild weather. Though the storm was growing worse with every minute, it could cover their retreat. If they left the ruins behind, perhaps Cassandra would be satisfied enough to make only half an effort to hunt them down. If they could get back to the mountains, Painter felt a fury build in him. He hated to retreat, to hand Cassandra a victory here, especially with the discovery of the secret chamber under the sinkhole. Cassandra would surely bring in heavy excavating equipment. Something lay down there. The Rahim were living proof of something extraordinary. His only hope was to abscond with Sophia, delaying Cassandra enough for him to alert someone in Washington, someone he could trust. And that certainly was not the command structure of Sigma. Anger built in him, stoking a fire in his gut. He had been set up. All of them had. His mind flashed to Sophia. He could still feel the beat of her heart under the blade he held at her throat. He had seen the look in her eyes afterward, as if he were a stranger. But what did she expect? This was his job. Sometimes hard choices had to be made, and even tougher actions. Like now. With Coral's report of forces moving into the town's outskirts, they would be surrounded in minutes. He could no longer wait for the helicopter to show itself. It would need to be flushed out. "Novak, is the rabbit ready to run?" "On your go, Commander." "Rev it up." Painter waited, cheek against the gun, one eye peering through the telescopic lens, the other on the skies. A bright light burst down in the town, shining from an open doorway. Details were murky, but through his night vision goggles, the light shone brilliant. A throaty engine growled and whined. "Let her run," Painter ordered, "rabbits loose." From the building, a sand cycle burst forth. Its path was only evident as a brightness tearing down an alley between buildings. It zigzagged through the tangle of streets. Painter watched the skies to either side and above. Then it appeared, diving like a hawk. The helicopter's guns chattered, flashes in the storm. Painter adjusted his rifle, aimed for the source of the gunfire, and pulled the trigger. The recoil struck his shoulder like a mule kick. He didn't wait. He squeezed off another 3 shots, ears ringing. Then he saw it, a flare of flame. A heartbeat later, an explosion lit the storm. Fiery wreckage spat in all directions, but the main bulk tumbled in a steep path. It struck a building, burst brighter, then crashed into the roadway. "Go," Painter yelled into his radio. He shouldered the rifle and rolled off the roof's lip. The soft sand cushioned his fall. All around, engines ignited with rumbles and coughing whines. Lights flared. Bikes and buggies burst forth from alleyways, lean-tos, and out of doorways. One bike sped past Painter. A woman leaned over the bars. Another sat behind her, rifle on her shoulder. The women would sweep a path ahead, guard their rear. From the doorway, Kara appeared, carrying a girl in her arms. Others followed. Barack helped an old woman, followed by 2 others supporting each other. Clay and Danny held children's hands, one on each side. Not a whimper from the lot of them, not even Clay. "Follow me," Painter said, and set off. He kept his rifle shouldered, but held a pistol in one hand. As he rounded the corner of their shelter, a barrage of gunfire sounded from the ruins. Through the gloom, a floodlight flared. The second helicopter. "Oh God," Kara said behind him, knowing what the gunfire meant. Safia and Omaha had been found. 11:12 a.m. "Run!" Omaha screamed as they ran across the floor of the sinkhole, but his words never reached his own ears. The rattle of guns was deafening. He pushed Safia ahead of him. They raced, blinded by the swirling sand, chased by a twin line of bullets chewing across the ground. Directly ahead rose the western cliff of the sinkhole, shadowed from above by the citadel's ruins. The wall was lightly scalloped, coved in. If they could get under the lip of rock, out of direct line of fire, they'd have some shelter. Safia ran an arm's length ahead of him, slightly encumbered by her sling, loping, the stiff winds tangling her cloak about her feet. Sand blinded. They hadn't even had time to pull their goggles in place. Moments ago, they had decided that the helicopter was the lesser of 2 evils.
The powder keg building in the trilith chamber meant certain death, so they took their chances on the run. The chatter of guns grew louder as the helicopter swept behind them. The only reason they had survived this long was the sandstorm. The pilot fought to keep his craft trimmed in the winds. It buffeted and fluttered, a hummingbird in a gale, throwing off the pilot's aim. They fled for shelter, running blind. Omaha waited for bullets to shred into him. With his last breath, he would push Safia to safety if need be. It wasn't necessary. The bullets suddenly stopped, as if the craft had run out of ammunition. The sudden silence drew Omaha's attention over his shoulder, his ears still ringing. The helicopter's floodlight angled away. The copter swept back. With his attention turned, he stumbled over a rock, went down hard. Omaha, Safia, came back to help. He waved her off. "Get to shelter." Omaha hobbled after her, his ankle flaring with pain, twisted, sprained, hopefully not broken. He cursed his stupidity. The helicopter retreated to the other side of the sinkhole. It had them dead to rights. They shouldn't have made it. Why had it pulled back? What was going on? 11:13 a.m. "Eagle 1, don't hit the freaking target," Cassandra screamed into the radio. She banged a fist on the armrest of her seat in the M4 armored tractor. On her laptop, she stared at the blue glowing ring of the curator's transceiver. It had blinked into existence a moment ago. The gunfire had flushed Safia out into the open. Eagle 1 answered, the pilot's voice choppy. "I broke off. There are 2 of them. I can't tell which one is the target." Cassandra had radioed just in time. She pictured the pilot cutting down the woman. The curator was her best chance to quickly root out the secrets here and abscond with the prize. And the asinine pilot had almost mowed her down. "Leave them both," she said. "Guard the hole they came out of." Whatever cavern the curator had disappeared into had to be important. Cassandra leaned close to her laptop, watching the blue glow. Safia was still in the giant sinkhole. There was nowhere she could go that Cassandra could not find her. Even if the woman vanished into another cave, Cassandra would know where to find the entrance. She turned to the tractor's driver, John Kane. "Take us in." With the engine still running, he shoved the gear shift. The tractor jerked, then trundled up the dune that hid them from the town of Chasseur. Cassandra sat back, one hand on the laptop, holding it steady. As they reached the dune's summit, the nose of the tractor rocked high, then fell down the far slope. The valley of Chasseur lay ahead, but nothing could be seen beyond a few yards of the vehicle's xenon headlights. The storm swallowed the rest away, all except a scatter of glows marking the town. Vehicles on the move. A firefight between her forces and some unknown party still continued. Distantly, echoes of sporadic gunfire reached her. The captain of her forward forces had radioed in his assessment. They all appeared to be women. It made no sense. Still, Cassandra remembered the woman she had chased through the back alleys of Muscat, the one who had vanished in front of her. Was there a connection? Cassandra shook her head.
It no longer mattered. This was the end game, and she would not tolerate anyone thwarting her. As she watched the show of lights in the darkness, she lifted her radio and spoke to the leader of her artillery. "Forward battery, are you in position?" "Yes, sir. Ready to light the candles on your order." Cassandra checked her laptop. The blue ring of the transceiver persisted in the sinkhole. Nothing else mattered. Whatever they sought lay among the ruins, with the curator. Raising her gaze, Cassandra stared at the shimmer of wavering lights where the town of Chasseur lay. She lifted her radio, called the forward troops, and ordered a pullback. She then switched back to the artillery captain. "Level the town." 11:15 a.m. As Painter led the others out of the village and through the gates of the ruins, he heard the first whistle. It pierced through the storm's roar. He swung as the first shell struck the town. A fireball burst skyward, lighting the storm, illuminating a patch of the village briefly. The boom reverberated in his gut. Gasps rose around him. More whistles filled the air, rockets and mortars. He never suspected Cassandra had such firepower at hand. Painter fumbled for his radio. "Coral, go dark." Whatever advantage of surprise they had gained by the sudden burst of vehicles from their hiding places had ended. It was time to evacuate. Out in the town, the lights of the vehicles were all extinguished. Under the cover of darkness, the women were to retreat to the ruins. More rockets struck, blooming in wild spirals of fire, whipped by the winds. "Coral," he yelled into the radio. No answer. Barak grabbed his arm. "They know the rendezvous." Painter swung around. More concussions pounded his gut. Over at the sinkhole, the gunfire from the second helicopter had gone silent. What was happening? 11:17 a.m. Safia huddled with Omaha under a lip of rock. The bombs rattled pebbles from the ruins of the citadel atop the cliff above them. To the south, the dark skies glowed ruddy from fires. Another boom reverberated through the storm's wail. The town was being destroyed. Had the others had time to escape? Safia and Omaha had left their radios down in the trilith chamber. They had no way of knowing how the others had fared. Painter? Kara? At her side, Omaha leaned most of his weight on his right foot. She had seen him take that spill while fleeing here. He had twisted his ankle. Omaha mumbled through his scarf. "You could still make a dash for it." She was worn, her shoulder ached. The helicopter. It still hovered over the sinkhole. Its floodlight had blinked off, but she still heard it. It swept a slow circuit over the sandy floor, keeping them pinned. The pilot broke off his attack before. He's probably half blind by the storm. If you stuck to the wall, ran fast, I could even take pot shots from here. Omaha still had his pistol. "I'm not leaving without you," Safia whispered. Her statement was not all altruistic. She squeezed his hand, needing to feel his solidness. He attempted to free his hand. "Forget it, I'd just slow you down." She held harder. "No, I can't leave your side." He suddenly seemed to understand the deeper meaning in her words, the raw fear. He pulled her closer. She needed his strength. He gave it to her. The helicopter swept by overhead, the bell beat of its rotor wash suddenly louder. It angled back over the center of the sinkhole, unseen, its path described by the beat of its passage. She leaned into Omaha. She had forgotten how broad his shoulders were, how well she fit against him. Staring over his shoulder, Safia noted a flicker of blue across the sinkhole, a dance of lightning. "Oh God!" She clutched Omaha harder. "Saf," Omaha mumbled, lips by her ear. "After Tel Aviv." The explosion blew away any further words. A wall of superheated air slammed them both against the wall, to their knees. A flash of brilliance, then all vision squeezed away. Rocks rained around them. A tremendous crack sounded above. A huge boulder struck the sheltering lip and thudded into the sand. More stones fell, a torrent of rocks. Half blind, Safia felt it under her knees, a shift in the earth. The citadel was coming down. 11:21 a.m. Painter had reached the edge of the sinkhole when the explosion ripped up from there. The only warning, a flash of blue scintillation deep in the hole. Then a column of cerulean blue fire erupted from the chamber opening, lighting every corner, shoving back the storm both with its brilliance and its hot breath. The ground shook underfoot. He felt the rush of heat shoot by his face, straight up, confined by the walls of the deep sinkhole, but its backwash still buffeted him backward.
Cries arose all around him.
The jetted column of cerulean fire struck the last helicopter full in the belly, knocking it skyward, cartwheeling it. Its fuel tank exploded in a wash of red flame, dramatic against the blue. The wreckage of the helicopter scattered away, not in pieces, but in liquid jets of molten fire. The entire craft had melted within the bath of cobalt flame. Next, from the sinkhole's south rim, Painter watched the ruins of the citadel, perched precariously over the western edge, begin a slow tumble into the pit. And at the bottom, lit by the balefire flames as they petered out, two figures stumbled across the floor, rocks falling all around them. Sophia and Omaha. 11:22 a.m. Dazed, Omaha leaned on Sophia. She had an arm under his shoulders. They fought through the sands. His eyes wept from the residual burn on his retinas, but vision slowly returned. First, a glow formed, dull, bluish. Then he saw dark shadows falling around him, thudding into the sand, some bouncing. A rain of rocks, a biblical curse. "We must get clear," Sophia yelled, sounding as if she were underwater. Something struck the back of his good leg. They were both thrown to the sand. A deep grumble rattled behind them, above them, an angry God. "It's coming down." 11:33 a.m. Painter raced headlong down the path into the sinkhole. To his left, the back half of the citadel spilled into the chasm. It groaned and rumbled, pouring rock and sand into one end of the pit. Painter had witnessed a mudslide during a rainstorm, an entire hillside liquefying. This was the same, only a bit slower, rock proving more stubborn. In snatches through the stormy gloom, he spotted Sophia and Omaha scrambling away from the avalanche as it slowly spilled toward them, chasing them across the floor. They fell down again as Omaha was struck in the shoulder and spun around. Painter would not reach them in time. A throaty growl whined behind him and a shout, "Out of the way!" The shout threw him around. A light flicked on, spearing him in the face. He was blinded, but he saw enough in that split second to dive aside. The sandbike sailed past him down the slope, spewing up gravel and sand. It leapt the path 10 feet from the bottom, front wheel yanked up, rear knobby wheel spinning. It landed with a bounce, a twist, a crunch of sand, then tore off across the floor. Painter continued down the path. He had spotted the rider, bent over the handlebars. It was Coral Novak, cloaked and goggled, hood thrown back, white hair flagging behind her. Painter gave chase, watching the cycle tear alongside the avalanche. Its headlamp flicked back and forth as Coral dodged around obstacles. Then she reached the pair, braking and skidding to them. He heard her shout, "Grab tight!" Then she was off again, shooting straight across the floor, away from the tumbling stones, hauling Omaha and Sophia, who clung to the seat's back, feet and legs dragging behind. They raced clear of the rock slide. Painter reached the bottom, well clear of the tumult of stone and sand. By the time he reached the floor, it was over. The collapse of the hill and fortress settled to a stop. The steep cliff was now a gentle slope. Edging the wide delta of spilled rock and sand, Painter hurried to the idling bike. Sophia had climbed to her feet. Omaha leaned one hand on the seat. Coral sat astride the bike. They all stared at the hole in the ground ahead of them. It steamed and roiled like some entrance to hell. It was where the Trilith chamber had once opened. Only now it was 10 feet across, blasted wide, and bubbling with water. The headlamp of the bike illuminated the steaming surface. As Painter watched, the waters receded, draining away rapidly. What was revealed held everyone silent. Cassandra stared, unblinking, through the windshield of the M4 tractor. A minute ago, they had watched a blue flash of fire shoot skyward. It had come from straight ahead, in the direction of the ruins. "What the gosh was that?" Kane asked from the driver's seat. They had halted the tractor 100 yards off. To the left, the town flickered with a dozen fires. Directly ahead, the ruins had gone dark again, lost in the storm. "That was not one of our bloody mortars," Kane said. "It sure as gosh wasn't." Cassandra glanced to her laptop.
The glow of the curator's transceiver continued to shine, though now it flickered, as if some interference fluttered its signal. What was going on over there? She attempted to radio the only person who might know. "Eagle 1, can you read me?" She waited for a reply. None came. Kane shook his head. "Both birds are down. Order another 2 copters in the air. I want aerial coverage." Kane hesitated. Cassandra knew his concern. The storm, while already blowing fiercely, was only beginning to ratchet up. Its full might had yet to strike, and the coastal weather system was rushing up from the south, promising even wilder weather to come as the 2 systems collided. Outfitted as they were with only 6 VTOL copter sleds, to send up another pair risked half their remaining aerial force. But Kane understood the necessity. They dared not conserve their resources. It was all or nothing. He passed Cassandra's orders over his own radio. Once done, he glanced to her, silently asking her how to proceed. She nodded ahead. "We're going in." "Should we wait until the birds are in the air?" "No, we're armored." She glanced over her shoulder to the men seated in the back compartment, Kane's commando team. "And we have enough land support with us. Something's happening over there. I can smell it." He nodded, shifted into gear, and kicked the tractor into motion. The lumbering tank ambled toward the ruins. Sophia knelt on one knee and reached a hand over the hole's lip. She tested the heat with her palm. Winds tugged at her. Sand swirled in sweeps, but not as fiercely. The storm had abated slightly, a momentary pause, as if the explosion had sapped some strength from the gale's force. "Careful, Omaha," said behind her. Sophia stared down the hole at her feet. The waters continued to recede. It seemed impossible. As the waters had drained away, a glass ramp revealed itself, spiraling deep. The trilith chamber was gone. All that was left was glass, flowing downward in a corkscrew. The entrance to Ubar. Sophia lowered her palm toward the ramp's exterior, slowly, bringing it close to the glass. It still glistened with drops of water, radiant against the black surface, reflecting the bike's headlight. She felt no searing burn. Daring, Sophia touched a finger to the black glass. It was still warm, very warm, but it didn't burn. She placed her palm flat. "It's solid," she said, "still cooling, but the surface is hard." She rapped on it to demonstrate. Standing up, she reached a leg out and placed a foot on the ramp. It held her weight. The waters must have cooled it enough to harden. Painter stepped toward her. "We've got to get out of here." Coral spoke, still astride her bike. She lowered the radio from her lips. "Commander, all Rahim are now gathered. We can bug out on your word." Sophia turned to the upper rim, but it was lost in darkness. She glanced down the throat of the glass spiral. "This is what we came to find. If we don't leave now, Cassandra will bottle us here." Omaha joined them. "Where will we go?" Painter pointed west. "Into the desert. Use the storm as cover." "Are you mad? This blow is just starting, and the worst is yet to come. What about that very mega storm, out in the open desert?" Omaha shook his head. "I'd rather take my chances with that difficult person." Sophia pictured Cassandra, the ice in her manner, the mercilessness in her eyes. Whatever mystery lay below would be Cassandra's to exploit, she and her employer. "Sophia's going down," she said, cutting off the argument. "I'm with you," Omaha added. "At least it's out of the storm." New gunfire suddenly blasted up at the ridge line. Everyone ducked and turned. "It looks like our decision is being made for us," Omaha mumbled.
Coral barked into a radio, Painter into his. Along the rim, lights flared, headlamps, engines revved. Vehicles began to descend into the sinkhole, racing down. "What are they doing?" Omaha asked. Painter shoved aside his radio, his expression grim. Someone up there spotted the tunnel, one of the women. The Hadja, Sophia imagined. With Ubar now open, the Rahim wouldn't flee. They would defend the site with their lives. Lulu was bringing the whole tribe down. A pair of dune buggies even bounced across the tumbled rock slide. Vehicles closed in on their position. The sudden eruption of gunfire died away. Coral explained, holding her radio to her ear.
A hostile scouting party got into a sniping position atop one of the towers. They've been dispatched. Sophia heard the respect in the woman's voice. The Rahim had proven their mettle in this skirmish. In moments, buggies and bikes, loaded with women, braked in the sand. The first buggy bore familiar faces, crammed together: Kara, Danny, and Clay. Barak followed on a bike. Kara climbed out, leading the others. The winds were growing fiercer again, snapping scarves, flapping cloak edges. Kara held a pistol in one hand. "We spotted lights coming," she said, and pointed in the other direction, off to the east. "Lots of them, trucks, big ones. And at least one helicopter took off. I glimpsed its searchlight for a moment." Painter clenched a fist. "Cassandra's making her final move." The Hadja pushed through the throng. "Ubar is open. It will protect us." Omaha glanced back to the hole. "All the same, I'll keep my gun." Painter stared east. "We have no choice. Get everyone below. Stick together. Carry as much as you can manage. Guns, ammunition, flashlights." The Hadja nodded to Sophia. "You will lead us." Sophia glanced down the dark spiral of glass, suddenly less sure of her decision. Her breathing tightened. When it was only her own life, the risk was acceptable. But now other lives were involved. Her eyes settled to a pair of children, grasping each of Clay's hands. They looked as terrified as the young man between them. But Clay held firm. Sophia could do no less. She allowed her heart to thunder in her ears, but she calmed her breathing. A new noise intruded, carried on the wind. A deep bass rumble of an engine, something huge. The eastern rim lightened. Cassandra was almost here. "Go," Painter yelled. He met Sophia's eyes. "Take them down, quickly." With a nod, Sophia turned and began the descent. She heard Painter speak to Coral. "I need your bike." Cassandra watched the blue spinning ring on the transceiver blank out. She balled a fist. The curator was on the run again. "Get us over there," Cassandra said between clenched teeth. "Now. We're already here." Out of the gloom, a stone wall appeared, crumbling, sand-scoured, more outline than substance, illuminated by their headlights. They'd reached the ruins. Kane glanced at her. "Orders?" Cassandra pointed to an opening in the wall, near a broken tower. "Get your men on the ground. I want the ruins locked down. No one leaves that chasm." Kane slowed the tractor enough for his crack team of commandos to roll out the side doors, leaping over the trundling treads. 20 men, bristling with weapons, spread into the storm, vanishing through the gap in the wall. Kane drove the tractor ahead, moving at a snail's pace. The tractor crunched over the stone foundations of the ancient wall and into the inner city of Old Ubar. The tractor's headlights pierced no more than a few feet as the storm wailed and cast up gouts of sand. The sinkhole lay ahead, dark and silent. It was time to end all this. The tractor braked. Its headlights pierced ahead. Men dropped flat along the rim, using the cover of boulders and tumbled bits of ruins. Cassandra waited while the team took up positions, winging out to either side, encircling the sinkhole. She listened to their radio chatter, sub-vocalized over throat mics. "In position, Quadrant 3, Mongoose 4, on the tower, RPGs locked and loaded." Cassandra hit Command Q on her keyboard, and 21 red triangles bloomed on the schematic on the map. Each of the commandos had a locator beacon tagged to his fatigues. On the screen, she watched the team maneuver into position, no hesitation, efficient, fast. Kane directed his men from the command tractor. He stood, palms on the console, leaning forward to stare out the windshield. They're all in position, no movement seen below. All dark. Cassandra knew Sophia was there, hidden underground. "Light it up." Kane relayed the order. All around the rim, a dozen floodlights snapped on, carried by the soldiers and aimed down into the hole. The chasm now glowed in the storm. Kane held one hand over his radio earpiece. He listened for half a breath, then spoke. Still no hostiles in sight. Bikes and buggies below. "Can they see any cavern entrance down there?" Kane nodded. "Where the vehicles are parked. A black hole. Video feed should be transmitting now. Channel 3. Cassandra brought up another screen on her laptop. Real-time video feed. The image was shaky, pixelating and vibrating, static interference. A shimmer of electric charge danced down the whip antenna strapped outside the tractor. The storm was kicking into full blow. Cassandra leaned closer. On the screen, she saw wavering images of the chasm floor. Sand bikes with huge knobby tires. A scatter of Sidewinder desert dune buggies. But they were all abandoned. Where were all the people? The image swung, centered on a dark hole 3 yards wide. It looked like a fresh excavation, glistening, reflecting back the spotlights. A tunnel opening, and all the rabbits had ducked into the hole. The video image scrambled, refocused, then was lost again. Cassandra bit back a curse. She wanted to see this for herself. She closed the jittery window on the screen and glanced at the spread of Kane's men on the glowing schematic. They had the area locked down tight. Cassandra unbuckled. "I'm going to get a visual. Hold the fort." She pushed to the back compartment and slid open the side door. The winds knocked her back, slamming her full in the face. She bent into the wind with a grimace, yanked a scarf over her mouth and nose, and shoved out. Using the tractor's tread as a step, she jumped to the sand. She crossed to the front of the tractor, one hand on the tread for support. Winds bothered her. She had new respect for Kane's men. When she was ensconced inside the command vehicle, their deployment seemed satisfactory. Quick, efficient, no fumbling. Now it seemed extraordinary. Cassandra crossed in front of the tractor, stepping between the 2 headlights. She followed the beams toward the sinkhole. It was only steps, but by the time she reached the rim, she could barely hear the growl of the tractor over the roar of the storm. "How's things look, Captain?" Kane asked through her radio earpiece. She knelt and peered below. The chasm stretched ahead of her. Opposite her position, the far side of the sinkhole, was a tumbled slope of rock, still rolling with tiny slides. A fresh avalanche. What the hell had happened? She shifted her gaze directly below her. The tunnel entrance stared back at her, a glistening eye, crystalline, glass. Her pulse quickened at the sight of it. This had to be the entrance to whatever treasure lay below. Her gaze swept over the parked vehicles. She could not let them steal the prize. She touched her throat mic. "Kane, I want a full team ready to enter that tunnel in 5 minutes." There was no answer. "Kane!" she shouted louder, twisting around. The tractor's headlights blinded her. She shoved to the side. Suspicion flared. She moved forward, only then spotting something knocked on its side, in the lee of the wall, abandoned, half covered in sand. A sand bike. Only one person was that clever. 11:52 a.m. The knife stabbed at his face. Tangled, rolling across the floor, Painter turned his head, avoiding a fatal plunge to the eye. The dagger sliced his cheek, grazing the bone under his eye. Painter clenched a fist.
Fury and desperation fueled Painter's strength. Despite the blood flowing, he kept his legs pinned around the other man's legs, his right arm clenched around the man's neck. The jerk was as strong as a bull, bucking, rolling. Painter pinned him, trapping his knife arm. As he had climbed through the side door of the tractor, left conveniently ajar by Cassandra, he'd recognized the man. Painter had been hiding, buried under loose, wind-blown sand piled against the crumbling wall. 5 minutes ago, he had ridden the sand bike at breakneck speeds up out of the sinkhole and raced to the gap in the east wall. He knew Cassandra's forces would have to come through there with any vehicles. He hadn't expected the behemoth of a tractor, a 20-ton monster from the look of it, a bus fitted with tank treads. But it suited his purpose better than an ordinary truck. He had crawled out of hiding as the tractor stopped, idling in the storm. He had ducked between the back treads. As he expected, all attention had been focused on the sinkhole. Then Cassandra had stepped from the vehicle, giving him the opening he needed. With the door unlocked, Painter had slipped into the back compartment, pistol in hand. Unfortunately, his wrestling partner, John Kane, must have caught Painter's reflection in the glass. He had swung around on a splinted leg and snapped out with the other, knocking the pistol from Painter's hand. Now they struggled on the floor. Painter maintained his chokehold. Kane tried to slam the back of his head into the bridge of Painter's nose. Painter avoided the blow. Instead, he yanked the man's head back even farther and slammed it hard against the metal floor. A groan. He repeated the action 3 more times. The man went limp. Painter continued to clamp his forearm over the man's neck. Only then did he note the blood spreading across the gray metal. Nose broken. Time running out, Painter let the man go. He stood up and stumbled back. If that leopard hadn't tenderized the jerk first, Painter would never have won that fight. He shoved to the driver's seat, popped the clutch, and gave the tractor some gas. The lumbering giant crunched forward, surprisingly agile.
Painter checked his landmarks and aimed the tractor toward the right trajectory, straight for the sinkhole. Bullets suddenly peppered the side of the tractor. Automatic weapons. His presence had been discovered. The noise deafened. Painter continued forward, unconcerned. The tractor was armored, and he had locked the side door. The rim of the sinkhole appeared ahead. He kept the tractor moving. Bullets continued to pound, stones against a tin can. The front end of the tractor crawled past the lip of the sinkhole. That was good enough for Painter. Trusting momentum, he swept out of the seat. The tractor slowed but crept farther past the edge of the sinkhole. Its forward end dipped down as the rim crumbled. The floor tilted. Painter scrambled toward the rear door, intending to jettison before the tractor went over, taking his chances among the commandos. But a hand snatched his pant leg, yanking his feet out from under him. He fell hard, the wind knocked out of him. Kane dragged Painter toward him, still impossibly strong. Painter had no time for this. The floor angled steeply. He kicked out with a heel, striking Kane's broken nose. The man's head snapped back. His ankle was freed. Painter crawled and leaped up the sloped floor, climbing a cliff of steel. Equipment and gear tumbled toward the front, knocking into him. He felt a slide and lurch. Gravity now gripped the tractor. Treads tore through stone. It was going over. Leaping, Painter snatched the handle to the back hatch. Unfortunately, it opened out. He didn't have good purchase to shove it open. Using his toes, his calves, he just managed to push the hatch a foot up. The wind did the rest. The storm caught the door and flung it wide. Painter followed, carried bodily outward. Beneath him, the tractor fell away, diving into the sinkhole. He managed one kick. Leapfrogging off the back end, he aimed for the cliff edge, arms outstretched. He made it, barely. His belly struck the edge. He flung his torso on the ground, legs dangling in the pit. His fingers dug for purchase. A screeching crash sounded below him. He noted figures scrambling toward him. They wouldn't reach him in time. He slid backward. There was no grip. The tractor's treads had churned the edge to mush. He managed for a moment to catch a buried rock in the dust. He hung for a breath by one hand and stared down. 40 feet below, the tractor had slammed nose first into the glass hole, tearing away, crumpling, a 20-ton plug in the tunnel. Good enough. His rocky perches gave way. Painter fell, tumbling into the pit. Distantly, he heard his name called. Then his shoulder struck an outcrop in a rock. He bounced, and the ground rushed up to meet him, jagged with rocks and broken metal. Fire, down below. Any port in a storm. December 4, 12:02 p.m. Underground. Safia hurried down the spiraling ramp, leading the others. The crash above them had thrown them into a panic. Debris rolled and skittered from above. Glass, rocks, even a broken rim of metal. The last had rolled like a child's hoop, skimming around the spiral, through the mass of folk in flight and down into the depths. Omaha followed it with his flashlight until it vanished. The noise above subsided, echoing away. "What happened?" Safia asked. Omaha shook his head. "Painter, I guess." Kara marched on her other side. Barak and Coral went back to check. Behind them marched Danny and Clay, backs loaded with gear. They held flashlights. Clay held his with both hands, as if it were a lifeline. Safia doubted he'd ever volunteer for a field expedition again. Beyond them marched the Rahim, similarly encumbered with supplies and packs. Only a few flashlights glowed. Lulu, bent in discussion with another elder, led them. They had lost 6 women during the fighting and bombing. Safia saw the raw grief in all their eyes. A child wept softly back there. As insulated as the Rahim were, a single death must be devastating. They were down to 30, a quarter of them children and old women. The footing suddenly changed underfoot, going from rough glass to stone. Safia looked down as they wound around the spiral. "Sandstone," Omaha said. "We've reached the end of the blast range." Kara shone her light back, then forward. "The explosion did all this?" "Some form of shaped charge," Omaha said, seemingly unimpressed. "Most of this spiraling ramp was probably already down here. The trilith chamber was its cork. The bomb simply blew its top away." Safia knew Omaha was simplifying things. She continued forward. If they had passed the transition from glass to stone, then the end must be near. The sandstone underfoot was still wet. What if all they found was a flooded passage? They'd have to go back, face Cassandra. A commotion drew her attention. Coral and Barak trotted up to them. Safia stopped along with the others. Coral pointed back. Painter did it, dropped a truck over the entrance. A big truck, Barak elaborated. What about Painter? Safia asked. Coral licked her lips, eyes narrowed with concern. No sign. Safia glanced past a woman's shoulder, searching. That won't keep Cassandra off our tail forever. I already heard men up there digging. Coral waved forward. Painter bought us time. Let's use it. Safia took a deep, shuddering breath. Coral was right. She turned and continued down. No one spoke for another turn of the spiral. How deep are we? Kara asked. I'd say over 200 feet, Omaha answered. Around another bend, a cavern opened, about the size of a double garage. Their lights reflected off a well of water in the center. It jostled gently, its surface misty. Water dripped from the ceiling. The source of the water flume, Omaha said. The shaped charge of the explosion must have sucked it up, like milk through a straw. They all entered the cavern. A lip of rock circled the well. Look.
Kara pointed her light to a door on the far side. They marched around the well. Omaha placed his palm on the door's surface. Iron again. They sure like smelting around here. There was a handle, but a bar was locked across the door's frame. To keep the chamber pressure sealed, Coral said behind them. For the explosive vacuum. She nodded back to the well of water. Far above them, a crash echoed down. Omaha grabbed the locking bar and pulled it. It wouldn't budge. Gosh, it's jammed. He wiped his hands on his cloak. And all oily. To resist corrosion, Danny said. He tried to help him, but the two brothers fared no better. We need a crowbar or something. No, the Haja said behind them. She nudged folk aside with her walking stick and stopped beside Safia. The locks of Ubar can only be opened by one of the Rahim. Omaha wiped his hands again. Lady, you're more than welcome to try. Lulu tapped her stick on the bar. It takes someone blessed by Ubar, carrying the blood of the first queen, to effect such sacred artifacts. The Haja turned to Safia. Those who bear the gifts of the Rahim. Me? Safia said. You were tested, Lulu reminded her. The keys responded to you. Safia flashed back to the rainy tomb of Job. She remembered waiting for the spear and bust to point toward Ubar. Nothing had happened at first. She had been wearing work gloves. Cain had carried and placed the spear in the hole. It hadn't moved. Not until she wiped away the rain, like tears, from the bust's cheek with her bare fingertips. Not until she touched it. Then it had moved. And the crescent horns of the bull. Nothing had happened until she had examined them, sparking a bit of static electricity. She had ignited the bomb with the brush of a finger. Lulu nodded her forward. Safia numbly stepped up. Wait, Coral pulled out a device from her pocket. What's that? Omaha asked. Testing a theory, she said. I was studying the keys earlier with some of Cassandra's electronic equipment. Coral waved for Safia to continue. Taking a breath, Safia reached out and gripped the bar with her good hand. She felt nothing special, no spark. She tugged on the bar. It lifted freely. Shocked, she stumbled back. Very, Omaha gasped. Oh, this impresses you, Kara said. I must have loosened it for her. Coral shook her head. It's a magnetic lock. What? Safia asked. This is a magnometer. Coral lifted her handheld device. It monitors magnetic charge. The polarity of that length of iron changed as you touched it. Safia stared down at the bar. How? Iron is highly conductive and responsive to magnetism. Rub a needle with a magnet and you pass on its magnetic charge. Somehow, these objects respond to your presence, some energy you give off. Safia pictured the spin of the iron heart atop the marble altar of Imran's tomb. It had moved like a magnetic compass, aligning itself along some axis. Another crash sounded above. Omaha stepped forward. However it got unlocked, let's use it.
With the bar free, he grabbed the handle and tugged. The oiled hinges swung easily. The door opened on a dark descending staircase carved into the stone. After closing and blocking the door, Omaha led the way with the flashlight, Safia at his side. The rest of the party followed. The passage was a straight shot, but steep. It led down another 100 feet and emptied into a cavern 4 times larger than the first one. A pool filled this chamber too, dark and glassy. The air smelled odd. Damp for sure, but also a trace of ozone, the smell that accompanies a thunderstorm. But none of this held Safia's attention for more than a moment. Steps away, a stone pier stretched into the water. At the end floated a beautiful wooden dhow, an Arab sailing ship 30 feet long. Its sides glistened with oil, shining brightly in the glow of their flashlights. Gold leaf decorated rails and masts. Sails, useless here but still present, were folded and tied down. Murmurs of awe rose among the group as they gathered. To the left, a wide watery tunnel stretched away into darkness. At the prow of the dhow rose the figure of a woman, her arms chastely crossed over her bosom, face staring down the flooded tunnel. Even from here, Safia recognized the figure's countenance. The Queen of Sheba. "Iron," Omaha said at her side, noting her attention. He focused his flashlight on the boat's figurehead. The statue was sculpted entirely in iron. He moved toward the pier. "Looks like we're going sailing again." 12:32. At the bottom of the sinkhole, Cassandra stared at the mangled body. She didn't know how to feel. Regret, anger, a trace of fear. She didn't have time to sort it out. Her mind spun instead on how to put this to her advantage. Haul him up top, get him into a body bag. The 2 commandos lifted their former leader from the wreckage of the tractor. Others climbed in and out the back end, salvaging what could be found, setting the charges to blow apart the bulk of the smashed vehicle. Other men hauled debris out of the way using the dune buggies. A pair of commandos unreeled a long wire through a gap in the wreckage. All was in order. Cassandra swung to the sand cycle and mounted it. She tightened her muffler and goggles, then set off topside. It would be another 15 minutes until the charges were set. She sped up the path and climbed out of the sinkhole. As she cleared the rim, the force of the sandstorm spun her around. Really, it had already grown stronger. She fought for traction, found it, and raced to the command base, sheltered inside one of the few cinder block buildings still standing. The parked trucks circled it. She skidded to a stop, propped the bike against the wall, and hopped off. She strode through the door. Injured men sprawled on blankets and cots. Many had been wounded from the firefight with Painter's strange team. She had heard the reports of the women's combat skills, how they appeared out of nowhere and vanished just as easily. There was no estimate even on their numbers, but now they were all gone, down the hole. Cassandra crossed to one cot. A medic worked on an unconscious man, taping a last butterfly suture over the cheek laceration. There was nothing the medic could do about the big lump above his brow. Painter might have the 9 lives of a cat, but he hadn't landed on his feet this time. He had struck a glancing blow to the head. The only reason he lived was the loose sand along the inside rim of the sinkhole, cushioning his fall. From the heavy-lidded glances from her men, they weren't so appreciative of Painter's good luck. They all knew of John Kane's bloody end. Cassandra stopped at the foot of the cot. "How's he doing?" "Mild concussion, equal and responsive pupils. The jerks only knocked cold." "Then wake him up." "Smelling salts." The medic sighed, but obeyed. He had other men, his own men, to attend to. But Cassandra was still in charge, and she still had a use for Painter. 12:42 a.m. "So what do we do?" Omaha asked. "Row? Get out and push?" From the bow of the boat, he stared back. The entire company had boarded the fanciful dhow. Barak hunched over the ship's tiller. Clay knelt and scratched at a bit of the gold leaf. Danny and Coral appeared to be studying the structure of the rudder, leaning over the stern and staring down. The Rahim spread out, examining details. The dhow was even more impressive up close. Gold leaf adorned most every surface. Mother of pearl embellished knobs. The stanchions were solid silver. Even the ropes had gold threads woven into them. It was a royal barge. But as pretty as it was not much use as a sailing vessel, not unless a stiff wind would suddenly blow. Behind Omaha, Kara and Safia stood at the prow, flanking the iron figurehead of the Queen of Sheba. The Haja leaned on her walking stick. "So touch it," Kara urged Safia. The Haja had recommended the same. Safia had her good arm tossed under her sling, her face lined with worry. "We don't know what will happen." In her eyes, Omaha saw the flash of fire from the Trilith Chamber's eruption.
Safia glanced to the new crew of the dhow. She feared endangering them, especially by her own hand. Omaha stepped to her side. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Saf, Cassandra is going to be coming down here, guns blazing. I'd personally rather take my chances with this Iron Lady than with that steel-hearted, difficult person." Safia sighed. He felt her relax under his palm, surrendering. "Hold on," she whispered. She reached out and touched the shoulder of the iron statue, the way Omaha was touching her. As her palm made contact, Omaha felt a slight electric tingle shiver through him. Safia seemed unaware. Nothing happened. "I don't think I'm the one to—" "No," Omaha said, cutting her off. "Hold firm." He felt a gentle tremble underfoot, as if the waters under the ship had begun to boil. Ever so slowly the boat began to move forward. He swung around. "Free the ropes," he called to the others. The Rahim moved swiftly, loosening ropes and ties. "What's happening?" Safia asked, keeping her palm in place. "Barak, you got the tiller?" Near the stern, the man acknowledged this with a wave of an arm. Coral and Danny hurried forward. The tall woman lugged a large case. The boat's speed gently increased. Barak aimed them toward the open mouth of the flooded tunnel. Omaha raised his flashlight and clicked it on. The beam was lost in the darkness. How far did it go? Where did it go? There was only one way to find out. Safia trembled under his palm. He stepped closer, his body next to her. She didn't object, leaning back slightly. Omaha could read her thoughts. The boat hadn't blown up. They were still okay. Coral and Danny were bent over the side of the boat again, their flashlights shining. "Can you smell the ozone?" she said to Omaha's brother. "Yeah. Look how the water's steaming where the iron meets it." Curiosity drew all their eyes. "What are you guys doing?" Omaha asked. Danny pushed back up, face flushed. "Research." Omaha rolled his eyes. His brother was forever a science geek. Coral straightened. "There's some catalytic reaction going on in the water. I believe it was triggered by the Iron Maiden. It's generating some propulsive force." She leaned over the rail again. "I want to test this water." Danny nodded, a puppy wagging his tail. "I'll get a bucket." Omaha left them to their science project. Right now, all he cared about was where they were going. He noted Kara eyeing him. No, him and Safia. Caught staring, Kara glanced away, toward the dark tunnel. Omaha noted the Haja doing the same. "Do you know where this is taking us?" he asked the old woman. She shrugged. "To the true heart of Ubar." A silence settled over the boat as they continued down the long, dark throat. Omaha stared up, half expecting a night sky. But not here. Here they sailed hundreds of feet under the sand. 12:45 p.m. Painter woke with a start, gasping, choking, eyes burning. He attempted to sit up but was shoved back down. His head rang like a struck bell. Light burned icily. The room shuddered. He rolled to the side and vomited over the edge of a cot. His stomach clenched again and again. "Awake, I see." The voice chilled the feverish pain from his body. Despite the glare and pain of the sharp lights, he faced the woman at the foot of his bed. Cassandra. She was dressed in dun-colored fatigues with a knee-length poncho, belted at the waist. A hat hung by a cord behind her, a scarf around her neck. Her skin glowed in the light, her eyes shining even brighter. He struggled to sit up. Two men held his shoulders. Cassandra waved them off. Painter slowly sat up, guns pointed at him. "We've got some business to discuss." Cassandra dropped to one knee. "That little stunt of yours cost me most of my electronics, though we were able to salvage a few things, like my laptop." She pointed to the computer resting on a folding chair. It displayed a Sea-Wift satellite map of the region with live feed of the sandstorm. Painter noted the scrolling weather data. The coastal high-pressure system off the Arabian Sea had finally crossed the mountains.
It was due to collide with the sandstorm in the next 2 hours. A megastorm of sea and sand, but none of that mattered now. "There's no way I'm telling you anything," he croaked out. "I don't remember asking you anything." He sneered at her. Even that hurt. She shifted to the laptop and touched a few keys. The screen contained an overlay of the area: town, ruins, desert. It was monochrome, except for a small blue ring, slowly spinning, a 1/4 inch in diameter. Below it, coordinates along the X, Y, and Z axis changed. A live feed. He knew what he was looking at. It was a signal from a microtransceiver, a system designed by his own hand. "What have you done?" "We implanted Dr. Almaz. We dared not lose track of her. The transmission, underground." He had a hard time making his tongue work. There was enough of a gap in the wreckage to lower a weighted thread antenna. It seems, once we spooled enough wire, we were able to pick up her signal. There must be good acoustics down there. We've lowered booster transmitters. We can track her anywhere. "Why are you telling me all this?" Cassandra returned to his bed. She had a small transmitter in her hand. "To inform you of a small modification in your design. It seems with a bit more battery, you can ignite a pellet of C4. I can show you the schematics." Painter's flesh went cold. "Cassandra, what have you done?" He pictured Sophia's face, her shy smile. "There's just enough C4 to blow out someone's spine. You didn't." She raised one eyebrow, a gesture that used to excite, quicken his heart. Now it terrified him. Painter clenched fistfuls of sheets. "I'll tell you what you want to know." "How cooperative." "But again, Painter, I don't remember asking you any questions." She held up the transmitter and glanced to the screen. "It's time to punish you for your little stunt today." She pressed the button. "No!" His scream was lost in a monstrous explosion. It felt as if his heart had detonated. It took him a breath to understand. Cassandra smiled down at him, deliciously satisfied. Laughter rose raw, with little true humor, from the men in the room. She held up the device. "Sorry, I guess that was the wrong transmitter. This one controlled the charges placed in the tractor's debris. My demolitions experts have promised me the explosives will clear a path to the tunnel. All it requires now is a little cleanup. We'll be moving in within the next half hour." Painter's heart still ached, thudding in his throat. Cassandra pulled out a second transmitter. "This is the real one, keyed to Sophia's transceiver. Shall we try that again?" Painter simply hung his head. She would do it. Ubar was open. Cassandra had no further need for Sophia's expertise. Cassandra knelt closer. "Now that I have your full attention, maybe we can have that little chat." 1:52 a.m. Sophia lounged, one hand on the iron figurehead, her hip leaning against the ship's rail. How could she be so tired, yet so tired at the same time? It had been a half hour since they all heard the explosion, coming from the direction of the spiral ramp. "Sounds like the Sandra's come knocking," Omaha had said. By that time, their boat had sailed far down the tunnel. Still, tensions had escalated. Many flashlights pointed backward. Nothing came. Sophia could only imagine Cassandra's frustration at finding them gone, and faced with a flooded tunnel. It would be a long swim if Cassandra and her team attempted to follow. Though the dow's pace was only a bit swifter than a fast walk, they had been sailing now for over an hour. They had to be at least 6 or 7 miles away, making a slow but regal escape. With each passing moment, everyone relaxed a bit more. And who was to say if Cassandra had even been successful in clearing the blockage atop the ramp? Still, Sophia could not let go of another fear, one closer to her heart. Painter. What was his fate? Dead? Captured? Lost in the sandstorm? There didn't seem to be any hopeful possibility.
Behind Sophia, a few of the Rahim women sang softly, sadly, mourning their dead Aramaic again. Sophia's heart responded, grieving. Lulu stirred, noting her attention. Our old language, the language of the last queen, dead now, but we still speak it amongst ourselves. Sophia listened, taken to another time. Nearby, Kara and Omaha sat on the planks, heads bowed, asleep. Barak stood by the wheel, keeping them sailing straight as the course meandered in lazy S-curves.
Perhaps the passage had once been part of an old underground river system. A few steps away, Coral sat cross-legged, bent over an array of equipment, powered by batteries. Her face was limned in the glow. Danny helped her, kneeling at her side, face close to hers. Beyond them, Safia's eyes found one last member of their group. Clay leaned against the starboard rail, staring forward. Barak and he had shared a cigarette a moment ago, one of the few left in the Arab's pack. Clay looked like he needed another. He noticed her attention and came to join her. "How you holding up?" she asked. "All I can say is that I had better get a good grade." His smile was sincere, if a bit shaky. "I don't know," she teased. "There's always room for improvement." "Fine. That's the last time I take a dart in the back for you." He sighed, staring into the darkness. "There's a very great deal of water down here." She remembered his fear of the sea, flashing back to a similar chat by the rail of the Shabab Oman. That now seemed like a world ago. Danny stood and stretched. "Coral and I were discussing that, about the sheer volume of water down here. There's more than can be attributed to local rainfall or the water table." Omaha stirred, speaking with his head down. He had not been asleep, only resting. "So, what's the story then, hotshot?" Coral answered, "It's Earth-generated." Omaha lifted his head. "Say again?" "Since the 1950s, it's been known that there was more water within the Earth than can be explained by the surface hydrological cycle of evaporation and rainfall. There have been many cases of vast freshwater springs found deep within the Earth, giant aquifers." Danny interrupted. "Coral, Dr. Novak was telling me about one spring found during the excavation for the Harlem Hospital in New York. It produced water at the rate of 2,000 gallons a minute. It took tons of concrete to produce enough pressure to plug the spring." "So where does all this new water come from?" Danny waved to Coral. "You know it better." She sighed, clearly bothered at the interruption. An engineer and geologist, Stephen Rice, proposed that such new water is regularly formed within the Earth by the elemental combination of hydrogen and oxygen, generated in magma. That a cubic kilometer of granite, subjected to the right pressures and temperatures, has the capability of yielding 8 billion gallons of water, and that such reservoirs of magmatic or earth-generated waters are abundant under the crust, interconnected in a vast aquifer system, circling the globe. "Even under the deserts of Arabia?" Omaha asked, half scoffing. "Certainly. Rice, up until he died in 1985, had over 50 years of success finding water at sites other geologists flatly predicted were impossible, including the Eilat whales in Israel that continue to produce enough water for a city of 100,000. He did the same in Saudi Arabia and Egypt. So, you think all this water down here might be part of that system? Perhaps." Coral opened a tiny door in one of her machines. Safia noted a whiff of fog rise from it, a cooler of some sort. She fished out a tiny test tube with tweezers. She swirled it around. Whatever Coral saw deepened a frown. "What's wrong?" Danny asked, noting her reaction. "There's something strange about this water." "What do you mean?" She lifted the test tube. "I've been attempting to freeze it." "So?" She held up the plastic test tube. "In the nitrogen cooler, I've lowered the water's temperature to -30 Celsius. It still won't freeze." "What?" Omaha leaned closer. "It makes no sense. In a freezer, water gives up its heat energy to the cold and turns solid. Well, this stuff keeps giving off energy and won't solidify. It's like it has an unlimited amount of energy stored in it." Safia stared past the dow's rail. She could still smell the ozone. She remembered the slight steaming in the water around the iron. "Do you still have the Radex scanner among the equipment?" Coral nodded, eyes widening. "Of course." The physicist assembled the rod and base unit. She passed it over the test tube. Her eyes told what she found before she spoke. "Antimatter annihilation." She shoved to her feet and held the scanner over the rail, moving from midship toward Safia's place at the bow. "It grows stronger with every step." "What the hell does it mean?" Omaha asked. "The magnetism in the iron is triggering some annihilation of antimatter." "Antimatter? Where?" Coral stared all around her. "We're sailing through it." That's impossible. Antimatter annihilates itself with any contact with matter. It can't be in the water. It would have annihilated with the water molecules long ago. You're right, Coral said, but I can't dismiss what I'm reading. Somehow, the water here is enriched with antimatter. And that's what's propelling the boat? Safia asked. Perhaps. Somehow, the magnetized iron has activated the localized annihilation of antimatter in the water, converting its energy into motive force, pushing us. What about the concern of it all destabilizing? Omaha asked. Safia tensed. She remembered Painter's explanation of how radiation from the decay of uranium isotopes might have triggered the museum explosion. She pictured the smoking bones of the museum guard. Coral stared at her scanner. I'm not reading any alpha or beta radiation, but I can't say for sure. The physicist returned to her workstation. I'll need to do more studies. The Hoja spoke for the first time. She had ignored the excitement and simply stared forward. The tunnel ends. All eyes turned. Even Coral regained her feet. Ahead, a soft flicker of light danced, waxing and waning. It was enough to tell that the tunnel ended 10 yards ahead. They sailed forward. In the last yard, the roof became jagged like the maw of the shark's mouth. No one spoke. The ship sailed out of the tunnel and into a vast subterranean chamber. Mother of God, Omaha intoned. 2:04 p.m. Cassandra held the receiver of the satellite phone tight to her left ear and covered her right to cut out the howl of the storm. She was on the second floor of the cinder block building that housed their command center. The storm tore through the ashes of the town. Sand battered the boarded windows. As she listened, she paced the floor. The voice, digitally altered, made it difficult to hear. The head of the guild insisted on anonymity. Bray leader, the minister continued, to ask for such special treatment during this storm risks exposure of our desert op, not to mention the entire guild. I know it sounds excessive, minister, but we've found a target. We are steps away from victory. We can be out of Chasseur before the storm even ends. That's if we can get those supplies from Thumrite. And what assurance can you give me that you will be successful? I stake my life on it. Gray leader, your life has always been at stake. Guild command has been studying your recent failures. Further disappointments now would make us seriously reconsider our need for your future employment. Jerk, Cassandra cursed to herself. He hides behind his code name, sitting behind some very desk, and he has the gall to question my competency. But Cassandra knew one way to spin her latest difficulty. She had to give Painter credit for that. Minister, I am certain of victory here, but I would also request that afterward I be able to clear my name. I was assigned my team leader. He was not of my own choosing. John Kane has mishandled and undermined my command. It was his lack of security that caused both this delay and his own death.
I, on the other hand, was able to subdue and apprehend the saboteur, a key member of DARPA's Sigma force. You have Painter Crowe? Cassandra frowned at the familiarity behind that tone. Yes, Minister. Very good, Gray Leader. I may not have misplaced my confidence in you after all. You'll have your supplies. 4 armored tractors driven by guild operatives are already underway as we speak. Cassandra bit her tongue. So all this browbeating was for show. Thank you, sir, she managed to force out, but it was a wasted effort. The minister had already hung up. She shoved the phone down, but continued to pace the room twice more, breathing deeply. She had been so sure of victory when she blew the tractor out of the hole. She had enjoyed tormenting Painter, breaking him so he'd talk. She now knew the others posed no real threat. A handful of experienced fighters, but also lots of civilians, children, and old women. After the wreckage had been cleared, Cassandra had gone down the hole herself, ready for victory, only to discover the underground river. There had been a stone pier, so the others must have found some vessel in which to row away. Alternate plans had to be made again. She had to lean on the minister, but despite her frustration, the call couldn't have gone better.
She had found a scapegoat for her past failures and would soon have everything she needed to ensure her victory under the sand. Calmer now, Cassandra headed to the stairs. She would oversee final arrangements. She clumped down the wooden steps and entered the temporary hospital ward. She crossed to the medic in charge and nodded. "You'll have all the supplies you need. Trucks are coming in 2 hours." The medic looked relieved. The other men heard her and cheers rose. She glanced to Painter, half sedated, groggy on the bed. She had left her laptop near his bed. The blue light of Safia's transceiver glowed on the screen. A reminder. Cassandra carried the transmitter in her pocket, extra insurance for his good behavior and cooperation. She checked her watch. Soon it would all be over. 2:06 p.m. Kara stood at the prow with Safia. She held her sister's free hand as Safia somehow propelled the dhow with her touch. They had done it, found what her father had sought for so many years, Ubar. The dhow sailed from the tunnel into a vast cavern, arching 30 stories overhead, stretching a mile out. A massive lake filled the cavern to an unknown depth. As they sailed the subterranean lake, flashlights pointed in all directions, spearing out from the dhow. But additional illumination was not necessary. Across the ceiling, scintillations of cobalt electricity arced in jagged displays, while gaseous clouds swirled with an inner fire, edges indistinct, ghostly, ebbing and flowing. Trapped static charge, possibly drawn from the storm on the surface. But the fiery display was the least cause for their amazement. Its glow reflected and dazzled off every surface, lake, roof, walls. "It's all glass," Safia said, gazing up and around. The entire cavern was a giant glass bubble buried under the sands. She even spotted a scattering of glass stalactites dripping down from the roof. Blue arcs glistened up and down their lengths like electric spiders. "Slag glass," Omaha said, "molten sand that hardened. Like the ramp." "What could have formed this?" Clay asked. No one even hazarded a guess as the dhow continued his journey. Coral eyed the lake. "All this water. It must be earth-generated," Danny mumbled, "or once was." Coral seemed not to hear him. "If it's all enriched with—" The possibility chilled them all into silence. They simply watched the play of energies across the ceilings, mirrored in the still waters. Finally, Safia let out a soft gasp. Her hand dropped from the shoulder of the iron figurehead and covered her mouth. "Safia, what?" Then Kara saw it too. Across the lake, a shore appeared out of the darkness. It rose from the waters and spread back to the far wall. Pillars of black glass stretched from floor to ceiling, hundreds in all sizes. Mighty columns, thin spires, and unearthly twisted spirals. "The 1,000 pillars of Ubar," Safia whispered. They were close enough for further details to reveal themselves, lit by the reflected glow of the electrical display. From out of the darkness, a city appeared, glinting, shining, shimmering. "All glass," Clay murmured. The miraculous city climbed the shore, stretching high up the back wall, scattered among the pillars. It reminded Kara of the seaside towns found along the Amalfi coast, looking like a child's toy block spilled down a hillside. "Ubar," the Hoja said at her side. Kara glanced back as all the Rahim knelt to the deck. They had returned home after 2 millennia. One queen had left, 30 now returned. The dhow had stopped after Safia lifted her hand, drifting on momentum. Omaha stepped to Safia's side, encircling her with an arm. Closer. She reached again to the iron shoulder. The craft sailed again, moving smoothly toward the ancient lost city. Barak called from the wheel, "Another pier. I'll see if I can take us in." The dhow angled toward the spear of stone. Kara gazed out at the city as they drew nearer. Flashlight beams leapt the distance, adding further illumination. Details grew clearer. The homes, while all walled of glass, bore adornments of silver, gold, ivory, and ceramic tile. One palace near the shoreline had a mosaic that appeared to be made out of emeralds and rubies. A hoopoe bird. The crested bird was an important element in many stories about the Queen of Sheba. They were all overwhelmed. "Slow us down," Barak called as they approached the pier. Safia released her hold on the iron statue. The dow's pace immediately dropped. Barak slid the craft easily alongside the pier. "Tie us up," he said. The Rahim were again on their feet. They leapt to the sandstone pier and tied lines to silver stanchions matching the ones on the royal dhow. "We are home," Lulu said. Tears brimmed her eyes. Kara helped the old woman back to the center of the ship so she could step from boat to pier. Once on solid ground, the Hoja waved Safia to her. "You should lead us. You have returned Ubar to us." Safia balked, but Kara nudged her. "Do the old lady a favor." Taking a deep breath, Safia climbed from the dhow and led the party to the glass shore of Ubar. Kara marched behind Safia and Lulu. This was their moment. Omaha even held back from rushing forward, though he did keep darting his head left and right, trying to see past the two women's shoulders. They reached the shore, all flashlights ablaze. Kara glanced up and around. Distracted, she bumped into Safia's back. She and the Hoja had suddenly stopped. "Oh, God," Safia moaned. Lulu simply fell to her knees. Kara and Omaha stepped around them. They both saw the horror at the same time. Omaha flinched. Kara took a step back. A few yards ahead, a skeletal, mummified body protruded from the street. Its lower half was still encased in grass. Omaha shifted his flashlight's beam farther up the street. Other such bodies sprawled, half buried in the roadway. Kara spotted a single desiccated arm poking up out of the glass, as if drowning in a black sea. It appeared to be a child's hand. They had all drowned in glass. Omaha moved a few steps closer, then jumped to the side. He pointed his flashlight down to where he had just stepped. His beam penetrated the glass, revealing a human shape buried below, burned to bone, curled within the glass under his feet. Kara couldn't blink. It was like her father. She finally covered her face and turned away. Omaha spoke behind her. "I think we just discovered the true tragedy that drove the last queen of Ubar out of here, sealing the place, cursing it." He moved back to them. "This isn't a city. It's a tomb." Battle Under the Sand, December 4th, 3:13 p.m. Shisur. Painter stared across the makeshift medical ward.
The injection of sedatives still kept his head full of cobwebs, but enough had worn off that he could think clearer, straighter, a fact he kept to himself. He watched Cassandra enter the room, pushing in from the storm, sand blowing in with her. It took an additional shoulder to shove the door closed. Painter had heard enough earlier to determine that her attempt to chase down the others had hit some snafu, but he had no details. Still, from the confidence in her stride, from the way the morale ear seemed high, she had not been fully thwarted. As always, she had another plan. She noted his bleary attention, crossed to him, and plopped down on a neighboring cot. His personal guard, seated behind him, shifted straighter. The boss was here. She pulled out a pistol and rested it in her lap. Was this the end? From the corner of his eye, he happened to note the tiny blue ring on the laptop computer. At least Safia was still alive. She had moved well out of Shisur by now, due north. Her Zaxxas coordinate grid showed her still deep underground, over 300 feet. Cassandra waved off his bodyguard. "Why don't you take a smoke? I'll watch the prisoner for a bit." "Yes, Captain. Thank you, sir." He bolted away before she changed her mind. Painter heard the trace of fear in the man's voice. He could guess how Cassandra commanded here. An iron fist and intimidation. Cassandra stretched. "So, Crowe." Painter curled a fist under the sheets. Not that he could do anything. One of his ankles was cuffed to the cot's foot. She sat just out of reach. "What do you want, Sanchez? Come to gloat?" "No, but I just wanted to let you know that you seem to have piqued the interest of my superiors. In fact, capturing you may have earned me a few steps up the chain of guild command." Painter glowered at her. She had come not to gloat, but to brag. "The guild? So that's who signed your paychecks." "What can I say? The salary was good."
She shrugged. Better benefits packages, matching 401ks, your own death squad. What's not to like? Painter heard the combination of confidence and derision in her voice. It did not bode well. She certainly had a plan in place for victory here. Why throw your lot in with the guild? He asked. She stared down at him tied to the cot. Her voice grew contemplative, but also somehow meaner. True power can only be found in those willing to break all rules to achieve their ends. Laws and regulations do nothing but bind and blind. I know what it feels like to be powerless. Her eyes drifted away, into the past. Painter sensed a well of grief behind her words. Still, ice entered her voice. I finally broke free by crossing lines few will cross. Beyond that boundary, I found power. And I will never step back, not even for you. Painter recognized the futility of reasoning with her. I tried to warn you to back down, Cassandra continued. Piss off the guild too many times and they have the tendency to bite back. They've taken a particular interest in you. Painter had heard whispers about the guild, an organization structured after terrorist cells, a loose association with a shadowy leadership structure. They operated internationally, no specific national affiliation, though it was said they had risen out of the ashes of the former Soviet Union, a combination of Russian mobsters and former KGB agents. But since then, the guild had dissolved across all borders, like arsenic and tea. Little else was known about them, except that they were ruthless and bloody. Their goals were simple: money, power, influence. If they should gain access to the antimatter source, it would be a prize equal to none other. They could blackmail nations, sell samples to foreign powers or terrorists. The guild would be unstoppable and untouchable. He studied Cassandra. How far did the guild's reach stretch into Washington? He remembered his test email. He knew at least one man who was on their payroll. He pictured Sean McKnight. They had all been set up. He tightened his fist. She pushed forward, leaning elbows on knees. When this is over, I'm going to package you up, put a ribbon around you, and deliver you to guild command. They'll pick apart your brain like a crab on a dead fish. Painter shook his head, but he was not even sure what he was denying. I've seen their interrogation methods firsthand, Cassandra continued. Impressive work. There was one fellow, an MI5 operative, who attempted to infiltrate a guild cell in India. The chap was so broken down that all he had left to give were a few plaintive whimpers, the mewling of a beaten puppy. Then again, I'd never seen a man scalped before, electrodes drilled into his skull. It's fascinating stuff. But why am I telling you all this? You'll get to experience it yourself. Painter had never imagined the depths of depravity and cunning in the woman. How had he missed such a well of corruption? How had he almost given his heart to her? He knew the answer. Like father, like son. His father had married a woman who would eventually stab him to death. How had his father missed such a murderous soul in the woman to whom he pledged his heart, whom he slept beside each night, with whom he bore a child? Was it some genetic blindness passed from one generation to the next? His eyes drifted to the blue glow on the screen. Safia. He touched the well of warm feelings there. It was not love, not yet at least, not after so short a time, but it was deeper than respect and friendship. He grasped that possibility, that potential inside him. There were good women, with hearts as genuine as his own, and he could love them. He stared back at Cassandra. The anger bled from him. She must have seen something in his face. She had been expecting defeat, but found resolution and calmness instead. Confusion shone in her eyes, and behind it, Painter caught a glimpse of something deeper. Anguish. But it was only a flicker. In a blink, fury burned away all else. Cassandra shoved up, hand on her pistol. He simply stared at her. Let her shoot him. It would be better than to be handed off to her superiors. Cassandra made a sound between a laugh and a sneer. I'll leave you to the minister, but I may come to watch. The minister? His is the last face you'll ever see. She swung away. Painter heard the edge of fear behind her words with this last statement. It sounded exactly like the guard who had departed moments ago. Fear of a superior, someone ruthless and iron-fisted. Painter sat very still on his cot. The last cobwebs from the sedatives burned away in a sudden flame of insight. The minister. He closed his eyes against the possibility. In that moment, he knew with certainty who led the guild, or at least guided Cassandra's hand. It was worse than he imagined. 4:04 p.m. "This has to be the Queen's Palace," Omaha said. From across a courtyard of black glass, Safia stared up at the huge structure as Omaha splashed his flashlight's beam over the surface of the towering vaulted structure. Its base was square, but it was surmounted by a 4-story round tower with crenellated battlements at the top. Arches of blown glass decorated the tower, opening onto balconies that overlooked the lower city. Sapphires, diamonds, and rubies decorated rails and walls. Roofs of gold and silver shone in the blue coruscations that flickered across the cavern roof. Still, Safia gave it a critical eye. This is a duplicate of the ruined citadel up top. Look at the dimensions, the structure of the base. They match. My God, Saf, you're right. Omaha stepped into the courtyard. The space was walled on both sides, with a huge arched opening in front. Safia stared behind her. The palace, and there was no question this was the Queen's Palace, stood high up the cavern wall, near the back of the city. The rest of Ubar stretched in winding, crooked roads, descending below in terraces, stairs, and ramps. Pillars rose everywhere. "Let's peek inside," Omaha said. He moved ahead, followed by Clay. Kara helped Lulu.
The Hadja had recovered from her initial shock. Still, on their journey up here, they had come across body after mummified body, buried in glass, most partially, some completely consumed. All around, at every turn, agonized poses stretched from the glass, macabre skeletal trees of desiccated, mummified limbs. The poses spoke of a misery beyond comprehension. One woman, frozen against the glass wall, sunk almost fully into it, had tried to protect her child, holding it up like an offering to God. Her prayer had not been heard. Her child lay in the glass over her head. Such misery was everywhere. Ubar must have once housed a population that numbered close to 1,000, the elite of the city above. Royalty, clerics, artisans, those who garnered the favor of the queen. All killed. Though the queen sealed the place and never spoke of it, some word must have escaped. Safia recalled the 2 stories from the Arabian Nights, the city of brass and the petrified city. Both tales spoke of a city whose populace were frozen in time, turned to brass or stone. Only the reality was much worse. Omaha moved toward the entrance to the palace. "We could spend decades studying all this. I mean, look at the artistry in the glasswork," Kara spoke up. "Ubar reigned for 1,000 years. It had a power source at hand unlike any seen before or now. Human ingenuity will find a use for such power. It would not go untapped. This entire city is an expression of human resourcefulness." Safia had a hard time matching Kara's enthusiasm. The city was a necropolis, a city of the dead. It was not a testament of resourcefulness, but of agony and horror. For the past 2 hours, their small group had climbed the city, exploring it for some answer to the tragedy. But upon reaching the summit, they had found no clue. The others of their party remained below. Coral still worked by the lake's edge, performing arcane acts of chemistry, assisted by Danny, who had discovered a newfound passion for physics, or perhaps his passion lay more for the 6-foot-tall blonde physicist. Coral seemed to be onto something. Before Safia and the others left, Coral had asked for something odd, a couple drops of blood from her and a few of the Rahim. Safia had complied, but Coral refused to explain why she made such an odd request and went immediately to work. Meanwhile, Barak and the remaining Rahim had spread out to search for some means to escape the tomb. Omaha led their group into the palace courtyard. In the center of the open space, a giant iron sphere, 4 feet in diameter, rested on a cradle of black glass, sculpted into a palm. Safia eyed the sculpture as she circled it.
Clearly, it represented the touch of the queen upon such iron artifacts, the source of all power here. Safia noted Lulu studying it too, not with the reverence of before. Horror still shone in her eyes. They moved past it. "Look at this!" Omaha hurried forward. He crossed to another sculpture, sandstone this time, perched on a glass pedestal. It flanked one side of the arched entrance to the palace. Safia stared up at the cloaked figure, bearing aloft an elongated lamp on one arm, a twin to the sculpture that had once hidden the Iron Heart. Only the details of this one were not worn away. It was stunning, the intricate folds of cloth, a tiny sandstone flame perched at the tip of the lamp, the soft features of the face, clearly a young woman. Safia felt a renewed bit of enthusiasm. She glanced to the other side of the archway. Another black glass pedestal stood there, but no statue. "The queen took it from here," Safia said. "Her own statue to hide the first key." Omaha nodded, "and planted it at Nabi Imran's tomb." Kara and Lulu stood at the arched opening. Kara shone a flashlight inside. "You two should see this." Safia and Omaha joined her. Beyond the entry, a short hallway opened. Kara flashed her light along the walls. They shone with rich, earthen hues, tans, creams, rose, umber, splashes of indigo and turquoise. "It's sand," Kara said, "mixed in with the glass." Safia had seen such artistry before, paintings done with different colored sands, preserved behind glass. Only in this case, the artwork lay inside glass. It covered walls, ceiling, floor, portraying an oasis in the desert. Overhead, a sun shone with rays of golden sand, swirled with blue and white for the sky. To either side, date palms swayed, and in the distance, an inviting sapphire blue pool. Red dunes covered one wall, done with such subtlety of shades and hues as to invite one to come strolling. Underfoot, sand and stone. Actual sand and stone incorporated into the glass. The group could not help to enter. After the horrors of the lower city, the beauty here was a balm for the heart. The entry hallway was a short few steps, opening into a large chamber with arched halls leading deeper. A sweep of stairs curved to the right, heading to the upper levels. And everywhere about the room, sand filled the glass, creating panoramic landscapes of desert, sea, and mountains. Was this how the original citadel was decorated? Omaha wondered. Did the queen try to recreate the stone abode, turning glass into sandstone? It may have been a matter of privacy too, Safia said. A light on the inside would reveal the queen's every move. They wandered the space, finding enough in this one room to occupy their attention. Safia found herself studying one sand painting, opposite the entry. It was the first bit of decoration one saw upon entering. It was a sweep of desert, the sun setting, shadows stretching, sky a dark indigo. Silhouetted was a flat-topped towering structure, vaguely familiar. A cloaked figure approached, bearing aloft a lamp. From atop the structure, a spray of brilliant sand cascaded, rays of light. The quartz and silica of the sand glistened like diamonds. "The discovery of Ubar," Lulu said. "It is an image passed from one generation to another. The Queen of Sheba, as a girl, lost in the desert, finds shelter and the blessings of the desert." Omaha stepped behind Safia's shoulder. "That structure with the rays of light shining out of it. It looks like the citadel, too." Safia now realized why the building looked familiar. It was a crude rendering, compared to the detail in other work. Perhaps it had been done much earlier than the others. To either side, the wall paintings depicted the Ubar above and the Ubar below. The palace and citadel were prominent. Safia crossed between them. She stopped before the depiction of the subterranean Ubar, all done in indigo and black sands, a stunning depiction. The depth of detail amazing. She could even discern the two statues flanking the entryway. The only other detail in the courtyard was the figure of the cloaked girl again, the Queen of Ubar. She touched the figure, trying to understand her ancestor. There were so many mysteries here. Some would never be known. "We should be getting back to base," Kara finally said. Safia nodded. They reluctantly departed, heading back down. A winding thoroughfare led from lake to palace. She marched beside the Haja. Kara helped the old woman, especially with the stairs. Overhead, silent crackles of blue fire lit their path. Only Omaha kept his flashlight burning. None of them cared to illuminate too clearly the horrors around them. As they hiked, the quiet of the city weighed upon them, the press of eternity, usually reserved for churches, mausoleums, and deep caverns. The air smelled dank, with a hint of electricity. Safia had once walked past a traffic accident, cordoned off, a power line down in the rain. The wire had snapped and spit. The air now smelled like that scene. It made Safia uneasy, reminding her of sirens, blood, and sudden tragedy. What would happen next? 4:25 p.m. Omaha watched Safia as she strode with the Haja around a curve in the glass road. She looked a pale shade of herself. He wanted to go to her, comfort her, but he feared his attentions would not be welcome. He had seen that look in her eyes.
After Tel Aviv, a desire to curl up and shut out the world. He had been unable to comfort her then, too. Kara moved closer to him. Her entire body expressed her exhaustion. She shook her head and spoke in a hush. "She still loves you." Omaha stumbled, then caught himself, flashlight bobbling. Kara continued, "All you had to do was say you're sorry." Omaha opened his mouth, then closed it again. "Life is hard. Love doesn't have to be." She continued past him, her voice a bit harsher. "Just be a very man for once in your life, Indiana." Omaha stopped, flashlight dropped to his side. He was too stunned to move. He had to force his legs to follow, numbly. The rest of the journey through the lower city was in silence. At last, the lake appeared ahead, down a long ramp. Omaha was glad for the company. Barak was still missing, still searching. But most of the Rahim had returned. Few could stomach the necropolis for long. Their expressions were somber at the sight of their former home. Danny spotted Omaha and hurried over. "Dr. Novak has discovered some intriguing findings. Come see." Omaha's group followed him back to the pier. Coral had constructed a makeshift laboratory. She had a haggard look to her eyes as she glanced up. One of her pieces of equipment was a molten ruin. It still smoked a bit and smelled like burning rubber. "What happened?" Safia asked. Coral shook her head. "An accident." "What have you figured out?" Omaha asked. Coral swiveled an LCD screen toward them. Data scrolled down one side. The main window, open on the screen, showed a few line drawings. Her first words captured their attention. "The proof of God's existence can be found in water." Omaha raised an eyebrow. "Care to elaborate, or is that all you've come up with?" "Fortune cookie philosophy." "Not philosophy, but fact. Let's start at the beginning. Let be light." "Not that far back, Dr. Dunn. Basic chemistry. Water is composed of 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 of oxygen. H2O, Kara said. A nod. "What's strange about water is that it is a bent molecule." Coral pointed to the first of the line drawings on the screen. "It is this bend that gives water its slight polarity. A negative charge at the end with the oxygen atom, a positive one at the hydrogen side. The bend also allows water to form unusual shapes, like ice." "Ice is strange?" Omaha asked. "If you keep interrupting," Coral scowled. "Indiana, let her finish." Coral nodded thanks to Kara. "When matter condenses from a gas to a liquid to a solid, it becomes more compact each time, occupying less space, denser. Not water, though. Water achieves its maximum density at 4 degrees Celsius, before it freezes. As water actually freezes, that weird bent molecule forms an unusual crystalline shape with lots of extra space in it." "Ice," Safia mumbled. "Ice is less dense than water, much less, so it floats on top of water. If it were not for this fact, there would be no life on Earth. Ice forming on the surface of lakes and oceans would constantly be sinking and crushing all life beneath it, never giving early forms of life a chance to thrive. Floating ice also insulates bodies of water, protecting life rather than destroying it.
But what does all this have to do with antimatter? Omaha asked. I'm getting to that. I needed to stress the strange properties of the water molecule and its propensity to form odd configurations. Because there is another way water will align itself. It happens all the time in regular water, but it lasts only nanoseconds. It's too unstable on Earth. But in space, water will form and keep this unusual shape. Coral pointed to the next line drawing. Here is a two-dimensional representation of 20 water molecules forming that complex configuration. It's called a pentagonal dodecahedron, but it's best visualized in 3 dimensions. Coral tapped the third drawing. It looks like a big hollow sphere, Omaha said. Coral nodded. It is. The dodecahedron goes more commonly by the name buckyball, named after Buckminster Fuller. So these buckyballs are found in space, Safia said, but last only briefly here. It's a stability problem. So why are you telling us about them then? Kara asked. Danny danced back and forth on his toes behind them. He pointed to the lake. The water here is full of those buckyballs, stable and unchanging. A good portion of the water, Coral agreed. How is that possible? Safia asked. What's holding it stable? What we came looking for, Coral said, staring out at the water. Antimatter. Omaha moved closer. Coral tapped a few keys. Antimatter and matter, being opposites, attract each other, which is why you don't find antimatter lying around on Earth. Matter is everywhere. Antimatter would annihilate immediately. In CERN laboratories in Switzerland, scientists have produced antimatter particles and have held them suspended in magnetic vacuum chambers for periods of time. Buckyballs perform in the same manner. How? Omaha leaned over Coral's shoulder as she brought up a new drawing. Because buckyballs have the capability of acting like microscopic magnetic chambers. In the center of these spheres is a perfectly hollow space, a vacuum. Antimatter can survive inside there. She pointed to the A inside the diagram sphere. And antimatter, in turn, benefits the buckyball. Its attraction for the water molecules pulls the sphere tighter, just enough to stabilize the buckyball. And being perfectly surrounded by water molecules, the antimatter atom is held in perfect suspension in the center, unable to touch matter. Coral stared around at the group. Stabilized antimatter, Omaha said. Coral sighed. Stable until it gets a good jolt of electricity or comes in close contact to a strong magnet or radiation. Either will destabilize the balance. The buckyball collapses. Antimatter comes in contact with the water molecule and annihilates itself, releasing an exponential release of energy. She glanced to the smoldering ruins of one of her machines. The answer to unlimited energy. Silence stretched for a time. How did all this antimatter get here? Kara asked. Danny nodded. We were talking about that just before you got here, putting pieces together to form some idea. Remember, Omaha, in the van when we were talking about the wobble in the earth that caused this region to go from a rich savanna to desert? 20,000 years ago, he said. Danny continued. Dr. Novak postulated that perhaps an antimatter meteor, large enough to survive passage through the atmosphere, struck the Arabian Peninsula, exploding and burying itself into porous limestone bedrock, creating this crystalline bubble deep underground. Coral spoke up as everyone gazed out at the cavern. The explosion must have broken into an Earth-generated water system, cascading its effect through the deep Earth channels, literally shocking the world. Enough to affect the Earth's polarity or perhaps bobble the spin of its magnetic core. However it happened, it changed the local climate, turning Eden into a desert. And as all this cataclysm happened, the glass bubble formed, Danny continued again. The explosion and heat of the impact triggered violent fog generation and expulsion of antimatter atoms and subparticles. As the place cooled, self-contained and sealed, water condensed around the antimatter atoms and formed the protective, stabilized buckyballs. And this place remained undisturbed for tens of thousands of years. Until someone found the freaking place, Omaha said. He pictured a tribe of nomads stumbling upon this, perhaps searching for water. They must have quickly learned of the water's strange properties, an energy source in ancient times. They would hide it, protect it, and as Kara had mentioned earlier, human ingenuity would find a way to harness it. Omaha remembered all the wild tales of Arabia, flying carpets, magicians and sorcerers wielding incredible power, enchanted objects of every shape and size, genies bearing miraculous gifts.
Had they all hinted at the mystery here? What about the keys and other objects? He said. You mentioned something about magnetism before. Coral nodded. I can't begin to fathom what level of technology these ancients managed. They had access to a power source that will take decades to fully understand. But they understood enough. Look at the glasswork, the stonework, the creation of the intricate magnetic triggers. Kara stared at the city. They had 1,000 years to perfect their art. Coral shrugged. I wager the liquid inside the keys came from this lake. Buckyballs do have a slight charge to them. If that charge could be shifted all in one direction, then the iron container would magnetize. And as the buckyballs inside are aligned with the iron's magnetic field, they remain stable and don't annihilate in that field. What about the iron camel at the museum? Sophia asked. It exploded. A chain reaction of raw energy, Danny answered. The ball lightning must have been attracted to the iron and the strange polarity of its watery heart, maybe even drawn to it. Look at the roof here, tapping static from the storm. Omaha glanced upward as the electrical display flared with greater than usual brilliance. Danny finished. So the lightning gave its electricity to the iron, giving its energy in one jolt. Too much. The effect was dramatic and uncontrolled, leading to the blast. Coral stirred. I wager even that explosion only occurred because the antimatter solution had been slightly destabilized by the trace radiation given off by the uranium atoms in the iron. The radiation excited and increased the fragility of the buckyball configurations. What of the lake here? Omaha mumbled, eyeing the water. Coral frowned. My instruments are too crude for a proper analysis. I've detected no radiation out there, but that doesn't mean it's not present. Perhaps somewhere farther out in the lake. We'll have to bring more teams down here if given the chance. Clay spoke up for the first time, arms crossed over his chest. So then, what happened in AD 300? Why all the bodies embedded in the glass? Was it one of those explosions? Coral shook her head. I don't know, but there's no evidence of a blast. Maybe an accident, an experiment gone awry. There's untold power in this reservoir. She glanced to the city, then back to Sophia. But, Dr. Almaz, there is one last thing I must tell you about. Sophia turned her attention back to the physicist. It's about your blood, Coral said. Before the physicist could elaborate, a noise drew all their eyes to the lake. A low whine. Everyone froze. The noise grew sharper, rapidly, fast. Jet skis. Across the lake, a flare shot high into the air, lighting the water crimson, reflecting off the roof and walls. A second flare arced upward. No, not a flare. It fell toward the city, toward them. Rocket, Omaha yelled. Get to cover. 4:42 p.m. Painter waited for his chance. The cinder block room shuddered as the brunt of the sandstorm wailed against doors, boarded windows, and roof flashings. It sounded like a ravenous animal digging to get inside, unrelenting, determined, maddened by bloodlust. It howled its frustration and roared its might. Inside, someone had a radio playing, the Dixie Chicks. But the music was small and weak against the continual onslaught of the storm. And the storm was creeping into their shelter. Under the door jamb, sand whistled in, streaming and writhing along the floor like snakes. Through cracks in the windows, it gasped and sighed in dusty puffs, now almost a continual blow. The air in the room had grown stale, smelling of blood and iodine. The only ones left here were the wounded, one medic, and 2 guards. Half an hour ago, Cassandra had cleared out the rest for her underground assault. Painter glanced at the laptop. It showed Sophia's blue spinning ring. She was 6 miles due north of here, deep under the sands. He hoped the glow meant she was still alive, but the transceiver would not die with her body. Its continual transmission was no assurance. Still, from the scrolling numerical axis coordinates, Sophia was on the move. He had to trust she still lived, but for how much longer? Time pressed against him like a physical weight.
He had heard the arrival of the M4 tractors from Thermite Air Base, bringing in a shipment of new supplies and weapons. The caravan had arrived just as the sandstorm blew at its worst. Still, the group had managed to outrun the predicted megastorm. In addition to the new supplies, another 30 men swelled the forces. Hard-eyed, fresh, heavily packed with gear. They had stomped in like they owned the place. More of the elite of the guild. With no joking, they had stripped out of their sandy clothes and into black thermal wetsuits. Painter had washed from his bed. A few cast stares his way. They had already heard about John Kane's demise. They looked ready to rip his head off. But they left quickly, heading back out into the storm. Through the open doorway, Painter had seen a jet ski being wheeled by. Wetsuits and jet skis? What had Cassandra found down there? He continued to work under his sheets. He had been stripped to his boxers, one ankle cuffed to the foot of the bed frame. He had only one weapon, an inch-long 18-gauge needle. A few minutes ago, when the two guards had been distracted by the room's door blowing open, Painter had managed to snag the needle from amid a pile of discarded medical gear. He had quickly palmed it. He sat up a bit and reached to his foot. The guard, lounging on the next cot, lifted his pistol from the crook of his arm where he had been resting it. "Lay back down." Painter obeyed. Just an itch, too really bad. Painter sighed. He waited for the guard's attention to drift, less focused on him. He shifted his free foot to the cuffed one. He had managed to pinch the needle between his big toe and its neighbor. He now sought to pick the lock on the cuff, tricky to do blind and with his toes. But when there's a will, there's a way. Closing his eyes, he kept his movements minimal under the sheets. Finally, he felt a satisfying slip and pressure on his trapped ankle. He was free. He lay still and glanced to the guard. Now what? 4:45 p.m. Cassandra crouched in the bow of the Zodiac pontoon boat. The motor idled behind her. She had night vision binoculars focused on the far shoreline. 3 flares hung above the glass city, lighting it brilliantly through the scopes. Despite the situation, Cassandra could not help but be amazed. Across the lake, she heard the continual shatter of glass. Another rocket-propelled grenade arced from one of the 6 jet skis. It struck deep into the city, flashing blindingly through her scopes. She lowered the binoculars. The flares cast the city in shades of crimson and fire. Smoke billowed, hanging in the still air. Above, energy scintillated, swelling, crackling, swirling, a cerulean maelstrom. There was such beauty in the destruction here. A chatter of machine gun fire drew her attention farther toward shore. A second Zodiac zipped parallel to the city, strafing the area with continuous fire. More RPGs arced over the water, smashing into the city. Pillars of glass collapsed like toppled redwoods. Truly beautiful. Cassandra slipped her portable tracker from a pocket of her combat jacket. She stared at the tracker's LCD screen. The blue circle glowed, moving away from her position, seeking higher ground. The artillery barrage was just to soften them up. Run while you can. The fun is just beginning. 4:47 p.m. Sophia climbed with the others up a winding, narrow stairway. Explosions echoed all around, amplified by the glass bubble. Smoke choked the air. They ran through the dark, all flashlights off. Omaha kept to her side, helping Lulu. Sophia held a child's hand, though she wasn't much reassurance to the girl. With every bomb blast, Sophia ducked, fearing the end, expecting the glass bubble to come down. Small fingers squeezed hers. The others trailed ahead and behind.
Kara helped another of the elders, Danny, Clay, and Coral, follow behind, leading more children. Several of the Rahim had slipped away, into side streets and terraces, dropping into sniping positions. Others simply vanished, whispering away to guard their rear. Sophia had watched one woman take a few steps down a dark street and vanish in front of her eyes. Perhaps it was a trick of glass and shadow, or maybe it was a demonstration of the gift Lulu had told Sophia about, to cloud perception and disappear. The group reached the top of the stairs. Sophia glanced behind her. She had a panoramic view of the lower city and shoreline. Flares overhead lit the place brilliantly, bathing the city in crimson. Down by the lake, the royal barge was a smoldering ruin of broken timber. The stone pier had been shattered, the glass shore pitted deeply.
"They've stopped the bombardment," Omaha said. Sophia realized he was right, but the explosion still echoed in her head. On the lake, Cassandra's forces were moving in. Jet skis and pontoon boats angled and swept toward shore, in unison, like an aerial team. Closer in, all along the shoreline itself, smaller Vs aimed through the waters. Sophia squinted, spotting men in wetsuits atop motorized bodyboards. They struck the beach, surfed high, and rolled into crouched positions, rifles already in hand. Others darted into the streets and alleyways. A gun battle erupted below, flashing like fireflies, popping loudly, an exchange of fire between Cassandra's forces and some of the Rahim. But it was brief, the snarl of dogs. Another grenade rocketed from one of the incoming jet skis, striking where the gunfire had come from. Glass shattered in a spray of brilliance. Sophia prayed that the Rahim had already fled. Shoot and run, it was their only chance. They were far too few and vastly outgunned. But to where could they run? They were trapped in a glass bubble. Even the dhow was destroyed. Sophia watched the jet skis and pontoons skid up to shore, offloading more men. They would hunt and blast their way through the city. Overhead, the flares began to dim and fade, sinking into the shattered city. With the fading of the flares, Ubar darkened, lit now by the showers of blue fire above, basking the city in shades of indigo. Sophia glanced up to the arched roof. The crackles of energy and swirls of gaseous clouds had grown fierce, roiling as if angry at the destruction. Another spate of gunfire blasted, rattling, somewhere else in the city. "We have to keep going," Omaha said, urging her on. "Where?" she asked, turning to him. He met her eyes. He had no answer. 4:52 p.m. The sandstorm continued to pound the cinder-block building. It had worn everyone's nerves raw. Sand, dust, and grit covered everything, finding every crack and crevice to stream inside. Winds howled. It didn't help matters that field reports radioed up from below described the battle. Clearly it was a rout. Cassandra's superior forces were sweeping through, finding little resistance, enjoying the mayhem. And the boys here weren't allowed outside to play. "Turn that very Dixie chick's gosh off," the guard yelled. "Really, you, Pearson?" the medic shouted back, fixing a seeping bandage. Pearson swung around. "Listen, you piece of mess." The second guard was back by the plastic water barrel, tilting it while trying to fill a paper cup. Painter knew he'd never have a better chance. He rolled from his bed with hardly a squeak, grabbed the pistol from the guard's hand, twisting the man's wrist savagely. He pumped 2 bullets into the guard's chest. The impact blew the man backward onto the cot. Painter dropped to a shooter stance, aimed at the second guard, and fired 3 shots, all at the man's head. 2 struck home. The guard went down, brains and blood sprayed on the back wall. Leaping back, Painter held the gun out. He trusted that the roar of the storm had muffled the shots. He swept the room. The wounded had clothes and weapons stacked nearby, out of immediate reach. That left only the medic. Painter kept his eyes focused on the man, his peripheral gaze on the rest of the room. On the cot, Pearson moaned, bubbled, and bled. Painter spoke to the medic. "Go for a gun, you die. This man can be saved. Make your choice." He backed to the laptop, reached blindly for it, snapped it closed, and tucked it under his gun arm. The medic kept his hands in the air, palms toward him. Painter did not let his guard down. He sidled to the door, reached behind to the handle, and yanked it open. Winds almost buffeted him straight back into the room. He leaned against the onslaught and forced his way out. He didn't bother closing the door. Once out, he turned on a heel and spun away. He aimed in the direction he'd heard the armored tractor stop and tunneled through the sand and wind. Barefoot, he wore only his boxers. Sand scoured him like steel wool. He didn't bother keeping his eyes open. There was nothing to see. Sand choked him with each breath. He held the pistol out in front of him. In his other hand, he clutched the laptop. It had data he needed, on the guild, on Sophia. His outstretched gun struck metal, the first of the tractors. As much as he would have liked to take it, he moved on. The mammoth vehicle was pinned down by the others behind it. He heard its engine running, to keep the batteries charged. He prayed they were all idling. He continued down the line, moving fast. He vaguely heard shouts behind him. Word was out. Painter dug faster through the storm's headwinds, keeping a shoulder to each tractor's tread. He reached the last in the line. Its engine purred like a happy kitten, a 20-ton kitten. Sliding down the side, Painter found the door and struggled to open it against the wind. Not a one-handed job. He tucked the pistol into his boxer's waistband, its weight half pulling his shorts down. He set the laptop on the tread and finally got the door open enough to squeeze through. He snatched the computer with him. At last, he slammed the door and latched it closed. Leaning his back against the door, he spit sand from his mouth and rubbed his eyes, clearing his eyebrows and lashes of grit. Gunfire peppered the side of the carriage, stinging his back with their rattling impacts. He shoved away. The fun never stops around here. He hurried to the driver's compartment and slid into the seat. He tossed the laptop onto the other seat. The sandstorm swirled beyond the windshield, a permanent midnight. He flipped on the lights. Visibility stretched for a whole 2 yards. Not bad. He kicked the gear into reverse and headed out of Dodge. He retreated straight back. If anything was back there, he'd simply have to trust that the armored behemoth could bowl through it. More gunfire chased him, like kids throwing stones. He fled, noting when he cleared the charred remains of Shishore. He escaped into the desert, shooting backward. Eventually, he'd think about forward gears, but backward worked fine for now. As he glanced to the windshield, he noted twin glows bloom in the darkness, out in the city. Pursuit. 5 p.m. As the others took a brief rest, Omaha stared at the Queen's Palace. The structure had managed to escape the initial bombardment. Maybe they could make a stand here, up in its tower. He shook his head. Fanciful, but impractical. Their only hope was to keep moving. But they were running out of city. Not much lay above and beyond the palace. A few streets and low buildings. He glanced over the lower city. Sporadic gunfire still flared, but it was both less frequent and closer. The Rahim's defense was wearing thin, the line being overwhelmed. Omaha knew they were doomed. He had never considered himself a pessimist, just a pragmatist. Still, he glanced at Sophia. With his last breath, he would keep her safe. Kara stepped beside him. Omaha. He looked at her. She never called him Omaha. Her face was exhausted, lined by fear, eyes hollow. Like him, she sensed their end. Kara nodded to Sophia. Her voice was a sigh.
What in the world are you waiting for? Goodness gracious! She stepped away to the courtyard wall, slumped against it, and sank to a seat. Omaha remembered her earlier words. She still loves you. From steps away, he watched Safia. She knelt beside a child, holding both the girl's small hands between her own. Her face shone in the glow overhead. Madonna and child. He moved closer, then closer again. Kara's words inside his head. Life is hard. Love doesn't have to be. Safia didn't look up, but she still spoke. These are my mother's hands, she said so quietly, so calmly, defying their situation. She stared at the child. All these women. My mother still lives through them. An entire life, from babe to elder. A full life, not one cut short. Omaha dropped to one knee. He stared into her face as she studied the child. She simply took his breath away. Literally. Safia, he said softly. She turned to him, eyes shining. He met her gaze. Marry me. She blinked. What? I love you. I always have. She turned. Omaha, it's not that simple. He touched her chin gently with a finger and turned her face back to his. He waited for her eyes to find him. That's just it. Yes, it is. She attempted to shift away. He would not let her escape this time. He leaned closer. I'm sorry. Her eyes shone a bit brighter, not from happiness, but from the threat of tears. You left me. I know. I didn't know what to do. But it was a boy who left you. He lowered his hand, gently taking hers. It is a man on his knees now. She stared into his eyes, wavering. Movement over her shoulder caught his eye.
Figures pushed out of the dark around the corner of the palace. Men, a dozen. Omaha leaped to his feet, scrambling to push Safia behind him. Out of the shadows, a familiar figure strode forth. Barak. Omaha scrambled to comprehend. The giant of an Arab had been missing since before the attack. More men followed behind Barak in desert cloaks. They were led by a man with a crutch under one arm, Captain Al-Hafi. The leader of the Desert Phantoms waved to the men behind him. Sharif was among them, as hale as when Omaha had last seen him, out at Job's tomb. He had survived the firefight without a scratch. Sharif and the men dispersed down the streets, strapped with rifles, grenades, and RPG launchers. Omaha stared after them. He didn't know what was going on, but Cassandra was in for a surprise. 5:05 p.m. All that was left was the cleanup. Cassandra kept one foot on the pontoon of her boat. She listened to the open channel as various teams swept the city in quadrants, clearing away pockets of resistance. She clutched her electronic tracker, fingers digging. She knew exactly where Safia was within the city. Cassandra allowed the curator to scurry like a mouse while her crew mopped behind her, wearing through her resistance. Cassandra still wanted the difficult person alive, especially with Painter now on the run. She had to resist screaming her frustration. She would hold every man topside accountable if Painter escaped. She took a deep, shuddering breath. There was nothing she could do down here. She had to secure this place, root out its secrets, which meant capturing Safia alive. And with Safia in hand, Cassandra would have a card to play against Painter. A pretty little ace in the hole. An explosion drew her attention back to the city. She was surprised her men needed to employ another grenade. She watched an RPG sail into the air. She blinked at its trajectory. Really? She leaped from her perch and sprinted down the shoreline. Her rubber soles gave her good purchase on the rough glass. She dove behind a sheltering pile of debris as the grenade struck the pontoon boat. The explosion deafened her, making her ears ache, even stinging her eyes. Glass and water sprayed high. She rolled up and away as broken glass rained down. She covered her head with her arms. Jagged pieces fell around her, dancing off other glass, slicing skin and clothes, stinging like a rain of fire. After the deadly shower ceased, she stared up at the city. Had someone commandeered one of her team's launchers? Another 2 RPGs flew by. New automatic fire flared from a dozen places. What in the world was going on? 5:07 p.m. As the explosions echoed away and gunfire chattered, Safia watched Captain Al-Hafi clump forward on his crutch. The shock of his arrival still held everyone speechless. The captain's eyes settled on Lulu. He dropped his crutch and lowered himself to one knee. He spoke in Arabic, but in a dialect few had heard spoken aloud. Safia had to strain her ears to recognize the words of the sing-song speech. "Your Highness, please forgive your servant for arriving so late." He bowed his head. The Hoja was as mystified as anyone else by his arrival and posturing. Omaha stepped to Safia's side. He's speaking Shaharan. Safia's mind spun. The Shara were the mountain clan that traced their lineage to King Shaddad, the first ruler of Ubar, or rather the consort of its first queen. Barak spoke, hearing Omaha. "We are all of the Shara clan." Captain Al-Hafi rose to his feet. Another man returned his crutch. Safia realized what she had just witnessed, the formal acknowledgement of the king's line to its queen. Captain Al-Hafi motioned them to follow, speaking again in English. "I had thought to get you clear, but all I can offer is shelter. We must hope my men and your women can hold the marauders off. Come." He led the way back around the palace. Everyone followed. Omaha paced next to Barak. "You are Shara?" The man nodded. "So that's why you knew about that back door out of the mountains, through that graveyard. You said only the Shara knew of that path." "The veil of remembrance," Barak intoned more formally. "The graves of our ancestors, back to the exodus from Ubar." Captain Al-Hafi hobbled alongside Lulu. Kara helped her from the other side, continuing their conversation. Is that why you all volunteered for the mission? Because of its ties to Ubar? The captain bowed his head. I apologize for the ruse, Lady Kingsington. But the Shara do not reveal their secrets to outsiders. That is not our way. We are as much guardians of this place as the Rahim. We were given this burden by the last queen of Ubar, just before our two lines parted ways. As she divided the keys, so she divided the royal lines, each with its own secrets. Safia stared between the two. The houses of Ubar joined again. What secret was left with you? Omahat asked him. The old path into Ubar, the one walked by the first queen. We were forbidden to open it until Ubar was tread again. A back door, Omaha said. Safia should have known. The queen who sealed Ubar after the horrible tragedy here was too meticulous. She had contingency plans stacked atop contingency plans, spreading them across both lines. So there's a way out of here? Omaha asked. Yes, to the surface. But there is no escape there. The sandstorm rages, which makes crossing atop Ubar's dome dangerous. It was what took us so long to get here, once we learned from Barak that the gate had been breached. Well, better late than never, Danny said behind them. Yes, but now a new storm strikes the area, rising from the south. It will be death to walk those sands. So we're still trapped, Omaha said. Until the storm abates. We must simply hold out until that time. With that sobering thought, they crisscrossed a few more streets in silence, finally reaching the back cavern wall. It looked solid, but Captain Al-Hafi continued forward. Then Safia spotted it. A straight fracture in the glass wall. It angled inward, making it difficult to spot. Captain Al-Hafi led them to the crack. The surface lies 150 steps up. The passage can act as a shelter for the children and women, and a trap if we can't hold off Cassandra. She still outnumbers us and outguns us. Captain Al-Hafi stared across the group. My men could use help. Anybody who can hold a gun. Safia watched Danny and Coral accept weapons from a stash inside the crack.
Even Clay stepped forward and held out his hand. Her student caught her surprised look. "I really want that A," was all he said as he stepped away. His eyes shone with terror, but he did not back down. Omaha went last. "I already have a pistol, but I could use a second." Captain Al-Hafi handed him an M16. "But this'll do." Safia stepped up as he moved away. Omaha. She had never acknowledged what he had said back by the palace. Had his words been a deathbed confession, knowing they were doomed? He smiled at her. "You don't have to say anything. I made my stand. I haven't earned your response yet." He moved away. "But I hope at least you'll let me try." Safia shoved up to him and put her arm around his neck and held him tight. She spoke into his ear. "I do love you. I just don't know." She couldn't finish the statement. It hung there between them. He squeezed her anyway. "I do, and I'll wait until you do too." An argument forced them apart. Words between Kara and Captain Al-Hafi. "I will not let you fight, Lady Kingston." "I am perfectly able to shoot a gun." "Then take a gun with you to the stairs. You may need it." Kara fumed, but the captain was right. The last stand might come to a fight on the stairs. Captain Al-Hafi placed a hand on her shoulder. "I owe your family a debt. Let me pay it this day." "What are you talking about?" Kara said. He bowed his head. His voice grew mournful and shamed. "This is not the first time I've lent my services to your family. When I was a young man, a boy really, I volunteered to help you and your father." Kara's frown deepened. Captain Al-Hafi lifted his face to hers. "My first name is Habib." Kara gasped and stumbled back a step. "The guide on the day of the hunt, that was you. I was to attend your father because of his interest in Ubar, but I failed. Fear kept me from following you and your father that day into the Forbidden Sands. Only when I saw that you intended to enter the Niznesses did I come after you, but it was too late. So I collected you from the sands and returned you to Thumrite. I did not know what else to do." Kara appeared dumbstruck. Safia stared between them. Everything had come full circle, back to these same sands.
So let me protect you now, as I failed to do in the past." Kara could only nod. Captain Al-Hafi moved away. Kara called after him, "You were only a boy. Now I'm a man." He turned to follow the others back down to the city. Safia heard an echo of Omaha's words. The Hadja stared among those remaining. It is not over yet. With those cryptic words, she entered the cleft. We must walk the path of the old queen. Stormwatch, December 4, 5:30 p.m. Shisur. They were still on his tail. Painter saw the glow of his pursuers back in the sandstorm. He lumbered forward, eking out as much speed as possible, which was approximately 30 miles per hour. And in the current teeth of this storm, this was a high-speed chase. He checked both side mirrors. One truck tracked on each side. He caught the barest glimpse of his hunters, 2 loaded flatbed trucks. Despite their loads, they moved faster than he could, but they also had to compensate for the terrain. He, on the other hand, aimed the 20-ton tractor in one direction, trundling over anything in his path, riding up one dune and down another. Sand obliterated all sight lines. If this were a blizzard, it would be described as a whiteout. Painter had set the tractor's cruise control. He checked its other features. It had a radar dish, but he didn't know how to operate it. He did find the radio. His initial plan had been to travel as close to Thumright Air Base as necessary and contact the Omani Royal Air Force. Someone would listen. If he had any hope of rescuing the others, he had to blow his cover and alert the government here. But the trucks had set him on a course away from the base, deeper into the storm. He had no chance to swing around. The other trucks were too fast. As he climbed a monstrous dune, an explosion thundered on his left side. Shrapnel and a wave of sand struck that side like a difficult person slap from God himself. An RPG. For a moment, an awful grating sound tore at the treads. Painter winced, but the tractor rode through it, grinding away whatever had clogged its gears. It moved up the long slope. Another explosion, this time directly behind him. The noise was deafening, but the armor plating proved its metal, or in this case its polycarbonate steel and Kevlar. Let them take pot shots at him. The wind and storm would surely throw off their aim, and the tractor's armor would do the rest. Then he felt a sickening lurch. The tractor's treads still spun, but Painter's speed slowed. The M4 began to slide. He suddenly realized what his hunter's bombing had intended, not to take out the 20-ton tractor, but to make it lose its footing. They were bombing the slope, triggering an avalanche. The whole slope was sliding backward, taking the tractor with it. He switched off the cruise, popped the clutch, and kicked to a lower gear. He slammed the accelerator, trying to regain traction in the slippery slope. No luck. He just churned himself into the loose sand. Painter braked the tractor, fishtailing the back end, then hit reverse. He fled with the sand now, swimming with the riptide in the avalanche. He turned the tractor until he was parallel with the slope, the tractor tilting dangerously. He had to take care not to roll it. He pushed the gear into neutral, braked, then back into first. The tractor moved forward again, now surfing down the slope, running along its flank, finding good traction and speed. He raced down to the bottom. The trucks gave chase, but they ran into the toppling sand and had to slow down. Painter reached the end of the dune and cut around the corner. He was done running from these really ones. He positioned the tractor to run straight, then reset the cruise. Letting go of the wheel, he made sure the tractor continued its course. He then retreated quickly to the back. He found his own launcher. He loaded one of the rocket-propelled grenades, balanced the long tube on his shoulder, and crossed to the back hatch of the tractor. He kicked the door open. Sand blew in, but not too fiercely, as he was traveling into the wind. He stared out behind him. He waited until he spotted 2 glows, rounding the last dune, coming at him again. "Come to Papa," he mumbled, and aimed. He set the crosshairs and pulled the trigger. The launcher exploded with a whoosh. He felt the backwash of heated air as the grenade rocketed away. He watched the red fire of its trail, a shooting star. The hunter spotted it too. Painter saw them both wheel to either side. Too late, at least for one of them. The grenade exploded. Painter enjoyed seeing one of the glows shoved high into the air and explode into a fiery ball, shining brightly in the darkness. It crashed back into the sands. The other truck had vanished. Hopefully, in its haste, it had bogged down among the dunes. Painter would watch for it. He returned to his seat and checked both side mirrors. All dark. With a moment to breathe, Painter opened the stolen laptop. Slowly, pixels charged and bloomed to light on the dark screen. He prayed the batteries held. The schematic of the area reappeared. Painter stared. Oh God, there was no blue marker. Panic prickled. Then the familiar tiny spinning blue ring appeared. It had taken an extra minute for the wireless feed to pick up again. Safia was still transmitting. He checked the scrolling coordinates. They were still changing. She was moving, alive. He hoped that meant all the others were safe as well. He had to get to her, to them. Though the implanted transceiver could not be removed, it was tamper-proof to blow unless deactivated. He could get Safia out of Cassandra's range, get her to a surgeon and demolition expert. As he stared, he realized only the z-axis coordinates were changing. That axis measured elevation or depth. The negative number was growing smaller, approaching 0.
Safia was climbing up. She was almost on the surface. She must have found a back door out of the caves. Good girl. As he watched, he frowned. The z-coordinates passed 0 and continued to climb into the positive numbers. Safia had not only reached the surface, she was climbing higher. What the hell? He checked her position. She was 2 miles from his position. As he had already been heading in the general direction, he had only to adjust his course slightly, aiming directly for her. He crept the speed up another 5 miles per hour, breakneck speed in the current conditions. If Safia found a back door, so would Cassandra. He had to reach Safia and the others as soon as possible. He glanced back to the blue glow. He knew one other person was surely monitoring this transmission, Cassandra, and she still had the portable detonator. 5:45 p.m. Safia marched up the long, dark stairs, the others trailing behind her, climbing in twos, children and old or injured women. Kara carried their only flashlight, pointed it up the passage, casting Safia's shadow ahead of her. They sought to put as much distance as possible between them and the war below. Echoes of the fighting still reached them, a continual gunfire. Safia fought to shut it out. She ran a hand along the wall, sandstone. The steps underfoot had been worn by countless sandals and bare feet. How many others had walked this same path? She imagined the Queen of Sheba herself climbing or descending these stairs. As she ascended, Safia sensed time's constriction, the past and present merging into one. More than anywhere, here in Arabia, the past and present blurred. History was not dead and buried under skyscrapers and asphalt, or even trapped behind museum walls. It lived here, tied intimately to the land, merging story and stone into one. She dropped her fingers. Lulu joined her. "I heard you speaking to your beloved." Safia didn't want to talk about it. "He's not—" "That was before. You both love this land," the Hoja continued, ignoring her attempt at a protest. "You've let too much sand come between you. But such dust can be swept aside. It's not that easy." Safia stared down at her hand, where a ring once rested. Gone like a promise once made. How could she trust he'd be there when she needed him? It was a boy who left you. It is a man who kneels here now. Could she believe that? In contrast, she pictured another's face, Painter. The way he held her hand, his quiet respect and comfort, even the agony in his eyes when he frightened her. Lulu spoke, as if reading her mind. "There are many men with noble hearts. Some take a little longer to grow into theirs." Safia felt tears rising. "I need more time to think things through." "You've had time. Like us, you've spent too much time alone. Choices have to be made before we are left with none." As proof, a short way up, the storm's rush of winds moaned across the opening at the top. Safia felt a breath of it across her cheek. She felt drawn to it.
After so long below, she wanted to be free of this prison of rock, if only for a moment, to clear her head. "I'm going to check the storm," Sophia mumbled. "I'll come with you," Kara said, a step behind her. "As will I," the Hoja added. "I would see with my own eyes what the first queen saw. I would see the original entrance to Ubar." The three of them continued alone up the last flights of stairs. The winds grew stiffer, and sand swirled down atop them. The three pulled up hoods, scarves, and goggles. Sophia hiked to the top. The opening was a crack ahead. Kara clicked off her flashlight. The storm was lighter than the dark passage. The exit stood a yard away. Sophia spotted a crowbar leaning near the exit. Beyond the threshold rested a large, flat boulder, partially blocking the way. "The rock must have hidden the entrance," Kara said. Sophia nodded. "Captain Al-Hafiz's men must have used the crowbar to pry the stone aside enough to pass through. Perhaps, if they outlasted the storm, they could all escape, push the stone back in place, and block Cassandra." The fresh wind filled Sophia with hope. Even from here, the storm did not seem as dark as she remembered back at Shisor. Maybe the brunt of it was ending. Sophia bent through the crack, but stayed sheltered behind the stone. Sand still covered the sun, but full night had become twilight again. She could see the sun again, a wan moon through the storm. "The storm looks less severe," Kara said, confirming Sophia's assessment. Lulu disagreed. "Do not be fooled. These sands around Ubar are deceptive. There is a very real reason tribes avoid this area, calling it cursed, haunted, the sands of jinns and devils." The Hoja led them farther out of the entrance. Sophia followed, the wind tugging at her cloak and scarf. She looked around. She realized that they were atop a mesa, some 30 or 40 feet above the desert floor. It was one of countless rocky prominences that poked from the dunes. Ships of the sands, they were named by the nomadic tribes. Sophia stepped farther out, examining their perch. She recognized the shape of the mesa. It was the same as the sand painting at the palace. Here was where the first entrance to Ubar was discovered almost 3 millennia ago. She stared around. Both the citadel and the queen's palace had been patterned after this mesa, the most precious of all the ships of the desert. Beyond the mesa, the storm drew Sophia's eye. The swirling clouds in this area appeared strange. A mile or so out, the sandstorm darkened in bands, encircling the plateau. Sophia could hear distant winds howling. "It's like we're in the eye of a hurricane," Kara said. "It is Ubar," Lulu said. "It draws the might of the storm to itself." Sophia remembered how for a short time after the keys erupted and opened the gate, the sandstorm had seemed less intense. Kara crept dangerously near one of the rims. It made Sophia nervous. "You should get back from there," Sophia warned, afraid a gust of wind might carry her over the edge. "There's a path down this side, more of a goat track. Maybe we could make it down. I can see 3 trucks below, about 40 yards out. Captain Al-Hafiz's transportation." Sophia edged closer. She could not imagine trying to traverse a cliffside path in these winds. They gusted unpredictably. Lulu agreed with Sophia. It is death to attempt those sands. Kara glanced back at the Hoja. Her expression argued that it was just as dangerous to stay. Clearly Kara was willing to take the chance. Lulu understood her thought. "Your father dismissed warnings of these sands as you do now, even after all you've seen." Her words only angered Kara. "What is there to fear?" Lulu swept her arms out. "These are the sands of the Nisnasis." Both Sophia and Kara knew that name. The black ghosts of the sands. It was the Nisnasis that were to blame for Reginald Kensington's death. Lulu pointed to the southwest. A small whirlwind stirred, twisting, a tornado of sand. It scintillated in the darkness, aglow with static charge. For a moment, it burst more brilliantly, then vanished. "I've seen a dust devil like that," Kara said. Lulu nodded. "The Nisnasis bring the burning death." Sophia pictured Reginald Kensington's tortured body, locked in glass. It reminded her of the mummified citizens below. How were they connected? Another devil bloomed off to the east, another due south.
They seemed to stir up from the sand and into the air. Sophia had seen thousands of such whirlwinds, but never one so brilliant with static charge. Kara gazed out. I still don't understand. Directly before them, a wall of sand blew up from below the mesa's edge. They all fell back. A Nisnasa, Lulu gasped. The whirlwind formed just beyond the mesa, swirling in a sinuous column. Both Kara and the Hoja retreated for the passage. Sophia remained where she stood, mesmerized. Vast waves of static charge swept up its length, chasing up from the sand and into the sky.
Her cloak billowed, not from winds this time, but from the play of electricity in the air, crackling over her skin, clothes, and hair. It was a painful but somehow ecstatic feeling. It left her body cold, her skin warm. She exhaled, not realizing she had been holding her breath. She took a step forward, close enough to see the full breath of the snaking whirlwind. Energy continued to jitter through the column. She saw the devil centered around one of the 3 vehicles. From her vantage point, she could see the sands around the truck forming a whirlpool beneath it. She jumped a bit when something touched her elbow. It was Kara. She had strengthened her nerve to watch. Kara found and took Safia's hand. In her touch, Safia sensed Kara reliving an old nightmare. Beneath the truck, the sands began to darken. A burning odor wafted up to them. Kara's hand clenched on Safia. She had recognized that smell. The sands grew black, molten sand, glass, the nisnays. The energies in the whirlwind whipped wildly, blowing through the entire column. From their perch, they watched the truck sink into the molten pool, at first slowly, its rubber tires melting and popping. Then there was a tremendous whoosh of static. The devil collapsed, and in the instant before it vanished, Safia watched the glass turn as black as nothingness. The truck fell away, as if through air. The black pit melted deeper into the sand, and the last wind swept fresh sand over it, wiping away all trace. A ghost, come and gone. A moment later, a soft blast burped. The sand in the area bumped up. Fuel tank, Kara said. They both raised their eyes. More of the deadly whirlwinds were popping up all over. There had to be a dozen of them now. What's happening? Kara asked. Safia shook her head. The encircling wall of storm had also grown blacker, contracting toward them, moving closer in all directions. Lulu stared around them with a look of terror. The other storm system from the coast. It has come. The 2 are feeding on each other, becoming something worse. The megastorm, Safia said. It's forming around us. More and more whirlwinds danced across the sands. Their glows were flames rising from the sands. It was a hellish landscape. The storm beyond grew blacker and wilder. It screamed now. To move across those sands invited certain death. Safia heard a sound closer at hand, a noise from her radio. She freed it from a pocket. Omaha had asked her to leave the channel open in case he needed to reach her. She fished it out and back toward the passageway. A voice whispered through static at her. Safia, can hear me? Kara leaned next to her. Who is it? Safia pressed it to her ear, listening tightly. Coming. Safia, can you hear? Who? Kara asked. Safia's eyes widened. It's Painter. He's alive. Some vagary of the storm's static let his voice reach her clearly for a moment. I'm 2 miles from your position. Hold tight. I'm coming. Static erased any further reception. Safia pressed the send button and held the radio to her lips. Painter, if you can hear me, don't come. Do not come. Did you hear me? She released the button. Only static. He hadn't heard. She stared out at the netherworld of storm, fire, and wind. It was death to travel those sands, and Painter was coming here. 6:05 p.m. Cassandra crouched with 2 of her men. Gunfire rattled and spat all around. After the first RPG blast had caught her off guard, Cassandra had entered the fray, moving into the wreck and tumble of the town. Fighting continued, but her team was making steady progress.
She stared through the sights of a rifle and waited. The cluster of blocky homes lay before her, limned in shades of emerald and silver through her night vision goggles. Having also employed an overlay of infrared, she watched a red blob move beyond a glass wall, near a corner. One of the enemy. She studied the silhouette. Her target carried a tube on his shoulder, blazing like a small sun. Fiery hot. One of the launchers. She had instructed her men to focus their attention on such objectives. They had to eliminate the enemy's long-range capabilities. By the wall, her target shifted, moving out into the open, positioning the grenade launcher. Cassandra centered her crosshairs on the hottest part of the enemy's body, the head. She squeezed her trigger. Just once. That's all she needed. Through the infrared, she saw the spray of fire blossom outward. A clean shot. But some twitched reflex fired the launcher. Cassandra watched the RPG blast away, blinding on her scopes. She rolled to her back, dazzled. The grenade sailed high overhead, the aim way off course, as the enemy's body fell backward. Angled toward the roof as the grenade was, she lost sight of it against the brilliant display of electrical discharges storming across the ceiling. She flipped away the infrared overlay and toggled off the night vision mode. Through the regular lenses, the roof still blazed. The display had grown more violent, filling the entire cap of the dome. Small arcs of electricity speared out like bolts of lightning. Across the lake, the misfired RPG exploded. It had struck the far wall, opposite the city. She focused the telescopic view. Really, she could not catch a very break. The grenade struck the wall above the tunnel leading into the cavern. She watched a section of the glass wall tear away from the rock behind it, along with a portion of the tunnel room. It collapsed, sealing the tunnel. Their exit was now blocked. She rolled to her stomach. The surface team would just have to dig them out. The immediate concern was to secure this town, capture Safia, and extract the prize here. She flipped her infrared overlay back over her goggles lenses. It was time to continue the hunt. Her two men had gone forward already to check the body and confiscate the launcher. They were ready to move on. Cassandra paused to check her electronic tracker. Safia lay a short distance ahead. Red triangles, the beacons from her team, closed on her position from all directions. Satisfied, Cassandra almost pocketed the device, but the elevation reading alongside the blue glowing ring caught her eye. She froze. That didn't make sense. Cassandra stared up again at the blazing roof. If the reading was correct, Safia was on the surface. Was there another way out? She touched her throat mic and sent out a general alert over the open channel, reaching every man. Close in now, full run, leave no one alive. Cassandra rose from her position and joined her men. Let's finish this. 6:10 p.m. Omaha heard the cry from Captain Al-Hafi in Arabic. Pull back to the stairs. All forces retreat to the exit. Omaha crouched with Coral, Danny, and Clay. They had taken up a position inside the courtyard of the palace. A grenade blasted 20 yards away. They all pressed against the wall. We have to go, Clay said. I'd love to, Omaha said. Just tell that to the two men around the corner. They were pinned down in here. They had been for the last minute. Moments ago, Omaha and Clay had run into the courtyard from one direction, Danny and Coral from the other. Both teams chased by commandos. Now all four were pinned down. A standoff. Only Cassandra's soldiers had an advantage, sophisticated scopes that seemed to track their every move. We should pull back into the palace, Coral said, slapping a fresh magazine into her pistol. We'd have a better chance of losing them. Omaha nodded. They made a dash for the palace entrance. What about Captain Al-Hafi and the others? Clay asked as they ducked inside. They might leave without us. Omaha crouched on one knee, gun pointed toward the courtyard. Coral took his flank, Danny and Clay behind them. Leave where? Omaha asked. I'd rather take my chances out here than in the cramped stairwell. At least here we have some... The shot pinged off the wall by his ear. Glass shattered, needling the side of his face.
Very. More bullets chewed. Omaha dropped flat next to Coral. Danny and Clay retreated into the far room.
The only reason Omaha was still alive was that the iron and glass statue of the palm holding the sphere in the courtyard center had blocked a direct shot into the entrance. Across the courtyard, one of the commandos ran into view, angling to the side, a grenade launcher on his shoulder, pointed at the door of the palace. Bullets continued to pepper, suppression fire for the artillery soldier. A gutsy move. Something had lit a fire under Cassandra's team in the last few minutes. Coral twisted around and aimed her pistol at the man with the grenade launcher. She was too slow. The gods above were not. From the roof, a dazzling bolt of energy struck the ground near the man, crackling for a half a breath, searing the retinas. It was not true lightning, just an arc of energy between the roof and floor. It did not blast the crater. It did not even knock the man down. It did much worse. The glass under the man instantly transmogrified from solid to liquid, changing states in one breath. The soldier fell into the pool, up to his neck. The scream that burst from his mouth was a sound only heard in the deepest pit of hell, the scream of a man burned alive. It cut short after an instant. The man's head fell backward, steam rising from his mouth. Dead. The glass was solid again. The suppression fire died with the man. Others had witnessed it. In the distance, the fighting continued, echoing with rifle blasts, but here no one moved. Omaha raised his gaze. The roof was on fire, filling the dome. Other bolts jumped between ceiling and floor. Somewhere across the way, another scream erupted, a twin to the one heard here. "It's happening again," Coral said. Omaha stared at the dead man, buried in glass. He knew what she meant. Fiery death had returned to Ubar. 6:12 p.m. Painter bounced in his seat as the 20-ton tractor flew over a small dune. He could see nothing now. The visibility of a few yards had dropped to the tip of his nose. He was driving blind. He could be blithely aiming for the edge of a cliff and he'd never know. A few minutes ago, the sandstorm had suddenly whipped up with a renewed ferocity. The buffeting wind sounded like giant fists striking the tractor. Painter's head throbbed from the concussion of the forces. Still, he continued blindly forward. His only guidance glowed on the laptop beside him. Safia. He had no idea if she heard his radio call or not, but she hadn't moved since the broadcast. She was still above ground, actually about 40 feet above ground. There must be a hill ahead. He'd have to slow once he was nearer. A shimmer of reflection caught his eye. In the side mirror. The second pursuit vehicle. It was following the tractor's larger lights. The hunter had to be as blind as he, following in his tracks, keeping to his packed path, letting him encounter any obstacles. The blind leading the blind. Painter continued. He dared not leave his post. The wind suddenly whipped even more savagely. For a moment, the tractor tilted up on one tread, then slammed down. Christ! For some reason, a laugh bubbled out of him. The gibbering amusement of the damned. Then the winds ended, as if someone had unplugged the fan. The lumbering tractor rode out into more open sands. The skies even lightened from midnight to twilight. Sand still stirred, and winds did indeed still blow, but at 1/10 of the velocity of a moment ago. He glanced to the side mirror. A solid wall of blackness blanketed the view. He must have traveled completely through its heart and out the other side. As he watched, he saw no sign of the pursuit vehicle, its glow lost in the total darkness. Perhaps that last burst of winds had flipped the sucker. He focused forward. His sight line stretched for a good quarter mile. In the distance, he could see a shadowy prominence of dark rock, a desert mesa. He glanced at the laptop. The blue glow lay directly ahead. So that's where you are. He kicked up the speed of the tractor. He wondered if Safia could see him. Reaching out, he took the radio in hand. He kept one eye on the road. Throughout the region, many tornadoes whipped and snaked, joining desert to sky. They glowed with a cobalt radiance. Crackles of static charge spun up from the ground. Most stood in one place, but a few meandered over the desert landscape. He was close enough to see one etch down a dune face, sand coughing up around it. In its wake, it left a trail of black sand, A squiggled sigil, a pen stroke from some storm god. Painter frowned. He had never seen such a phenomenon, but it was none of his concern. He had more pressing worries. He raised the radio to his lips. "Safia, if you can read me, let me know. You should be able to see me." He waited for a reply. He didn't know if Safia still had one of their radios. It was the frequency to which he had set the tractor's transmitter. Noise burst from the receiver. "Painter, go! Turn back!" It was Safia. It sounded like she was in trouble. He hit the transmit button. "I'm not turning back. I've got—" An arc of electricity leaped from the radio receiver to his ear. Yelping out, he dropped the radio. He smelled burning hair. He felt a surge of static charge throughout the vehicle. Every surface shocked him. He kept his hands on the rubber-coated wheel. The laptop sizzled, then gave off a loud pop. The screen went dead. The sound of a foghorn reached him, blaring, persistent. Not a foghorn, a truck's horn. He glanced at the side mirror. From the storm's black wall, the pursuit truck flew out into the open. The last wind slapped the back end. Its frame tilted, beginning to flip. Then it was free. It struck the sands, the tires on one side, then the other. It bounced, skidded, and spun a full turn. But it was out of the storm. Painter swore. The truck's driver must have been as shocked to be alive as Painter was to see him. The flatbed idled. It looked like hell. One tire was flat. The bumper was curled into a steel smile. The tarp over its load and back had been blown to one side, tangled amid the ropes. Painter pressed his accelerator, racing forward, putting as much distance between himself and the truck. He remembered the RPG bombardment. He wanted a little breathing room. Then he'd take care of this truck. In the side mirror, the truck followed, limping after him. Painter prepared to fight, setting the cruise. Ahead, the desert was a forest of whirling sand devils, glowing in the twilight gloom. They all seemed to be on the move now. He frowned. They were all moving in unison, some unearthly ballet. Then he felt it, a familiar lurch in the sand. He had felt the same when the grenades had triggered an avalanche over the dune face, the shift of sands under his treads. But he was on flat ground. All around, the whirlwinds danced, static electricity sparked, and the desert loosened under him. Against all odds, the 20-ton tractor was becoming mired. His speed slowed. He felt its back end fishtailing. The tractor swung around, dragged by unknown forces. Then he was trapped, stopped. His side window now faced toward the pursuit truck. It continued toward him, closing in on its wide, knobby sand tires. Then the sand under it became powder. It sank to its rims, then axle, bogged. Both hunter and prey were trapped, flies in amber. But this amber still flowed. He felt it beneath him. The sand was still moving. 6:15 p.m. Safia gave up on the radio. She could only watch in horror alongside Kara and Lulu. It was a landscape out of a nightmare, a painting done by Salvador Dali. The world melted and stretched. She stared out at the whirlwinds, the deadly electrical discharges, pools of black sands, streaks of the same, carved out by skittering devils. The dusty clouds in the sky glowed from the amount of energy flowing into them, fed by the snaking columns of sand and static charge. But that was not the worst. For as far as she could see, the entire desert floor had begun to churn in one giant whirlwind, spinning around the buried bubble of Ubar.
The sandstone mesa was a boulder in the current, but there were smaller rocks. Painter's tractor and another truck mired in the churning sands. Whirlwinds closed in on the vehicles, etching the sand with molten fire. A crash echoed to the left. A piece of the mesa tore away, tumbling into the sand, a glacier calving into the sea. "We can't stay here," Kara said. "It'll tear this island apart," Painter Safia said. Her clothing sparked and crackled with discharges as she stepped toward the mesa's edge. He had come to rescue them, driving to his doom. They had to do something. "He's on his own," Kara said. "We can't help him." The radio suddenly crackled in her hand. She had forgotten she was holding it. "Painter Safia, can you hear me?" It was Omaha. She lifted her radio. "I'm here."
His voice sounded distant, as if from another planet. "Something strange is going on down here. The static is arcing all over. It's zapping the glass, melting spots. It's the cataclysm all over again. Stay away. Can you get up here? To the stairs?" "No. Danny, Clay, Coral, and I are holding up in the palace." A commotion by the tunnel drew her eye. Sharif climbed out. Kara moved to meet him. He pointed to the tunnel. "We've retreated to the stairs," he said, panting. "Captain Al-Hafi will attempt to hold the enemy off. You should—" His voice died as he suddenly caught a view of the desert. His eyes widened. Another splintering crack erupted. Rocks crashed. The rim of the mesa crumbled. "Allah preserve us," Sharif prayed. Kara waved him back. "Hit better, because we're bloody very well running out of places to hide." 6:16 p.m. Cassandra knew true terror for the first time in ages. The last time she had felt this gut-level fear was as a child, listening to her father's footsteps outside her bedroom door at midnight. This was the same, a fear that jailed the insides and turned bone marrow to ice. Breathing was a talent forgotten. She cowered inside a tiny glass building, more a chapel, enough for one person to kneel. Its only entrance was a short door that had to be ducked into. No windows. Past the door, the lower city spread below her. She watched the continual arcing bolts of discharge. Some struck the lake, grew more intense, then sucked back to the roof, brighter for the effort, as if the storm above were feeding off the waters below. The same was not true when it struck the glass. Every surface absorbed a strange energy, becoming a liquid pool, but only as briefly as a lightning flicker. Then it turned solid again. She had watched one of her men succumb to such a bolt. He had been sheltering behind a wall, leaning on it. Then the bolt struck the wall. He fell through it, his support suddenly gone. The wall solidified again. Half his body on one side, the other half on this side. Between, he had been burned to bone. Even his clothes had caught fire, a human torch, on two sides of glass. All across the city the fighting had stopped. Men sought shelter. They had seen the mummified bodies. They knew what was happening. The cavern had gone deathly quiet, except for the occasional gunshot by the back wall, where the enemy had sequestered itself in some passageway. Anyone who approached was shot. Cassandra clutched her electronic tracker. She watched the spread of red triangles, her men, or those few that were left. She counted. Of the 50 on the assault team, only a dozen were left. She watched as another blinked out. A shattering scream fluttered through the city. Death stalked her men. She knew even such enclosed shelters were not safe. She had seen the mummified bodies within a few of the homes. The key seemed to be movement. Perhaps the amount of static in the room was such that any stirrings attracted a boat to stab out at it. So Cassandra sat still, very still. She had done the same in her childhood bed. It hadn't helped then. She doubted it would now. She was trapped. 6:17 p.m. Omaha lay flat at the entryway to the palace. The quiet pressed upon him. Beyond the courtyard, the firestorm worsened. Bolts crackled, shattering into brilliant forks. The dome shone like the corona of a blue-white sun. Omaha watched and knew death was near. But at least he had told Safia he loved her. He had made his peace. He would have to be satisfied with that. He glanced upward. He prayed Safia was safe. She had relayed another short message describing the chaos upstairs. Death above, death below. Take your pick. Coral lay with him, studying the storm. We're inside the world's largest transformer. What do you mean? They spoke in whispers, as if afraid to draw the sleeping giant's attention. The glass cavern with its energized antimatter solution is acting like a massive insulated superconductor. It draws energy to itself like the iron camel did at the museum. In this case, it collects the static energy of any passing sandstorm, sucking it down from above. But as energy builds in the chamber, crossing some threshold, it must need to shed its excess energy, like lightning does during a thunderstorm. Only this is aimed from sand to sky, shooting upward again in immense discharges, creating those momentary blasts of deadly whirlwinds on the desert surface. Like it's draining its battery, Omaha said. But what's going on in here? A storm in a bottle. The megastorm is pouring too much energy down here. The bubble can't discharge it fast enough, so some of it's lashing back, zapping itself. Redistributing charge, she corrected. Glass is a great conductor. It merely takes the excess energy it can't discharge to the surface and passes it down to the floor below. The glass here captures the energy and disperses it, a cycle to keep the charge spread evenly throughout the entire glass bubble rather than just the dome. It's that equilibrium of energy that keeps the antimatter lake stable during this storm. A balance of charges. What about those pockets of molten glass? I don't think it's molten glass, at least not exactly. Omaha glanced questioningly in her direction. What do you mean? Glass is always in a liquid state. Have you ever seen antique glass? The flowing streaks that slightly distort the clarity? Gravity affects glass like a liquid, slowly pulling it down in streams. But what does that have to do with what's going on here? The energy bolts aren't just melting the glass. They're changing its state, instantaneously breaking all bonds, liquefying the glass to the point that it borders on gaseous. When the energy disperses, it resolidifies, but just for a flash, it's in a fiery state between liquid and gas. That's why it doesn't flow. It keeps its basic shape. Omaha hoped this discussion was leading to some solution. Is there anything we can do about it? Coral shook her head. No, Dr. Dunn, I'm afraid we're really in trouble. 6:19 p.m. The fiery explosion drew Painter's attention to the mesa. A truck parked near the sandstone prominence flipped in the air, spewing flaming fuel. One of the roving sand devils continued past it. It left a steaming trail of blackened sand, molten glass. These sinuous columns of static charge were somehow discharging astronomical amounts of heat energy, burning their way across the landscape. Painter remembered Safia's warning over the radio before it shorted out. She had tried to warn him away. He hadn't listened. Now he was trapped inside the tractor as it slowly spun in a vast whirlpool of churning sand. For the past 5 minutes it had carried him along, sweeping him in a wide arc, slowly spinning him in place. He was a planet orbiting a sun, and all around death danced. For every whirlwind that blew itself out with a sharp discharge of static, another 3 took its place. It was only a matter of time before one crossed his path, or worse yet, opened up under him. As he spun, he saw the other truck. It was faring no better. Another planet, smaller, maybe a moon. Painter stared across the sands that separated them. He saw one chance.
It was a madman's course, but it was better than sitting here, waiting for death to come knocking. If he had to die, he'd rather die with his boots on. He stared down at his naked form. He wore only his boxers. Okay, he'd have to forego the whole boot dream. He stood up and crossed to the back. He'd have to travel light. He took a single pistol and a knife. Outfitted, he stepped to the back door. He'd have to be fast. He took a moment to take several deep breaths. He opened the back door. The clear expanse of desert suddenly erupted yards away. A devil spun up from the sand. He felt the backwash of its static. His hair flumed around his head, crackling. He hoped it didn't catch fire. Stumbling back, he fled away from the back door. Time had run out. He darted to the side door, shoved it open, and leaped. Hitting the ground, he sank to his calves. The sand was damnably loose. He glanced over a shoulder. The devil loomed behind the tractor, crackling with energy. He smelled ozone. Heat pulsed from the monster. Fleet feet, little skeet. It was a nursery rhyme his father had often whispered in his ear when he was caught dawdling. No, Papa, no dawdling here. Painter hauled his feet free from the sand and raced around the front end of the tractor. The whirlpool dragged at him, bordering on quicksand. He spotted the flatbed truck. 50 yards, half a football field. He sprinted for it. Fleet feet, little skeet. He ran, the rhyme a mantra in his head.
Across the sand, the truck's door popped open. The soldier stood on a running board and pointed a rifle at him. No trespassers. Luckily, Painter already had his pistol up. He fired and fired. There was no reason to spare the bullets. He squeezed and squeezed. The driver fell backward, arms out. The explosion behind Painter shoved him forward face first. A wave of fire seared. Spitting sand, he leaped up and away. He glanced back to see the tractor on its side, on fire. Its tank exploded by the heat of the devil as it expanded its reach. Painter pounded away. Flame and fuel rained down all around, splashing into the sand. He simply ran, hell-bent. Reaching the flatbed, he skipped the cab door, used the driver's body as a stepping stone, and scrambled into the flatbed and back. The tarp was still tangled in the ropes. He used his knife to slice the lashings. They were taut and popped like overstretched guitar strings. He kicked tarps and ropes aside. He exposed what lay underneath, what he had spotted when the flatbed mired. One of the copter sleds. This little skeeter found his wings. 6:22 p.m. Sophia heard the staccato firing of a pistol. Painter? She had been huddling just inside the stairway passage. Kara and Lulu kept guard with her. She had been pondering some way to escape the doom here. She sensed an answer, just beyond reach, a clue she was missing, letting fear frazzle through her. But fear was an old companion. She took deep breaths, inhale in calm, exhale in tension. She thought about the mystery. She remembered her thoughts on the way up here, how the past and the present were merging in countless ways. She closed her eyes. She could almost feel the answer rising inside her like a bubble in water. Then the gunshots, followed by an explosion, like the one that had taken out one of Captain Al-Hafi's trucks a minute or so ago. Sophia bolted back to the top of the mesa. A fireball billowed upward, shredding in the winds. The tractor lay on its side. Oh, God. Painter. She spotted a naked figure scrambling by the smaller truck. Kara joined her. It's Crowe. Sophia grabbed onto that hope. Are you sure? He really needs to cut his hair. The figure climbed into something in the back of the truck. Then Sophia spotted the spread of collapsible rotors. She heard a distant whine. The rotors churned. A helicopter. Kara sighed. That man is resourceful, I'll give him that. Sophia noted a tiny whirlwind, one of the untethered ones, scribing through the dunes, swinging in a wide arc, aiming for the truck and copter. Did Painter see it? 6:23 p.m. Painter lay flat on his belly in the sled. The controls were near his arms, one for each hand. He kicked up the rotor speed. He had flown helicopters during Special Forces training, but never one like this. But how different could it be? He yanked the right throttle. Nothing happened. He pulled on the left. Still nothing. Okay, maybe things were a bit different. He pulled on both throttles and the copter lifted out of its cradle and into the air. He kept the throttles pulled and shot up in a wobbly arc, spun by the winds. The thump-thump of the rotors matched his heart, fast and furious. As the copter swung, he caught a glimpse of a twister on his tail. It glowed and spat fire like a demon risen from hell. Painter played with the controls, leaning right, left, and forward. Forward was good. He sped away, dipping too low, like sliding down a snowy slope. He attempted to get his nose up before he buried himself in the sand. He worked the throttle, rolled to the left, balanced it out, and finally found a way to bring the nose up. Now he was aiming directly for a monstrously huge whirlwind. He climbed higher and to the right, and successfully managed to spin himself in place while still flying toward the large devil. He felt his stomach flip. He dragged the left throttle, stopped the spin, and just managed to miss the devil. But as a parting shot, the whirlwind spat an arc of static, zapping him. Painter felt the shock from the tip of his toes to his eyebrows. So did the sled. All power died. Instruments twirled. He plummeted, rotors churning uselessly. He switched all systems off, then back on again, rebooting. A small whine answered, the motor coughed, then died. The mesa lay ahead. He aimed for it as best he could, which was at the side of its cliffs. He rebooted again. The motor caught this time. The spinning rotors must have helped jumpstart the engine. He pulled both throttles. The copter climbed. The cliffs rushed at him. "Come on," he mumbled between clenched teeth. As he reached a mesa, he caught a glimpse of its top. He wheeled the craft up another few inches. The landing skids brushed the edge of the lip, caught a bit, tilting the copter on its side. Rotors tore into stone. They shattered away. The sled compartment flipped high and landed upside down atop the mesa. A lucky break. Painter banged his head, but he lived. He popped the side hatch and fell out. He lay on the stone, panting, surprised to be alive. It was a good surprise. Sophia hurried over to him. Kara followed, staring down at him, arms crossed. "Good effort, but have you ever heard of the phrase, out of the frying pan into the fire?" He sat up. "What the hell's happening?" "We must get to a safe place," Sophia said, helping him stand. "Where?" Kara asked, taking his other arm. "The sandstorm is tearing apart the desert, and Ubar is on fire below." Sophia straightened. "I know where we can go. Firestorm, December 4, 6:45 p.m. Ubar." Sophia stood with Captain Al-Hafi at the base of the stairs. She stared out at the azure maelstrom roiling over the arched room. It blinded. Bolts of Seralinian energy lanced, forked, and speared all across the chamber. The most disturbing feature was the absolute quiet. No thunder here. "How far to the palace?" she asked the captain. 40 yards. She stared back up the staircase. The Rahim were down to 14 adult women and the original 7 children. Captain Al-Hafi's dozen men were now 8. None of them looked ready to enter Ubar with its electrical wildfire, but they stood ready to follow Sophia. She faced the path they had to walk. One misstep meant a fiery death. "Are you sure about this?" Kara asked behind her. She was flanked by Lulu and Painter. "As much as I can be," Sophia answered. Painter had borrowed a cloak from one of the Shahan men, but he was still barefoot. His lips were tight. Far back, echoing down the passage behind them, the tumble of stones reached them.
The preparation had taken longer than Sophia would have liked. Already the upper sections of the stairway were falling apart. "You're putting a lot of trust in that old queen," Painter said. "She survived the cataclysm. The king's line survived. During the last cataclysm, the royal line was protected. They were the only ones. How?" Sophia turned and emptied the folded cloak she held in her hand. Sand poured out and covered the glass in front of her. It skittered down the path. Sand is a great insulator. The royal palace of Ubar is covered with sand paintings, on floors, walls, and ceilings. The mix of so much sand in the glass must ground the structure against the static bursts, protecting those inside. She tapped her radio. "Like it has so far with Omaha, Coro, Danny, and Clay." Painter nodded. She read the respect and trust in his eyes. She took strength from his solid faith in her. He was a rock when she needed something to hang on to. Again. Sophia turned and stared back at the long line of folk. Everyone carried a burden of sand. They made bags out of cloaks, shirts, even the children carried socks full of sand. The plan was to pour a sand path from here to the palace where they'd shelter against the storm. Sophia lifted her radio. "Omaha? Here, Saf. We're setting off. Be careful." She lowered the radio and stepped out onto the sand-covered glass. She would lead them. Moving forward, she used a boot to spread the sand as far as it would go and still leave good insulation underfoot. Once she reached the end, Painter handed her his bag of sand. She turned and cast the new sand down the path, extending the trail, and continued on. Overhead, the cavern roof blazed with cobalt fire. She still lived. It was working. Sophia crept down the sandy path. Behind her, a chain grew, passing bagful after bagful from one hand to another. "Watch where you step," Sophia warned. "Make sure sand is under you at all times. Don't touch the walls. Watch the children." She poured more sand. The trail snaked from the back wall, winding around corners, downstairs, along ramps. Sophia stared out at the palace. They crept closer at a snail's pace. Static charges lanced at them almost continuously now, attracted to their movements, stirring whatever electromagnetic field stabilized the place. But the glass on either side always drew away the charge, like a lightning rod. Their path remained safe.
Safia dumped a load of sand from a cloak, then heard a cry behind her. Sharif had slipped several yards back on one of the sandy stairs. He caught his balance on a neighboring wall and used it to push up. "Don't!" Safia yelled. It was too late. Like a wolf on a straggling lamb, a lance of brilliance lashed out. The solid wall gave way. Sharif fell headlong into the glass. It solidified around his shoulders. His body spasmed, but there was no scream. His face trapped in glass. He died immediately. The edges of his cloak smoldered. Children cried out and pushed their faces into their mothers' cloaks. Barak ran up from farther back, slipping past others, his face a mask of pain. She nodded to the women and children. "Keep them calm," Safia said. "Keep them moving." She took the next bag. Her hand shook. Painter stepped next to her, taking the bag. "Let me." She nodded, falling back into second place. Kara was behind her. "It was an accident," she said. "Not your fault." Safia understood it with her head, but not her heart. Still, she did not let it paralyze her. She followed Painter, passing another sack to him. They crept onward. At last, they rounded the courtyard wall. Ahead, the entry to the palace glowed. Omaha stood in the archway, flashlight in hand. "I left the porch light on for you guys." He waved them forward. Safia had to resist the urge to run forward, but they were not safe yet. They continued at the same steady pace, rounding the iron sphere resting in its cradle. Finally, their long trail reached the entry. Safia was allowed through first. She stepped inside and hugged her arms around Omaha, collapsing against him. He picked her up in his arms and carried her back to the main room. She didn't object. They were safe. 7:07 p.m. Cassandra had watched the procession, not moving, barely breathing. She knew to move meant death. Safia and Painter had passed within a few yards of her small glass alcove. Painter had been a surprise. How could he be here? But she did not react. She kept her breathing even. She was a statue. The many years of special forces training and field ops had taught her ways to remain still and quiet. She used them all. Cassandra had known Safia was coming. She had mapped their progress, moving only her eyes, and had watched the very last red triangle on her tracker vanish a moment ago. She was all that was left, but it wasn't over. Cassandra had watched in amazement as Safia returned to the cavern from above, returning here, passing so close. A sand trail. Safia had discerned the only safe haven in the cavern, the large, towering building that stood 15 yards away. Cassandra heard the others' happy voices as they reached their sanctuary. She remained perfectly still. The sandy track wound only 2 yards from her position. 2 large steps. Moving only her eyes, she watched the skies. She waited, tensing every muscle, preparing herself. But she remained a statue. Then a bolt struck down about 3 yards away. Close enough. Cassandra sprang through the door, trusting in the old adage, lightning never strikes the same place twice. She had nothing else to go on. One foot touched glass, only long enough to leap away. Her next foot landed on sand. She dropped to a crouch on the path. Safe. She took deep breaths, half sobbing in relief. She allowed herself this moment of weakness. She would need it to steel herself for the next step. She waited for her heart to stop pounding, for the shakes to subside. Finally, her body calmed. She stretched her neck, a cat awakening. She took a deep breath, then let it out. Now, down to business. She stood and took out the wireless detonator. She checked to make sure it hadn't been damaged or its electronics fritzed. All appeared in order. She tabbed a key, pressed the red button, then tabbed a key again. A dead man's switch. Rather than pressing the button to blow the chip in Safia's neck, all she had to do was lift her finger. Prepared, she slipped her pistol from her holster. Time to greet the neighbors. 7:09 p.m. Seated on the floor, Painter stared around the crowded room. Coral had already reported and debriefed him on all that had happened, her theories and her concerns. She now sat beside him, checking her weapon. Across the room, Safia stood with her group. They smiled and soft laughter floated from them. They were a new family. Safia had a new sister in Kara, a mother in Lulu. But what about Omaha? He stood at her side, not touching, but close. Painter saw how Safia would lean ever so slightly in the man's direction, almost touching, but not. Crowe continued cleaning her gun. Sometimes you just have to move on. Before he could respond, a shadow shifted on his right by the entryway. He watched Cassandra step into the room. Pistol in one hand, she was calm, unconcerned, as if she had just come in from a stroll to the park. "Now isn't this cozy?" she said. Her appearance startled everyone. Weapons were snatched. Cassandra didn't react. She still had her pistol pointed at the ceiling. Instead, she held out a familiar device. "Is that any way to greet a neighbor?" "Don't shoot," Painter boomed, already on his feet. "Nobody shoot." He even moved to stand in front of Cassandra, shielding her. "I see you recognize a dead man's switch," she said behind him. "If I die, poor Dr. Almaaz oozes her pretty little head." Omaha heard her words. He had already shoved Safia behind him. "What is this difficult person talking about? Why don't you explain, Crowe? I mean, the transceiver is your design." He turned to her. "The tracker is not the bomb."
"What bomb?" Omaha asked, his eyes both scared and angry. Painter explained. When Cassandra had Safia in her custody, she implanted a small tracking device. Cassandra modified it with a small amount of C4. She holds the detonator. If she lets go of the trigger, it will blow. "Why didn't you tell us before?" Omaha said. "We could have removed it." "Do that and it blows too," Cassandra said, "unless I first deactivate it." Painter glared at her, then back to Safia. "I'd hoped to get you somewhere safe, then have a surgical and demolition team remove the device." His explanation did little to quell the horror in her eyes. And Painter knew some of it was directed at him. This was his job. "So now that we're all friends," Cassandra said, "I'll ask you to throw all your weapons out into that courtyard. Everyone now. I'm certain Dr. Crowe will ensure that every weapon is accounted for. One slip and I may have to lift my finger and scold someone. We wouldn't want that to happen, would we?" Painter had no choice. He did as Cassandra instructed. Rifles, pistols, knives, and 2 grenade launchers were piled into the courtyard. As Crowe threw her half-assembled gun with the others, she remained by the entry. Her eyes were on the cavern. Painter followed her gaze. "What's the matter?" he asked. "The storm. It's grown worse since your arrival, much worse." She pointed to the roof. "The energy is not draining fast enough. It's destabilizing." "What does that mean?" "The storm is building into a powder keg in here." She turned to him. "This place is going to blow." 7:22 p.m. From the second-story balcony of the palace, Safia stared with the others out at the maelstrom. The cavern roof could no longer be seen. The roiling clouds of static charge had begun a slow spin across the dome, a vortex of static. In the center, a small downspout could be seen, perceptibly lowering, like the funnel cloud of a tornado. It aimed for the antimatter lake. "Novak's right," Cassandra said. She was studying the phenomenon through her night vision goggles. "The entire dome is filling up." "It's the megastorm," Crowe said. "It must be much stronger than the ancient storm that triggered the cataclysm 2,000 years ago. It's overwhelming the capacity here. And I can't help but think a fair amount of the lake water is probably destabilized, like the contents of the Iron Camel." "What will happen?" Safia asked. Crowe explained. "Have you ever seen an overloaded transformer blow? It can take out an entire power pole. Now picture one the size of this cavern, one with a concentrated antimatter core. It has the capability of taking out the entire Arabian Peninsula." The sobering thought silenced them all. Safia watched the vortex of energies churn. The funnel in the center continued to drop, slowly, inexorably. Primitive fear laced through her. "So what can we do?" This question came from an unlikely source, Cassandra. She pulled up her night vision goggles. "We have to stop this." Omaha scoffed. "Like you want to help? I don't want to die. I'm not insane." "Just evil," Omaha muttered. "I prefer the word opportunistic." She directed her attention back to Crowe. "Well?" Crowe shook her head. "We ground it," Painter said. "If this glass bubble is the insulator for this energy, then we need to find a way to shatter the bubble's underside, ground the electrical storm, send its energy into the earth."
"It's not a bad theory, Commander," Crowe said, "especially if you could break the glass under the lake itself. Get the antimatter waters to drain into the original Earth-generated water system from whence it came. Not only would the energy dissipate, but it would lessen the risk of an antimatter chain reaction. The enriched waters would simply dilute away to the point of impotency." Safia felt a glimmer of hope. It didn't last past Crowe's next words. "It's the practical application of that plan that's the big problem. We don't have a bomb massive enough to blow out the bottom of the lake." For the next few minutes, Safia listened to the discussions of possible explosive devices while knowing what lay implanted in her own neck, knowing what had happened back in Tel Aviv, back at the British Museum. Bombs marked the turning points in her life. They might as well mark her end. The threat should have terrified her, but she was beyond fear. She closed her eyes. She half noted the various ideas being bandied aloud, from rocket-propelled grenades, even to the bit of C4 in her neck. "There's nothing here strong enough," Crowe said. "Yes, there is," Safia said, opening her eyes. She remembered the blast at the British Museum. She pointed down into the courtyard. "It's not a camel, but it may do." The others stared where she pointed, to the giant iron sphere resting in the glass palm. "We sink it into the lake," Safia said. "The world's largest depth charge," Danny said. "But how do you know it will explode like the camel?" Crowe asked. "It might just fizzle like the Iron Maiden. These iron artifacts don't all function the same way." "I'll show you," Safia said. She turned and led the way back down the stairs. Once in the main room, she waved to each of the sand-painted walls. Opposite the entry is the first Ubar, a rendering of its discovery. Over on that far wall is the depiction of Ubar above, its face to the world. And this wall, of course, is the true heart of Ubar, its pillared glass city. She touched the painting of the palace. The detail is amazing, even down to the sandstone statues guarding the entrance. But on this picture, both statues are shown. "Because one was used as a vessel for the first key," Omaha said. Safia nodded. "This depiction was done obviously before the destruction. But note what's missing. No iron sphere, no glass palm. In the center of the painting's courtyard stands the Queen of Ubar, a place of prominence and importance. X marks the spot, so to speak." "What do you mean?" Cassandra asked. Safia had to bite back a sneer. Her effort to save her friends, to save Arabia, would also be saving Cassandra. Safia continued, not meeting the woman's eye. Symmetry was important in the past, balance in all things. The new object was placed on a site that matches the position of the queen in the rendering, a place of distinction. It must be important. Omaha turned, staring out the entry to the iron sphere. Even the way the palm is positioned. If you straighten the wrist, it would be like she's throwing the sphere toward the lake. Safia faced them all. It's the queen's last key, a failsafe, a bomb left to destroy the lake if needed. "But can you be sure?" Painter asked. "What does it hurt to try?" Omaha countered. "Either it works or it doesn't." Crowe had wandered to the entrance. "If we're going to try this, we'd better hurry." Safia and the others crowded forward. In the center of the cavern, a glowing funnel cloud twisted and writhed. Below it, the antimatter lake had begun to churn, matching the vortex on the roof. "What do we do first?" Painter asked. "I have to place my hands on the sphere," Safia said. "Activate it like all the other keys." "Then we get the ball rolling," Omaha said. 7:35 p.m. Omaha stood on the sandy path out in the courtyard. It had taken a minute to sweep the trail so it reached the cradled sphere. Safia stood before the 4-foot-wide globe of red iron. The skies raged above. Safia approached the sphere. She rubbed her palms, then reached between the glass fingers of the sculpture. Omaha saw her shoulder flinch, the bullet wound paining her. He wanted to rush to her side, pull her away, but she bit her lower lip and placed both palms on the sphere. As her skin touched metal, a crackling blue flash arced over the iron surface. Safia flew back with a yelp. Omaha caught her in his arms and helped her gain her feet on the sand. "Thanks." "Sure, babe." He kept one arm around her and helped her back to the palace. She leaned on him. It felt good. "The grenade is set on a 2-minute timer," Painter said. "Get to cover." He had planted the explosive charge at the base of the sculpture.
The plan was to blast the sphere free. Gravity would do the rest. The avenue beyond the palace flowed all the way to the lake. Purposeful, Safia had said. The ball, once freed, was meant to roll to the lake on its own. Omaha helped Safia back into the main room. A blindingly bright flash flared behind them, burning their shadows on the far wall of the main room. Omaha gasped, fearing it was the grenade. He jerked Safia to the side, but there was no explosion. One of the static bolts, Coral said, rubbing her eyes. It struck the sphere. Safia and Omaha swung around. Out in the courtyard, the iron surface shimmered with blue energies. They watched the glass sculpture melt slowly, tilting on its own. The hand spilled the ball onto the courtyard floor. It bobbled, then rolled toward the arched entry. It passed through and continued on. Coral sighed. Beautiful. Omaha had never heard so much respect uttered in one word. He nodded. That queen would have made a great professional bowler. Down! Painter shoved them all to the side, clotheslining Omaha across the neck. The explosion deafened. Glass shards spattered into the room from the courtyard outside. Painter's grenade had gone off on schedule. As the blast echoed away, Omaha met his eyes. Good job there. He patted Painter on the shoulder. Good job. It's still rolling, Danny called from above. They all hurried up the stairs to the upper balcony, where everyone else was gathered. Omaha pushed forward with Safia. The course of the iron sphere was easy to follow. Its movement drew bolts from the roof, zapping it again and again. Its surface glowed with a cerulean aura. It bounced, rolled, and wended its way down the Royal Avenue. Forked lightning struck and dazzled, but it kept rolling to the lake. It's energizing itself, Coral said, drawing power into it. Becoming the depth charge, Danny said. What if it blows up as soon as it touches the lake? Clay asked, hanging back, ready to duck into the palace at the first sign of trouble. Coral shook her head. As long as it keeps dropping, moving through the water, it'll only leave a trail of annihilation. But the reaction will end as soon as the ball moves on. But when it stops, rests at the bottom, Danny said. Coral finished. Then the weight of all the water above it pressing on the stationary object will trigger a localized chain reaction. Enough to light the proverbial fuse on our depth charge. Then, boom, Danny said. Boom indeed, Coral concurred. All eyes remained on the glowing ball. All eyes saw it reach the halfway point, roll along a ramp, hit a tumbled pile of debris from Cassandra's bombardment, and stop. Gosh, Danny mumbled. Gosh indeed, Coral concurred. 7:43 p.m. Safia stood with the others on the balcony, as dismayed as the rest. Arguments raged around her. What about using one of the RPGs? Cassandra asked, staring through her night vision goggles. Shoot a grenade at an energized antimatter bomb? Omaha said. Yeah, let's do that. And if you miss the debris pile, Painter said, you'll bring down another wall and block the road even more. Right now, it's only hung up. If it could be rolled aside a couple of feet, Cassandra sighed. Safia noted the woman's fingers still pressed the transmitter, protecting it from anyone's reach. Cassandra could definitely focus. With all that was going on, all the danger, she was not letting go of her trump card, keeping it in play, clearly intending to use it if everything worked out. She was a stubborn fighter. Then again, so was Safia. Clay held his arms crossed over his chest. What we need is someone to go out and give it a good push. Feel free to try, Cassandra said with clear disdain. The first sign of movement and you'll be bathing in molten glass. Coral stirred, previously lost in deep thought. Of course, it's movement that draws the bolts, like the rolling ball. Or my men, Cassandra added. The bolts must be attracted to shifts in some electromagnetic field, a giant motion-detecting field. Coral stared down. But what if someone could move through the field unseen? How? Painter asked. Coral glanced to the Hadja and the other Rahim. They can be unseen when they want to be. But that's not physical, Painter said. It's some way they affect the viewer's mind, clouding perception. Yes, but how do they do that? No one answered. Coral stared around, then straightened. Oh, I never told you.
You know? Painter said. Coral nodded and glanced at Safia, then away. I studied their blood. Safia remembered Coral had been about to mention something about that when Cassandra's forces had attacked. What was this about? Coral pointed toward the cavern. Like the lake, the water in the Rahim's red blood cells, all their cells and fluids, I imagine, is full of buckyballs. They have antimatter in them? Omaha asked. No, of course not. It's just that their fluids have the capability of maintaining water in buckyball configurations. I wager the ability comes from some mutation in their mitochondrial DNA. Dread grew in Safia's chest. What? Painter touched her elbow. A little slower. Coral sighed. Commander, remember the briefing on the Tunguska explosion in Russia? Mutations arose in flora and fauna of the area. The indigenous Ivink tribe developed genetic abnormalities in their blood, specifically their Rh factors, all caused by gamma radiation from antimatter annihilation. She waved an arm out toward the storm raging. The same here. For who knows how many generations the population residing here has been exposed to gamma radiation. Then a pure bit of chance happened. Some woman developed a mutation, not in her own DNA, but the DNA in her cellular mitochondria. Mitochondria? Safia asked, trying to remember her basic biology. They are the small organelles inside all cells, floating in the cytoplasm, little engines that produce cellular energy. They're a cell's batteries, to use a crude analogy. But they have their own DNA, independent of a person's genetic code. It is believed that mitochondria were once some type of bacteria that absorbed into mammalian cells during evolution. The little bit of DNA is left over from the mitochondria's former independent life. And as mitochondria are found only in the cytoplasm of cells, it is the mitochondria of a mother's egg that becomes the mitochondria of the child. That's why the ability passes only through the queen's line. Coral swept a hand over the Rahim. And it is these mitochondria that mutated from the gamma radiation? Omaha asked. Yes, a minor mutation. The mitochondria still produce energy for the cell, but it also produces a little spark to actively maintain buckyball configuration, giving it a little juice. I wager this effect has something to do with the energy fields in this chamber. The mitochondria are attuned to it, aligning the charge of a buckyball to match the energy here. And these charged buckyballs give these women some mental powers? Painter asked, incredulous. The brain is 90% water, Coral said. Charge that system up with buckyballs and anything could happen. We've seen the women's ability to affect magnetic fields. This transmission of magnetic force, directed by human will and thought, seems to be able to affect the waters in the brains of lower creatures and somewhat upon us, affecting our will and perception. Coral's eyes glanced to the Rahim. And if focused inward, the magnetic force can stop meiosis in their own eggs, producing a self-fertilized egg. Asexual reproduction. Parthenogenesis, Safia whispered. Okay, Painter said. Even if I could accept all that, how does any of this get us out of this mess? Haven't you been listening? Coral asked, glancing over her shoulder to the vortex of storm above and now stirring the lake. They were running out of time, minutes only. If one of the Rahim concentrates, she can attune herself to this energy, alter her magnetic force to match the electromagnetic detecting field. They should be able to walk through safely.
How do they do that? By willing themselves invisible. Who would be willing to take that chance? Omaha asked. The Hoja stepped forward. I will. I sensed the truth in her words. Coral took a deep breath, licked her lips, and spoke. I'm afraid you're too weak. And I don't mean physically, at least not exactly. Lulu frowned. Coral explained. With the storm raging, the forces out there are intense. It will take more than experience. It will take someone extremely rich in buckyballs. Turning, Coral's eyes met Safia's. As you know, I tested several of the Rahim, including the elder here. They only have 1/10 of the buckyballs found in your cells. Safia frowned. How is that possible? I'm only half Rahim, but the right half. Your mother was Rahim. It was her mitochondria that were passed to your cells. And there is a condition in nature called hybrid vigor, where the crossing of two different lines produces stronger offspring than crossing the same line over and over again. Danny nodded to the side. Mutts are basically healthier than purebreds. Your new blood, Coral concluded, and the mitochondria like it. Omaha stepped to Safia's side. You want her to walk to the trapped sphere? Through that electrical storm? Coral nodded. I believe she's the only one who could make it. Screw that, Omaha said. Safia squeezed his elbow. I'll do it. 8:07 p.m. Omaha watched Safia standing out on the sandy path in the courtyard. She had refused to let him come. She was alone with the Hoja, so he waited in the entryway. Painter stood vigil with him. The man looked none too pleased with Safia's choice either. In this, the two men were united. But this choice was Safia's. Her argument was simple and irrefutable. Either it works, or we all die anyway. So the men waited. Safia listened. It is not hard, the Hoja said. To become invisible is not a concentration of will. It is the letting go of will. Safia frowned. But the Hoja's words matched Coral's. The mitochondria produced charged buckyballs aligned to the energy signature in the room. All she had to do was let them settle into their natural alignment. The Hoja held out a hand. First, you'll need to strip out of your clothes. Safia glanced sharply at her. Clothes affect our ability to turn invisible. If that woman scientist was right with all that mumbo-jumbo, clothes might interfere with the field we generate over our bodies. Better safe than sorry. Safia shed her cloak, kicked her boots off, and shimmied out of blouse and pants. In her bra and panties, she turned to Lulu. Lycra and silk, I'm keeping them on. She shrugged. Now relax yourself. Find a place of comfort and peace. Safia took deep breaths. After years of panic attacks, she had learned methods for centering herself. But it seemed too small, a pittance against the pressure around her. You must have faith, the Hoja said, in yourself, in your blood. Safia inhaled deeply. She glanced back to the palace, to Omaha and Painter. In the man's eyes, she saw their need to help her. But this was her path, to walk alone. She knew this in places beyond where her heart beat. She turned forward, resolved but scared. So much blood had been shed in the past. In Tel Aviv, at the museum, on the long road here. She had brought all of these folks here. She could no longer hide. She had to walk this path. Safia closed her eyes and let all doubt flow from her. This was her path. She evened her breathing, releasing control to a more natural rhythm. Very good, child. Now take my hand. Safia reached over and gripped the old woman's palm, gratefully, surprised at the strength there. She continued to relax. Fingers squeezed, reassuring her. She recognized the touch from long ago. It was her mother's hand. Warmth flowed from this connection. It swelled through her. Step forward, the Hoja whispered. Trust me. It was her mother's voice. Calm, reassuring, firm. Safia obeyed. Bare feet moved from sand to glass. One foot, then the other. She moved off the path, her arm behind her, holding her mother's hand. Open your eyes. She did, breathing evenly, keeping the warmth of maternal love deep inside her. But eventually, one had to let go. She slipped her fingers free and took another step. The warmth stayed with her. Her mother was gone, but her love lived on, in her blood, in her heart. She walked on as the storm raged in flame and glass, at peace. Omaha was on his knees. He didn't even know when he fell. He watched Safia walk away, shimmering, still present, but ethereal. As she brushed through the shadow under the courtyard archway, she completely vanished for a moment. He held his breath. Then, beyond the palace grounds, she reappeared, a wisp, moving steadily downward, limned in stormlight. Tears brimmed in his eyes. Her face, caught in silhouette, was so contented. If given the chance, he would spend the rest of his life making sure she never lost that look. Painter shifted, moving back, as silent as a tomb. Painter climbed the stairs to the second level, leaving Omaha alone. He crossed to where the entire group gathered. All eyes watched Safia's progress down through the lower city. Crowe glanced to him, her expression worried. And with good reason. The swirling vortex of charges neared the lake's surface. Below it, the lake continued its own whirling churn, and in the center, lit by the fires above, a waterspout was rising upward, a reverse whirlpool. The energies above and the antimatter below were stretching to join. If they touched, it was the end of everything. Themselves, Arabia, possibly the world. Painter focused down upon the ghost of a woman, moving sedately along the storm-lit streets, as if she had all the time in the world. She vanished completely when in shadows. He willed her to be safe, but also to move faster. His gaze fluttered between storm and woman. Omaha appeared from below, hurrying to join them, having lost sight of Safia from his post below. His eyes glistened, full of hope, terror, and, as much as Painter didn't want to see it, love. Painter swung his attention back to the cavern. Safia was almost to the sphere. "Come on," Omaha moaned. It was an emotion shared by all. Safia gently walked down the stairs. She had to step with care. The passage of the iron sphere had crushed its way through. Loose glass littered the steps. Cuts pierced her heel and toes. She ignored the pain, keeping calm, breathing through it. Ahead, the iron sphere appeared. Its surface glowed with an azure-blue aura. She stepped up and studied the obstruction, a fallen section of wall. The ball had to be rolled 2 feet to the left, and it would continue its plummet. She glanced the rest of the way down. It was a clear shot to the lake. There were no other tumbles to block the sphere's path a second time. All she had to do was shift it. Though heavy, it was a perfect sphere. One good shove and it would roll clear. She moved next to it, set her legs, raised her palms, took another cleansing breath, and shoved. The electrical shock from the charged iron shot into her, arcing over her body and out her toes. She spasmed, neck thrown back, bones on fire. Her momentum and convulsive jerk shoved the sphere away, rolling it free. But as her body broke contact, a final crack of energy snapped her like a whip. She was flung backward, hard. Her head hit the wall behind her. The world went dark, and she fell into nothingness. Safia, Omaha, could not breathe. He had seen the brilliant arc of energy and watched her be tossed aside like a rag doll. She landed in a crumpled pile, no longer ethereal, grounded. She was not moving. Unconscious, electrocuted, or dead. Oh, God. He spun around. Painter grabbed his arm. "Where the hell do you think you're going? I have to get to her." Fingers tightened on his arm. "The storm will kill you within 2 steps." Kara joined him. Omaha. Painter's right. Cassandra stood by the rail, watching everything through her very scopes. Omaha saw that the sphere was almost to the lake.
Beyond, the titanic forces swirled. An hourglass hung in the center of the vast cavern, a tornado of charge coming down to meet a rising spout of water. And the ball rolled toward it. Lightning bolts chased the sphere, stabbing at it. "I have to try," Omaha said, and ripped away. He sprinted down the stairs. Painter followed at his heels. "Gosh darn it, Omaha, don't throw your life away." Omaha landed. "It's my life." He slid to the entryway, dropping onto his rear, skidding. He yanked off his boots. His left ankle, sprained, protested the rough treatment. Painter frowned at his actions. "It's not just your life. Safia loves you. If you truly care about her, don't do this." Omaha pulled off his socks. "I'm not throwing my life away." He crawled on his knees to the entryway and scooped handfuls of sand from the path and poured them into his socks. "What are you doing?" "Making sand shoes." Omaha leaned back and shoved his feet into the socks, squeezing them inside and massaging the sand so it covered the bottoms of his feet. Painter stared at his actions. "Why didn't you?"
Safia wouldn't have had to. I just thought of it. Necessity is the mother of gosh darn invention. I'm going with you. No time. Omaha pointed to Painter's bare feet. No socks. He sprinted away, skidding and skating across the sandy path. He reached the clean glass and kept running. He wasn't as confident of his plan as he had portrayed to Painter. Bolts dazzled around him. Panic-fueled run. Sand hurt his toes. His ankle flamed with every step. But he kept running. Cassandra had to give these folks some credit. They did have balls of steel. She tracked Omaha's mad flight through the streets. Had a man ever loved her with so much heart? She noted Painter's return, but did not look his way. Would I have let him? Cassandra watched the sphere's last few bounces. It now rolled toward the lake, aglow with cobalt energies. She had a job to finish here. She considered all her options, weighed the possibilities if they survived the next minute. She kept a finger pressed to the button. She saw Painter staring at Safia below as Omaha reached her. She and Painter had both lost out. Off by the shore, the sphere took a final hop, bounced up, and landed in the water with a splash. Omaha reached Safia. She lay unmoving. Bolts rained fire all around him. His eyes were only on her. Her chest rose and fell, alive. Off in the direction of the lake, a huge splash sounded like a belly flop. The depth charge had been dropped. No time. They needed shelter. He scooped Safia in his arms and swung around. He had to keep her from touching any surfaces. Carrying her prone form, her head resting on his shoulder, he stepped toward the opening of an intact home and ducked inside. It might not protect him from the deadly static bolts, but he had no idea what would happen when the sphere reached the lake. A roof over his head seemed like a good idea. The motion stirred Safia. She moaned. "Omaha? I'm here, baby." He crouched down, cradling her on his knees, balanced on his sand shoes. "I'm here." As Omaha and Safia vanished into a building, Painter watched the flume of water geyser up after the iron sphere hit the water. It was as if the ball had been dropped from the Empire State Building. It shot toward the roof, cascading outward, water droplets igniting when they brushed the dazzle of the storm, raining back down as liquid fire. Antimatter annihilation. The whirl in the lake eddied and shook. The water spout jiggled. But overhead, the vortex of static charge continued its deadly descent. Painter concentrated on the lake. Already the whirlpool settled again, churning away with tidal forces. Nothing happened. Fire from the plume struck the lake, ignited pools, which quickly extinguished, re-establishing its equilibrium state. Nature loves balance. "The ball must still be rolling," Coral said, seeking the lowest point in the lake bottom. "The deeper the water, the better. The heightened pressure will help trigger the localized chain reaction and direct its force downward." Painter turned to her. "Does your mind ever stop calculating?" She shrugged. "No, why?" Danny stood at her side. "And if the sphere reaches the lowest point, then that's also the best place to crack the glass over any Earth-generated cistern, draining the lake water away." Painter shook his head. Those two were peas in a pod. Cassandra straightened next to Kara. The five of them were the last ones still on the balcony. Lulu had led the Rahim to the back rooms below. Captain Al-Hafi and Barak led the handful of Shahra. "Something's happening," Cassandra said. Out on the lake, a patch of black water glowed a ruddy crimson. It was not a reflection. The glow came from deep below. A fire under the lake. In just the half second it took to look, the crimson blasted out in all directions. A deep sonorous whump sounded. The entire lake lifted a few feet and dropped. Ripples spread outward from the lake's center. The growing waterspout collapsed. "Get below!" Painter yelled. Too late. A force, neither wind nor concussion, blasted outward, flattening the lake, sweeping in all directions, pushing before it a wall of superheated air. It struck. Painter, half around the corner, caught a glancing shove to the shoulder. He was ripped away, tossed bodily across the room, lifted on wings of fire. Others had taken the force fully and were driven straight back. In a tangle, they hit the far wall. Painter kept his eyes squeezed shut, his lungs seared with the one breath he had taken. Then it ended. The heat vanished. Painter gained his feet. "Shelter!" he squeaked out, waving in vain. The quake came next. No warning, except for an ear-splitting clap, deafening, as if the earth were being cracked in half. Then the palace jumped several feet up, then down again, throwing them all flat. The rattling worsened. The tower shook, jolted to one side, then the other. Glass shattered. An upper story of the tower went crashing down. Pillars broke and toppled, smashing into city or lake. All the while, Painter kept flat. A loud splintery pop exploded by his ear. He turned his head and saw the entire balcony beyond the archway shear and tilt away. A small limb waved. It was Cassandra. She had not been blown through the doorway like the rest of them, but knocked against the palace's outer wall. She fell with the balcony. In her hand, she still held the detonator. Painter scrambled toward her. Reaching the edge, he searched below. He spotted Cassandra sprawled in the tumble of broken glass. Her fall had not been far. She lay on her back, clutching the detonator to her chest. "I still have it," she hollered hoarsely to him, but he didn't know if it was in threat or reassurance. She gained her feet. "Hang on," he said. "I'm coming down." "Don't—" A bolt of charge stabbed out as she stood, striking at her toes. The glass melted underfoot. She dropped into the pool, thigh deep before the glass solidified under her. She didn't scream, though her entire body wrenched with pain. Her cloak caught on fire. She still held the detonator, in a fist, hugged to her neck. A gasp finally escaped her. "Painter!" He spotted a patch of sand in the courtyard below. He leapt and landed hard, wrong, ankle turning, skidding. It was nothing. He stood and kicked sand, a meager path to reach her side. He dropped next to her, knees in sand. He could smell her flesh burning. Cassandra, oh my God. She held out the transmitter, every line on her face agonized. "I can't hold. Squeeze." He grabbed her fist, covering it with his own. She relaxed her own grip, trusting him to keep her finger pressed now. She fell against him, her pants smoldering. Blood poured where charred skin met glass, too red, arterial. "Why?" he asked. She kept her eyes closed, only shook her head. "I owe you." "What?" She opened her eyes, met his. Her lips moved, a whisper. "I wish you could have saved me." He knew she didn't mean a moment ago, but back when they were partners. Her eyes closed. Her head fell to his shoulder.
He held her, then she was gone. Sophia awoke in Omaha's arms. She smelled the sweat on his neck, felt the tremble in his arms. He clutched tightly to her. He was crouched down, balanced on the balls of his feet, cradling her in his lap. How was Omaha here? Where was here? Memory snapped back. The sphere, the lake. She struggled to get free. Her movement startled Omaha. He tipped, caught himself with a hand, then yanked his arm back. "Saf, stay still. What happened?" His face was strained. "Nothing much, but let's see if you saved Arabia." He hauled her up, still carrying her, and ducked out the door. Sophia recognized the place, where the rolling sphere had jammed. They both looked to the lake. Its surface still swirled, eddying. The skies overhead blazed and crackled. Sophia felt her heart sink. "Nothing's changed. Han, you slept through a whirlwind and a major quake." As if on cue, another aftershock rattled around them. Omaha took a step back, but it ended. He returned to studying the lake. "Look at the shoreline." She turned her head. The water's edge had receded about 20 yards, leaving a bathtub ring around the lake. The water level's dropping. He hugged her tighter. "You did it. The lake must have drained into one of those subterranean cisterns Coral was yammering about." Sophia stared back up at the static storm on the roof. It, too, was slowly subsiding, grounding out. She glanced across the spread of the darkening city, both upper and lower. So much destruction. But there was hope. "No bolts," she said. "I think the firestorm is over."
I'm not taking any chances. Come on. He hiked her higher in his arms and marched up the slope toward the palace. She didn't protest, but she quickly noted Omaha wincing with every step. "What's wrong?" she asked, arms hugged around his neck. "Nothing. Just some sand in my shoes." Painter saw them approach. Sophia was riding piggyback on Omaha. Painter called to them as they reached the courtyard. "Omaha, the electrical discharging is over," he said. "You can put Sophia down." Omaha marched past him. Only over the threshold. He never made it. Shara and Rahim all gathered around the pair in the courtyard, congratulating and thanking. Danny hugged his brother. He must have said something about Cassandra because Omaha glanced to the body. Painter had covered it with the cloak. He had already deactivated the detonator and switched off the transceiver. Sophia was safe. He studied the group. Besides plenty of bruises, scrapes, and burns, they had all weathered the firestorm fine. Coral straightened. She held one of the launchers and placed a belt buckle against its side. It stuck. She caught him staring. "Magnetized," she said, tossing it aside. "Some type of magnetic pulse. Interesting." Before he could respond, another aftershock rocked the place, strong enough to shatter away another pillar, weakened by the original quake. It fell across the city with a resounding crash. That sobered everyone up to the dangers still here. They were not safe. To emphasize this fact, a deep rumble rose from below, trembling the glass underfoot. A low sound accompanied it, a subway train passing underground. No one moved. Everyone held their breath. Then it came. A whooshing geyser erupted from the lake, fountaining upward, 3 stories high, as thick around as a 200-year-old redwood. Prior to this moment, the lake had drained to a small pool, a quarter of its original size. Monstrous cracks skittered along its basin, like the inside of a broken eggshell. Now water spewed back out again. They all gaped. "The aftershocks must have ruptured into the original Earth-generated springs," Danny said. "One of the global aquifers." The lake quickly began to refill. "This place is going to flood," Painter said. "We need to get out of here." "From fire to water," Omaha grumbled. "This just gets better and better." Sophia helped gather the children. They hurriedly fled from the palace. The younger Shara men helped the older Rahim women. By the time they reached the foot of the stairs, the lake had already climbed over its original banks, drenching into the lower city. And still the geyser continued to spray. Flashlights bobbling, the strongest men pushed ahead. Boulders and tumbled piles of rocks blocked the passage in places. They hauled and burrowed a path through them. The rest of the group waited, following as best they could, climbing as quickly as possible, crawling over obstructions, the stronger helping the weaker. Then a shout from above, a cry of joy. "Hooray!" It was a cheer Sophia was relieved to hear. Freedom! The group fled up the stairs. Painter waited at the top. He helped pull her through and out. He pointed an arm and reached to Kara behind her. Sophia barely recognized the mesa now. It was a tumbled pile of rubble. She glanced around. The winds blew hard, but the storm was gone. Its energy sucked and damped into the firestorm below. Overhead, a full moon shone, casting the world in silver. Captain Al-Hafi waved a flashlight at her, motioning to a path down through the jumble, making room for the others. The exodus continued off the mount. The group marched from the rocks and into the sands. It was uphill. The prior whirlpool in the sand had worn a declivity miles across. They passed the charred husks of the tractor and trucks. The landscape was scribed with swatches of molten sand, still steaming in the night air. Painter darted away to the overturned tractor. He climbed inside, disappeared for a bit, then came back out. He carried a laptop in his hand. It looked broken, the case scorched. Sophia raised an eyebrow at his salvaging, but he never explained. They continued into the desert. Behind them, water now fountained from the ruins of the mesa. The declivity behind slowly filled with water. Sophia walked with Omaha, his hand in hers. People spoke in low whispers. Sophia spotted Painter hiking alone. "Give me a second," Sophia said, squeezing Omaha's hand and letting go. She crossed over to Painter, matching his stride. He glanced at her, eyes questioning, surprised. "Painter, I wanted to thank you."
He smiled, a soft shift of his lips. "You owe me no thanks. It's my job." She strode with him, knowing he was concealing a well of deeper emotion. It brimmed in his eyes, the way he seemed unable to meet hers. She glanced at Omaha, then back at Painter. He sighed. "Sophia, I get it. But," he faced her, his blue eyes raw but certain. "I get it. I do." He nodded back to Omaha. "He's a good man." She had 1,000 things she wanted to say. "Go," he murmured with that soft pain smile. With no words that could truly comfort, she drifted back to Omaha. "What was that all about?" he asked, attempting to sound casual, but failing miserably. She took his hand again. "Saying goodbye." The group climbed to the crest of the sandy declivity. A full lake now grew behind them. The crumbled mesa almost flooded over. "Do we need to worry about all that water having antimatter in it?" Danny asked as they paused at the top of the crest. Coral shook her head. "The antimatter buckyball complexes are heavier than ordinary water. As the lake drained into the massive spring here, the buckyballs should have sunk away. Over time, they'll dilute through the vast subterranean aquifer system and slowly annihilate away. No harm done." "So it's all gone," Omaha said. Lulu added, standing between Sophia and Kara. "What do you mean?" Sophia asked, startled. "The blessings are gone. No grief, only simple acceptance." "Are you sure?" Lulu nodded. "It has happened before. To others. As I told you, it is a fragile gift, easily damaged. Something happened during the quake. I felt it. A rush of wind through my body. Nods from the other Rahim. Sophia had been unconscious at the time. The magnetic pulse," Coral said, overhearing them. "Such an intense force would have the ability to destabilize the buckyballs, collapse them." Coral nodded to Lulu.
When one of the Rahim loses their gifts, does it ever come back? The Hoja shook her head. "Interesting," Coral said. "For the mitochondria to propagate buckyballs in cells, it must need a few buckyballs as patterns, seeds, like those found in the original fertilized egg. But wipe them all out, and the mitochondria alone can't generate them anew. So the powers are truly gone," Safia said, dismayed. She looked at her palms, remembering the warmth and peace. Gone. The Hoja took her hand and squeezed. Safia sensed the long stretch of time from the scared little girl lost in the desert, seeking shelter among the stones, to the woman standing here now. No, maybe the magic wasn't completely gone. The warmth and peace she had experienced before had nothing to do with gifts or blessings. It was this human touch, the warmth of family, the peace of self and certainty. That was blessing enough for anyone. The Hoja touched the ruby teardrop by her left eye. She spoke softly. "We Rahim call this sorrow. We wear it to represent the last tear shed by the queen as she left Ubar, shed for the dead, for herself, for those who would follow and carry her burden." Lulu dropped her finger. "We rename it this night, under the moon, simply Farah." Safia translated, "Joy." A nod. "The first tear shed in happiness for our new life. Our burden is finally lifted. We can leave the shadows and walk again in full sunlight. Our time of hiding is over." A trace of dismay must have persisted in Safia's expression. The Hoja reached and gently turned Safia around. "Remember, child, life is not a straight line. It cycles. The desert takes, but it gives back." She freed her hand and motioned to the new lake swelling behind them. "Ubar is gone, but Eden has returned." Safia gazed across the moonlit waters. She pictured the Arabia lost to the past, before Ubar, before the meteor strike, a land of vast savannas, verdant forests, meandering rivers, and plentiful life. She watched the flow of water across the parched sands of her home, the past and present overlapping. Could it be possible? The Garden of Eden, reborn? From behind, Omaha settled against her, arms reaching around. "Welcome home," he whispered.